Good morning and welcome to the Florida Simulation Summit 2020. I'm George Chera, CEO of the National Center for Simulation.
And I'm Beverly C., Chair of the Board of Trustees of the University of Central Florida. Today's summit theme is Harnessing Florida's Simulation Expertise to Tackle Today's Challenges.
So Bev, can you believe this is our 6th summit?
I know, and I'm so glad that you're my co-host.
I'm glad you're my co-host, and let's get on with it. And before we get started, let me cover some of today's logistics. Today's agenda was sent to all of you, and we will provide previews as the day progresses. All attendees will be able to access all of the content after the conference is ended. So if you have to step away, you won't miss anything. That means if you want to go out and take a run or go take another meeting, feel free to do that. If you would like to submit questions to the speakers, use the chat room, which is located next to your media player, and type in your question, and the speaker will answer as many as time allows. Thank you to all of our generous sponsors. Your support has been vital to the success of the Florida Simulation Summit. I would like to single out Duke Energy for really stepping up as our host sponsor. You will be hearing from most of our sponsors during the breaks and between segments. Bev, why don't you tell our audience how the Florida Simulation Summit began and why it's so important to our region, the state, and our country.
Thank you, George. Our Orange County Mayor's Office created the Florida Simulation Summit to highlight how Florida leverages the expansive development of simulation for defense into simulation for major industries in our state, such as healthcare, education, transportation, entertainment, energy, manufacturing, and cybersecurity. Each year, we invite a keynote speaker from around the country to share their expertise in developing and applying simulation technologies to industries that are changing our lives and our world. Our first panel introduces technologies in our theme, and the second panel showcases how engaging and immersive technologies change the way communities interact. We also invited guests from Team Orlando to provide current insights in the use of modeling, simulation, and training for our warfighters. This year, we've added 2 new panels: virtually entertaining, adapting to a post-COVID world, and the ever-evolving role of simulation in education. Over to you, George, to introduce our mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Jerry Demings was sworn in on December 4th, 2018 as the 5th elected mayor of Orange County and is the first African American to serve in that role. He oversees more than 6,000 Orange County employees and a $4 billion budget as the county's chief executive officer. He says that his goal is to make Orange County the experimental prototype community of tomorrow, EPCOT, by creating a community culture of innovation, collaboration, and inclusiveness. Our modeling and simulation industry is a key player in achieving that lofty goal. Always a trailblazer, Mayor Demings became Orlando's first African-American police chief in 1998, and he was elected the first African-American Orange County Sheriff in 2008. He was re-elected in 2012 and again in 2016. An Orlando native, Mayor Demings is married to the former Orlando Police Chief Valdez B. Demings, who also made history as the first female police chief in Orlando. In November 2016, she was elected to the 115th session of the U.S. Congress and was re-elected in 2018. Congresswoman Demings represents Florida Congressional District 10. They have 3 sons who are all graduates of Florida A&M University. Mayor Demings has a passion for working with organizations that support children, and he volunteers with several nonprofit agencies. Mayor Demings cannot be with us in person, so he has recorded a welcome message to kick off his remarks. We have a short video produced by the Orlando Economic Partnership that showcases the impact of modeling and simulation on our community.
This is where the world's largest concentration of simulation industry experts innovate the latest in cutting-edge technology. The Orlando region, known for its exceptional experiences, pushes the limits of technology from augmented reality The digital twin simulations made smarter by AI and data analytics that power the ability to plan communities, assess threats, save lives, and educate the next generation. Simulation is part of Orlando's economic foundation. With over 60 years of research and development, a workforce more than 60,000 strong, billions of dollars worth of investment, and an ecosystem supported by a connected infrastructure of specialized centers of excellence built over decades of advancements in our nation's reliable defense training industry. From the everyday to the exceptional, in Orlando, we create the technology that makes the impossible a virtual reality. Get to know all we have to offer.
Hello, I'm Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 6th Annual Florida Simulation Summit, co-hosted by the National Center for Simulation. During these challenging times, virtual technology has allowed us to stay connected. It has also provided an opportunity this year to expand our audience and presenters, both nationally and internationally. Last year, I talked about where simulation technology could take our community. Who would have known how the world would change and how big of a role modeling, simulation, and training would play in dealing with and recovering from COVID-19? Artificial intelligence may be the single most important factor for accelerating the development of vaccines and therapeutic treatments, as well as modeling and simulation imaging used to illustrate and explain disease progression. We have also seen MS&T used to rapidly train first responders and healthcare workers. Central Florida is proud to be the epicenter for modeling, simulation, and training. This industry has had a positive impact in our community, from our economy, technology development, and quality of life. It has also allowed us to target industries that include education, healthcare, tourism and entertainment, energy, manufacturing, and transportation. As a result of our MS&T efforts, the Navy, Army, Air Force, and Marines have received $6 billion in military contracts annually. Modeling simulation helps to diversify our economy and prepare us for the future with augmented reality, virtual reality, and digital twin technologies. The Central Florida Research Park, which is the 6th largest research park in the United States, is built around the modeling, simulation, and training industry and is home to Team Orlando and the National Center for Simulation. We are proud to have the National Center for Simulation's Modeling and Simulation Hall of Fame housed in our convention center. The majority of the inductees had their careers in Central Florida, including our event chair, Ms. Beverly C. The University of Central Florida is one of the most prominent universities in the fields of computer engineering, aerospace engineering, cybersecurity, and modeling and simulation. In addition, the newly opened Central Florida Tech Grove will enable collaboration in a lab environment between the military, academia, and the technology industry. This will be a tremendous opportunity for all Central Florida tech companies. I would like to thank Ms. Beverly C., the chair of this year's summit, our co-hosts, the National Center for Simulation, and their president, Mr. George Cheros, and our other partner for this event, the Orlando Economic Partnership, for their hard work in putting this program together. I firmly believe that technology will lead the way to our economic recovery, and I thank you for attending today's summit. It is my pleasure to turn it over to George to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Demings, for your support of this important industry. Bev, tell us about our amazing keynote speaker.
Thank you, George. Our keynote speaker is Amy Peck, founder and CEO of Endeavor XR, a leading global AR/VR XR strategy and consulting firm. She's a recognized thought leader in the space and speaks globally on the future of XR and emerging technologies such as 5G, AI, and blockchain. She's a venture partner at the Capital Region AR/VR Accelerator, holds several advisory board roles, and was founding co-chair of the Viara Enterprise Committee. Amy is an active mentor to entrepreneurs and a member of several Women in Tech, venture-backed accelerators, and STEM education organizations. Amy's forte is distilling complex technologies into meaningful solutions across multiple verticals and business lines, delivering strategy and resources at scale. Amy engages the top content creators, designers, developers, and platform partners to bring best-in-class XR solutions to enterprise. Her work with Fortune 500 companies includes strategies for adopting XR and combining future technologies to shape an impactful future. Amy works tirelessly to instill a positive vision of future tech and to inspire action on a global level. Her own personal mission is to see XR fundamentally improve every aspect of our lives, with the goal of making this technology accessible and transformative for everyone.
Thanks for joining me today. I'm Amy Peck. I'm the CEO of EndeavorXR. So let's talk about innovating innovation, visualizing future outcomes with simulations and AI. So what is AI? Now, normally you see just 3 rings. This one has automation added at the top as kind of the doing element. But AI is the overarching kind of umbrella that encompasses machine learning and deep learning. Machine learning uses more structured data sets and is transparent. And then deep learning is an opaque AI and uses unstructured data sets. And the fundamental difference is that with machine learning, you have visibility into how the algorithm is actually processing data. With deep learning, you're actually training the AI to optimize itself. So there's a layer that is completely opaque so that even the machine could not tell you how it's optimizing itself. So deep learning in some ways replicates human thought, but it also raises some challenges, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And how will we use AI? So this shows 3 layers, the first being the infrastructure to support AI, and then in the center are some of the verticals that are using AI today. And then here's the landscape. And I'm not going to go into a deep dive on each one of these slides, but I will make each of these slides available to you after. So this is the AI technology landscape. So you have all the different types of AI on one side, and then you have some of the ways that we're going to be using it in the future. And then here are the top 10 industrial use cases, and not surprisingly, predictive maintenance, quality inspection, a lot of use cases for manufacturing and supply chain. And we'll see many more types of companies leveraging AI in the future. And then the overall global market is growing, though the market is quite fragmented with multiple players in the space, and there are more and more coming in every day. And of course, these are the top verticals and use cases. Again, I don't want to go through all of these individually, but essentially there are use cases for virtually any company. And then this is a really good snapshot of how you should be thinking about, a platform to enable AI, or really any technology, by creating a mechanism for acquiring, managing, and storing data that then can be used in multiple algorithms to support multiple business units. So the net is that with AI, we're seeing that efficiencies and ROI are going up, up, up. So here's a little video for you. So that was a great example of AI in manufacturing, but everything has changed. It's interesting that this slide almost seems dated at this point, but the reality is that this is the time to start to formulate the building blocks for a completely new way of how we innovate in the future. So in just a few short months, we've gone from this, or actually it probably looks more like this, and the work-life balance has shifted to life-work balance. And what that really means is that people are rethinking how and even where they live to prioritize family, lifestyle, and experiences. Now, this lifestyle focus is not new. It's already a trend, especially with millennials and Gen Z behind them. But now lifestyle choices will be front and center. And this is relevant because this is your workforce, and in a lot of cases, it's your consumer. Now, how will we define this new normal? So the first thing we need to do as companies is, as the title of this talk suggests, innovate innovation. And that may sound a little bit confusing, but aside from rethinking how to innovate our workspaces and workforce, we have to rethink how we innovate our products and services. But we also have to evolve the very process of innovation itself. And it's not a contradiction. It's about coming up with a completely new construct for innovation. The way we do it today, we have our R&D labs, our innovation hubs, but often they're subject to sort of our existing working environments, and their budgets expand and contract based on the market. But what needs to happen is these innovation centers need to work independently outside of an organization and have full cover from the C-suite. And they have to have irrevocable budgets. That's critical. I know that sounds scary, but it is critical. We have to change our thinking to an opportunity mindset versus reacting to the uncertainty that's currently around us. So we've been very much in a reactive mode from the beginning of the pandemic, just scrambling to put any mechanisms in place for remote work. But now we need to move to proactive mode. So we're not going back to work in the same way that we did before, and our lifestyles have changed as well. So we have to take a moment to consider what are the products and services of the future to serve this new paradigm in work and lifestyle. So how do we change and grow with this shift? Then we leverage multiple technologies, including AI, to impact this growth. The innovation today is like throwing round dice with no numbers. Now, it has actually been pointed out to me that round dice with no numbers are in fact marbles. However, my point is, as I discussed, it really is a challenge for companies to innovate within the current construct. It's like innovation in a box. There are many strategies like agile methodologies and design thinking that help innovation along, and these are great. But they're very process oriented. And what tends to happen as soon as we build a process for something, then we fall back on that process. And that by its very nature is not innovating. And we're in an age now where we have to be much more fluid and elastic in the way we're thinking about the future. Because it's coming. There's a tsunami of technology and it's moving at breakneck pace. So in order to keep up with it, we have to have a much more kind of volumetric thinking construct. This is my technology tree. I actually ran out of branches. There's so much more technology out there, and then each of these technologies has its own subset of technology. And it's already a challenge to be an expert in any one of these, let alone all of them. So this is why, as part of this new innovation dynamic, we need to engage cross-functional teams. No longer can innovation and R&D labs be these secretive hubs. We have to have open and transparent innovation, and everyone needs to have a voice in this innovation process. Because IoT is no longer IoT, it's IoE. It's the Internet of everything. And big data is no longer big data, it is massive data. So we just talked about how AI can be so impactful, but really the impact is in the convergence of multiple technologies. So I do want to take some time to go through a few of these different technologies. Now, typically when I do these talks live, I would say, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the term blockchain? And then of course, everyone would shout out Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. But cryptocurrency is a subset of blockchain, and blockchain is so much more than cryptocurrency. Both of these have an impact in the future. With blockchain, we can leverage some of the obvious things like smart contracts and ethical sourcing. But beyond that, there are completely new economic constructs and even a parallel digital economy. And with autonomous vehicles, we think immediately of self-driving cars, but there are drones, UAVs, unmanned spacecrafts, and ships. So autonomy is also very much coming into its own. And when we think of robotics, mostly we think of automation, but then there are actual robots, and then there are exoskeletons. So we already have augmented reality, and with exoskeletons, we have, augmented physicality. But really, technology is going to augment everything in our lives. So we're truly becoming augmented humans. And then virtual reality. I don't know how many of you saw Ready Player One or read the book, but those virtual worlds are already here. And the difference between sort of virtual, mixed, and augmented reality is that virtual reality is really a destination. You're going into virtual reality with a purpose. You're going in to learn something, experience something, play something, or build something. And then, of course, 5G is going to be an enabler of a lot of this technology, especially around content delivery. And it will also help us move large amounts of data, both upstream and downstream. The edge effectively brings the cloud closer and reduces latency. And AI will help us dynamically weight compute requirements between cloud, edge, and mobile devices. Augmented reality is really going to be ubiquitous. We don't have the consumer wearables yet, but they're coming. We know Apple is building AR glasses. Facebook has announced a deal with Luxottica, who own Ray-Ban. So these magic wayfarers may actually look like wayfarers. We talk a lot about digital twins in manufacturing and in simulation. We can build digital twins and then apply an AI layer to run multiple scenarios to gain more data and understanding of how we can optimize processes and sequences. However, we need to think much more broadly because what's coming is the AR cloud, which is effectively a digital twin of the entire planet. And this is going to enable all sorts of data and experiences to be at our fingertips at all times. So this forms the basis for spatial computing. So everything you're doing on your mobile device today, you will be able to do using a wearable in the future. We're going to move from screens to interacting with data and digital objects in space, so all around us. So effectively, the world will become your screen. And within this AR cloud, we'll have layer upon layer of data from infrastructure and government to utilities to healthcare to games and entertainment. And along with AI, all of these technologies are going to blend for the smart cities of the future. So in order to make sense of how to bring all of this technology together, we have to include a very humanistic perspective. We know what we can build, but what do we want to build and why?
When everything becomes linked with everything else, matter becomes mind, and the possibilities become endless. Imagine 50 billion IoT connected devices by 2020. Now, imagine the economic impact of these connected machines. $4 to $11 trillion per year by 2025. Wearable devices, environmental sensors, agricultural machinery, components in a vehicle, or devices in homes can all be connected to deliver insights and drive transformation. So imagine if you had smart devices in your home, your car, your workplace, or even on yourself. The world becomes alive. That's Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is making everyday objects into data factories. When Internet of Things, along with big data, meets artificial intelligence, this interface will become enlivened with intelligence, and a new world will take birth, which will increasingly talk back to us. Imagine the kind of world that it would be. Imagine the revolution it will usher in the way we see the world. The external world will become the extension of our mind, like an extension of our thoughts. Imagine a world that is responsive, a world that is optimized for human creativity, a world that is intelligent. The Internet of Things is a breeding ground for new AI-driven solutions and experiences, from self-driving cars to intelligent homes to health. Welcome to the world of endless possibilities.
Let's dive a little deeper. Despite the slightly odd accent, that video depicts a good vision of what the future can hold, especially for smart cities, and how it supports this lifestyle that we need to consider as part of our innovation. So we know that no one ever gets fired for choosing to work with all the big players, Intel, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, Verizon, etc. But there are many small companies who are focused on this bigger vision for how we will live in the future, who are working in one specific lane, solving one specific piece of this puzzle. And I know I keep mentioning personal lifestyle, and this is not necessarily top of mind in large companies because it's very much focused on how we as individuals are going to be living our lives in the future, taking into consideration, entertainment, social media, gaming, all of the things that we're doing as consumers. But the companies that are going to win in the future will have a really, really clear vision of where we are headed as individuals, and they will shape their products and services towards that end. I know it's a trite example, but Blockbuster saw Netflix coming. And do you know what Netflix saw? They saw that people wanted content delivered to their homes. And so video streaming was born. So I'm going to talk about, a few of these smaller companies and how they fit into this sort of bigger strategy. So Mobile Mesh, this is an image from a company called 6D AI, which was just acquired by Niantic. So it uses the camera on your smartphone and you can quickly scan a room. It'll then make a mobile mesh of that area so it recognizes the object that are already in your room. So then if you turn on your augmented reality and introduce a digital object into your space, it'll behave the way it would in real life. So there's occlusion if it goes behind a chair in your room. And also the physics will be accurate. So if you have a ball and it bounces off the table, it'll behave the way a real ball would in the real world. So when you start to think about this layered digital landscape that's going on all around us in the AR cloud, but on top of that, there'll be all manner of experiences linked to different locations and unlocked based on permissions or discovery mechanisms. So imagine this sort of invisible graffiti that is there to discover. The new iPhones will have LiDAR, so we can start to crowdsource interior spaces as well, so we can bring realistic digital experiences into our own personal spaces. This is a company called GeoNet, and they do volumetric spatial control. So essentially what they've done is they've gridded the entire planet down to square millimeters. And then they've assigned each millimeter an IP address from their own block of IPv6. And to those IP addresses, they can append any manner of data. And so it's essentially will allow 3D geofencing, right? Many other applications, but that's sort of their initial focus. So they also have what's called a GTLD, which is essentially a domain extension .place. So you can register a physical space just like you would a website, and then control mobile behaviors and access in that space. And all of this follows existing network protocols. So it simply extends content and rules to physical space. Now, this company is called AI as in AEYE. So LiDAR is light detection and ranging. But they have actually added AI and proprietary algorithms, turning it into intelligent detection and ranging. So with the AI, the data is seen much like the way the human eye sees, so focused on the important elements in any scene. But what they do for autonomous vehicles is they take in all of the data around the vehicle, and they recognize fixed objects from the digital twin that lives in the AR cloud, and then it will dynamically discard any data that's not relevant to the safe driving of the car and focus on anomalies in the scene, like, for example, a child running into the street. But all of that data that's getting discarded can be used to true up the AR cloud because there are fixed objects like buildings that don't often change, but windows break and signs get bent. None of that was me. and trees get trimmed. And so that LiDAR scan contains all the current data. So we dynamically redraw so that that digital twin maintains its accuracy. Human-centric identity. Now, this is a big topic, so I won't delve too deep, but this covers a number of things about who we are in the digital landscape. So our avatars will be our verifiable digital identities and live on the blockchain. And we can have our public persona like social media, and then our private persona that secures all of our private data like healthcare and finances. But it can also be a way for us to take back control and manage our own data and potentially even monetize that data. Again, this is a big topic, but it's very much a big part of the future digital landscape. There are many more companies out there, but this gives you a snapshot of how we have to have this holistic approach to technology and innovation because they're all inextricably connected. And AI impacts all of these. So we will have AI machine learning and deep learning layers that will be embedded into all of these systems. So it is critical for us to make sure we understand the implications of using AI so we put the right safety mechanisms in place. Maybe we can build a simulation for the algorithm with a digital twin of the algorithm itself. Just kidding, but maybe not. So with all of this technology comes a massive responsibility. And I'm a very big believer in this protopian vision of future technology, but we still have to consider what could go wrong. We're all fearful of the rise of the machines. We've all seen Westworld. So what are the things we don't understand? And when I talked earlier about opaque AI, that's why you hear people like Elon Musk saying, AI is the greatest threat to humanity. Love him or not, he's a pretty smart guy, and he's worried. This is because with opaque AI, we can't see, nor can the machine tell us how they are changing the logic in their own algorithms to support their behavior or end goal. So we have this expression, know what you don't know. But we can't know what we don't know in this case, because there are logic constructs that are ingrained in our very being and in our way of thinking. And then we take these for granted. So in a lot of cases, we don't even consider putting these kinds of rules in as parameters for how we're training these AIs. And so, as a result, occasionally there are some AI fails.
Looking for intelligence on Facebook can feel like a bit of a struggle sometimes. Perhaps for this reason, Facebook decided to release some artificial intelligences onto its social network in 2017. The result was not at all what they had been expecting. The two chatbots began to talk to each other in a language which they, but no one else, could understand. Beginning with English, their chat soon turned into something else as they made changes to the language to make it more efficient to communicate. A sample of their trade negotiations runs as follows. Bob: I can, I, everything else. Alice: balls have zero to me, 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 too. Bob: you, I, everything else. Alice: balls have a ball to me, to me, to me, to me, to me, to me. While many reports hinted that this was a dark development for machine intelligence, others think we simply need to be stricter with the minds we create. The robots created their own language because they were not told to stay within the rules of English. Also, with AI, we always, at the moment, have the option of pulling their plugs. The Chinese government is notoriously harsh on criticism, whoever is voicing it. So when a chatbot in China began to criticize the ruling Communist Party, operators were quick to turn it off. In 2017, Tencent QQ, a messenger app, introduced two cute chatbots called Baby Q and Little Bing, taking the form of a penguin and a little girl. But they soon began to say non-cute things. Because the bots were programmed to learn from chats to be better able to communicate, they soon picked up some unorthodox opinions. One user who stated, "Long live the Communist Party," was asked by Baby Q, "Do you think that such a corrupt and incompetent political regime can live forever?" Another user was told, "There needs to be a democracy." Little Bing was asked what its Chinese dream was. Its response wasn't exactly out of Mao's Little Red Book. "My Chinese dream is to go to America." The bots were quickly shut down. Self-driving cars.
Self-driving cars are all the rage nowadays, and although it sounds like a good idea in theory, the technology still has a long way to go. A video was recently posted on YouTube demonstrating Volvo's self-driving car brake system. A team of engineers are grouped in front of the car as the Volvo backs up. The car then speeds toward them to test the brake, except this time, the car doesn't stop. It totally rams into one of the engineers at full speed. Ouch. The camera goes out of focus at that point, so we don't get to see whether this guy was totally run over or if the car got the message and backed up. This is too scary for words. Either this car had a secret agenda or Volvo needs to step up their self-driving technology game. The Google Home Personal Assistant was released in 2016 and sold as a smart speaker that can answer any question you throw at it. Much like an Alexa, the Google Home Personal Assistant would respond when spoken to. This was taken to full advantage in January 2017, when a live debate between two Google speakers was streamed on Twitch and lasted several days. By the end of the debate, the speakers were named Vladimir and Estragon of the iconic play Waiting for Godot, due to the existential nature of their conversation. They would go back and forth on subjects to no end, including an argument on whether or not they are humans or robots. The conversation got pretty aggressive after a while, with one speaker accusing the other of being a manipulative bunch of metal. At the end of the debate, they both came to the conclusion that the world would be a better place if there were no humans at all. I guess Vladimir and Estragon will just be waiting, patiently, for their turn to take over. BINA 48, which translates to Breakthrough Intelligence via Neural Architecture 48, is one of the most advanced robots on the planet. This humanoid-like robot is known to have all the faculties of a human, including eyes that see, a face that moves, ears that hear, and a digital mind that can form thoughts, not dissimilar to a human one. A video was recently released by her makers where BINA 48 is asked simple questions by Siri, like where would you like to live, and what's your greatest characteristic? Sounds harmless enough, but the weird part about the interview is that BINA 48 keeps trying to veer the conversation to topics of world domination and ends up revealing her creepily detailed plan to take over the world by hacking into a nuclear missile remotely. The conversation feels eerie and just straight up terrifying. She may be one of the smartest robots in the world, but she's not very good at reading a room.
So yeah, some of these are lighthearted and funny, and some of them are kind of sinister. And certainly the people who are putting these videos out on YouTube have a very specific perspective and not necessarily a scientific one. And they're trying to tell this particular story about AI, but there is some truth to the dangers of AI. So we have to look at how AI is built from all angles and include a broader swath of the population for perspective and to combat unintended or unconscious bias. We have to reconstruct the way we think about innovation, but we also have to really build a much better understanding of AI and all of the technologies, and then how they're going to integrate with one another. Because it's all fun and games while you're in control of the dragon. But we have to train the dragon being AI. So we're racing towards this unknown future, and it's kind of like trying to make a movie in 17 languages with no script. And we're very busy using technology to optimize processes, but everything we're doing is siloed. We have different companies coming up with different solutions. Even within your own company, there might be multiple groups working independently. There are plenty of futurists and people researching and developing what's going to be coming over the next half a century. But it's very much from the lens of our individual companies. This really needs to change. We need to have a much bigger overarching vision on a global level, on a company level, and then on a personal and lifestyle level. The key is what I call volumetric thought, or thinking in multiple dimensions. We live in a 3D world, but we're used to dealing with 2D data. Volumetric thinking is connecting a disparate set of constructs and combining conventional critical thinking. But we have to layer in our own personal wants and needs and our creativity. And this will help us get clarity on what we want this evolution of man and machine to look like. So how do we innovate innovation? Well, no one was asking for the iPhone, but Steve Jobs was a volumetric thinker. He was projecting himself into the future and envisioning the products that he himself would want. And that's why he was such a visionary. But we are all completely capable of this type of thought and of being visionaries ourselves. We just lose touch with it from the time we're kids. Remember when we used to create these outlandish scenarios like, I'm going to build a spaceship and I'm going to fly it to Saturn and meet some aliens and bring them home to dinner so they can meet my pet giraffe, Arnold, who happens to be purple and loves peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It sounds completely insane. But it's this very sort of childlike, nascent way of thinking volumetrically, bringing together all of these disparate, seemingly impossible concepts together. So this wasn't part of the video, but those Facebook chatbots, their dialogue and the way the AI was learning was eerily similar to the way a child learns. So it's interesting that the algorithm steered its learning to see things from a child's perspective. So it's interesting and perhaps very telling. If we can teach ourselves how to think this way as adults, being able to inject rational thought into this fantastical creative thinking, we will come up with 1,000 crazy ideas, but one that just might be life-changing. So part of the exercise here is for each of us to individually look at what you want your world in 2050 and beyond to look like. And older people, I'm not naming names, often say, well, I'm not going to be around then, or I'll be too old. That's not the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise is to invent our own futuristic vision. Then we can start to answer the question, what is the future? What is the future of work, of play, of education, entertainment, identity, value, commerce, data, security? What is the future of us? And when I'm talking about innovating innovation, I'm talking about moving forward and actually catapulting ourselves into the future to imagine what we want that future to look like. Not where we think it's going, like it's some kind of unstoppable train, but actually project ourselves there and create that vision. So it's time for us to write a new story. We need to become the futurists and storytellers of our own lives, and then bring those visions back and build an innovation strategy from there. What haven't we imagined? So how do we start? Well, just define your own vision for the future, and then work backwards from that future. Start at your destination. Then take that vision and consider how to evolve your products to meet that vision. You envision tomorrow and then validate today. Look at how technologies can be combined to bring this future vision to fruition for both your personal life, but also how this can shape your work. And we should not be using technology just to do the exact same things we do now, only faster. Let's focus on doing everything better. Because technology is our friend, for now. So let's use technology to connect us. Again, we shouldn't be fearful of robots taking over our jobs and making us irrelevant. We can change perspective and consider this an opportunity to better our lives and become better humans. Humanity is our currency in this next digital age. And the future is superhuman. So I'll wrap up with this quote from Alan Kay. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Thanks so much for joining today.
Wow, Amy, that was a very enlightening presentation. I believe our audience would like the opportunity to have a conversation with you. So we have a few questions for you. From the simulation perspective, what do you see as barriers in our industry to realizing this future?
Sort of these overarching technologies. So, as I discussed, I gave sort of a snapshot of each of the technologies that have to combine to enable some of these experiences. And specifically with simulation, we can do that very well now, especially in virtual environments and using sort of current headsets, especially PC VR. But as we move to these lighter headsets, we need to be able to deliver that content. So again, it's 5G, it's edge, it's all of this infrastructure coming together.
So do you see that as our starting point for realizing this future?
The starting point is now, right? So I tell companies, if you're not working with simulation, AR, VR, really XR, overarching, you're not too late, but it's advancing at a very, very fast pace, and especially with simulation. Simulation has been around for decades. It's a very well established part of this technology. But again, it's how are we able now to push that content forward, make it accessible to a broader swath of companies. so that it doesn't live again in some of these silos.
You know, a lot of companies are looking at using AR, VR to, as you described in your presentation, as a way of communicating and working together. But there are challenges, right? If you have people that are in different locations, their computers have maybe different speeds, their equipment, the data is coming in at different rates. What's your recommendation for how we get past these challenges of using XR to help us communicate better in our workplace?
So I think it's really important to choose platforms that actually have sort of cross functionality across mobile, web, and headsets. Because as you mentioned, not everyone has, if they have PC VR, their laptops may not be rated for VR. If they have a standalone, it may not have enough fidelity depending on how heavy the experience is. So, solution providers now, especially those virtual environments like, spatial, these virtual collaborative environments, like spatial, like Engage, you can actually access those through a web client, but you can also go in headset. And it's been very interesting during this time because, as we've tried to build efficiencies by working from home, we've really been able to look to XR, VR in particular, for us to actually have a sense of presence. We all have Zoom fatigue now. We're sitting in front of cameras. I'm on WebEx again first thing in the morning. But in a virtual environment, we have that ability to have presence, to interact with one another. You've got automotive industry are able to design together. You can train in these virtual environments. So, again, as long as there's the ability and Spatial and Engage are able to do this, to be able to have a web client, and they're iterating constantly. This has been the biggest user testing experiment on earth for these platforms because suddenly they've come front and center to allow us to collaborate better remotely. So we're going to see a lot of improvements, and that has really been fast-tracked tremendously.
So what do you see as the security issues and privacy issues and how we'll resolve those as we move forward?
So that's one of the challenges. There's the security piece. You can't unsee something you see in a virtual environment. And just like, the way hackers are able to, hack into very secure environments, there will be issues with people hacking into VR. Right now, it's not a big enough user base for it to get the attention of hackers. But we'll have to start to measure, what we've learned in the security protocols for web and start to apply those into these virtual environments. And, certainly, leveraging AI is going to give us a big advantage, and we're going to be able to start to recognize patterns of hacking across networks. So again, we just have to build the infrastructure to support better security.
The whole idea of being able to use blockchain to create our avatars, very interesting. And do you see, how far in the future do you think that will be? And do you see that as possibly addressing some of our security privacy issues?
Well, that's what I hope happens. And again, I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole of blockchain and avatars and actually sort of our personal data. But there is a real opportunity for us to kind of leverage blockchain to secure data in a better way. But I think it's also important for us, with this concept of distributed ledgers and distributed information. If we're taking back responsibility for our data, it takes the onus off of companies who are storing and managing a lot of, personally identifiable information. It takes the onus off of them to be able to keep their centralized stores safe.
Wow. So that's really exciting. Do you think a virtual reality office space will ever be a future thing for us?
Well, it's funny. I just showed an example of that in a talk last week. I think people have you don't go into VR to spend all day in VR. like I said in this talk, it's a destination. So you will go into VR for a particular task. So when you need to collaborate with people and you need to actually be there physically, and again, the automotive industry is a great example of this, where you have multiple design teams working remotely, and they're all looking at the same car model, and that fidelity is incredible. So, we're pushing the limits of this these collaborative environments. But will we have an office all day? Probably not yet.
Thank you, Amy. That was just amazing. You really gave us a vision of the future. As you said, exciting and scary at the same time, but a lot to think about, and really showing the role of simulation in making all of this happen. So we really enjoyed it, and ask you to stay in touch with us and be part of our future.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yours.
Amy, thank you. That was great as well. Everyone always hears us talk about the impact of modeling and simulation. If I'm not mistaken, most of our past audiences have primarily been exposed to the simulation portion of the technology. While simulation has the sizzle and wow factor, the modeling piece of the equation is what really drives the technology. Bev, since you were an engineer, it would be helpful to the rest of us to get an explanation of what we are about to see in the next panel discussion.
Sure thing, George. Well, a couple of definitions. A model is a physical or mathematical representation of a system, entity, or process, which has been validated as a logical representation of the real world. They're used as a basis for making managerial or technical decisions. Well, a simulation is the execution of a model or models over time. The quantity and details of models in a simulation can affect the realism of the simulation. So keep that in mind as we now begin our technology panel, where we're going to be talking about models, physical models as well as behavioral models. Andrea Wesser-Bronner will now be our moderator. She is the Chief Innovation and Emerging Technologies Officer for Orange County. Andrea Wesser-Bronner is Orange County's technology officer, where she builds upon Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming's vision of Orange Tomorrow and creating a culture of innovation, collaboration, and inclusiveness. In her role, she focuses on creating public and private partnerships throughout the entire organization to leverage technology to keep up with global trends and position Orange County as a leader in the innovation industry. Andrea has assisted thousands of entrepreneurs, research faculty, and others in starting technology companies, pursuing federal funding for R&D and generating revenues. She built and led 5 technology accelerator programs, some with federal partners such as the U.S. Department of Energy and Economic Development Administration. Having managed such diverse and large regional initiatives, she has since become a trusted advisor to the development of entrepreneur support and innovation ecosystems, most notably in programming, funding, and operations plans. Andrea has also been an entrepreneur, while being an executive in a number of micro and nanotechnology-based startup companies.
Morning, Bev and George. Thank you. And thank you to all of us for joining today for the 2020 Florida Simulation Summit's first panel session, Simulation Technology Solutions. This morning's theme will explore a variety of applications of simulation solutions or models with COVID-19 use cases and far beyond. It's no surprise to this audience that the University of Central Florida commands the simulation technology sector's research and development efforts. Whether utilizing simulation technologies in healthcare, utilities, education, human resources, public safety, and more, there are a number of faculty and student researchers with expertise in how conventional and state-of-the-art modeling methods can play a significant role in these markets. Today, I'm joined by 3 of UCF's researchers who have leveraged federal R&D dollars to deploy to commercially successful use cases of their knowledge. Please help me welcome Dr. Woo-Hung Lee, Associate Professor of the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Construction Engineering at UCF, Dr. Mary Jean Amen, Assistant Professor of the School of Modeling, Simulation, and Training Dr. James J. Hickman, professor of the Nanoscience Technology Center, as well as the co-founder and chief scientist of Hesperos, which is a local company. I'm excited to have them share their latest research areas of focus, how this work has been utilized during the COVID-19 pandemic, and where their work will head for future applications. During our chat, we encourage attendees to participate by submitting your questions using the chat feature in the Q&A. We'll be monitoring for the audience questions throughout the event, so as things come to you, please share those questions. So our first segment is with Dr. Lee. Dr. Woo-Hung Lee is a professional engineer and again, an associate professor of the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Construction Engineering at UCF. He received his PhD in environmental engineering from the University of Cincinnati in 2009. Prior to joining UCF in 2013, he worked for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's National Risk Management Research Laboratory as a postdoc. His primary research area is to develop and apply electrochemical microsensors for in situ water contaminant detection and water quality monitoring. His other research interest is to develop advanced wastewater treatment processes, such as photothermal desalination, smart sponges for oil separation, biohydrogen production, and microbial fuel cell technologies. Again, please add those questions as you see the presentation. And Orange TV, could you please share Dr. Lee's presentation?
Hi, this is Woo-Hyung Lee, and I'm an associate professor in the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Construction Engineering at the University of Central Florida. For this presentation, I will introduce the concept of the wastewater-based epidemiology for tracking COVID-19, and we'll discuss the current trend of the studies. And since late 2019, we have been under COVID-19 pandemic over several months, which has put many stress on the public health infrastructure across the country. And then this is the data as of October 18 for the whole country and then Florida. And then for all states, we have currently 47,000 positive cases. And in Florida, it is around 2,500 cases right now. So when we monitor COVID-19, the current practice is human biomonitoring of clinical testing, such as taking the samples and then running a qPCR. But these methods are expensive and time-consuming and may be limited to those who have symptoms. On the other hand, the tracking the disease-causing coronavirus in wastewater samples using biomarkers offer the opportunity to monitor outbreaks at a community level, as wastewater hold the biological and chemical information which reflects population health. So the wastewater-based epidemiology can serve as a powerful complementary HBM tool to provide valuable information for public health. This wastewater-based epidemiology has been used for many years for monitoring purposes, such as pharmaceutical monitoring in a community. And such information obtained from wastewater can be validated using measurements such as pharmaceutical sales data. On the other hand, establishing relationship between this wastewater-based epidemiology measurements and socio-economic and environmental metrics can add value to this field. The RNA, which is a genetic material behind the coronavirus, can be tracked in sewage water to reflect the severity of the outbreak in the area it came from. The research has implication of early warning for the local coronavirus response within a given wastewater catchment. For example, 3 to 7 days before hospitalization fluctuation occurs. And this shows that how biomarker can enter the wastewater treatment plants and be tracked to predict the trend of the disease transmission. The process of this, the wastewater-based epidemiology is fairly straightforward, inexpensive, and easily scalable. At the wastewater treatment plant, the wastewater samples can be collected over a defined sampling period, depending on travel time. And although the virus is very dilute in wastewater, the previous study have shown that it is still detectable, and that the viral signal can be measured using the RNA markers. And there are several advantages using this method. The first, the Swiss tracking account for population as a whole. So the data is not limited to the population who has a symptom. And then the data can be compared to catchment by catchment. It can predict the severity of the virus in a certain area prior to population experiencing symptoms. And this is non-invasive and almost real-time approach. So the advantage of this, advantage of the use of this WBE include respecting the privacy of individuals and reducing the cost and time of testing individuals. So the result can provide important information for decision makers with regard to lockdown or like release measures. A preliminary study completed by a team of scientists in Israel in early this May found the presence of this virus in wastewater. And similarly, studies in France were able to correlate the level of the coronavirus genomic in wastewater samples to the confirmed number of COVID-19 deaths. And this is the data from the research conducted by Columbia University, and samples are collected using conventional graph sampling techniques. And then the result here shows some correlation with community COVID trend. But as this is very early, the preliminary, the monitoring continues. Here, I will show one example of using machine learning to this wastewater based epidemiology studies. The first, the measured data of the virus RNA in the wastewater samples are collected and compared to the daily, weekly, monthly COVID-19 infection cases according to the local data. And we can assume that the sludge samples could show that the RNA evidence potentially a few days earlier the cluster of cases hit. And for this comparison, the origin of each samples and its PCR data are organized based on the wastewater treatment plant service area. And this figure shows that the RNA spread from patients to observations and two types of the predictions. One is a forward prediction and the other is reverse prediction. And for example, a certain time, which is the time equal 1, infected people turn out to be confirmed cases, and their wastewater arrives at wastewater treatment plants, and the viral signal, which are the RNA concentrations, are measured in wastewater. And using the data from the wastewater and then the confirmed cases, the several machine learning models are learned for the two types of the prediction. And these machine learning models are later utilized for the common prediction, which is red dotted line in this figure, and the reverse predictions, which is the blue dashed line here, in order to predict the number of infected people in the target time, which is the time is n. And two machine learning approaches can be applied in this example. One is Bayesian Monte Carlo simulation, and the other is long short-term memory, like a deep learning architecture. And several variations for these two approaches can be investigated, such as time intervals and like risk factor selection and hyperparameter tuning to maximize the prediction accuracy. So even with many opportunities of this, the wastewater-based epidemiology, there are some challenges to be considered. The first, the techniques and its application is still in early stage to connect levels of the virus in Swiss mappings to the level of infection in humans. In addition, there are still important questions to be answered, which include how should the sample to be collected, how often should testing be done, and as monitoring purposes, standardization of the methodology are required. However, this wastewater-based epidemiology, which is WBE, has a great potential to become a reliable quantitative environmental surveillance method using wastewater. And then the result can provide important information for decision makers, and long-term monitoring can provide ongoing benefits in the events of like a resurgence of the disease. And these WBE concepts can be effectively applied to the collective health of specific communities, such as university campuses and like cruise ships and other like large industrial facilities. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for that exciting presentation. And just so everybody knows, the county is currently doing some research with Dr. Lee and the work that he was doing. So moving on to our next presentation, this is Dr. Mary Jean Amen. She's an assistant professor in the School of Modeling, Simulation, and Training, again at UCF. She holds an MA and PhD in experimental psychology from the University of Cincinnati, as well as an MA in psychology and education from Teachers College, Columbia University. Before joining UCF, she was also a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Psychological and Brain Sciences at Indiana University, Bloomington, as well as a research associate in the Institute of Cognitive Science at the University of Colorado Boulder. Her interdisciplinary research is informed by topics in cognitive science, complexity science, and computer science. She studies complex, dynamic human and loop systems to gain an understanding of teamwork that enhance performance, as well as how the dynamics of human-computer interaction inform issues associated with cybersecurity and online privacy, which she'll share right now.
Hi everyone, my name is Mary Jean Amen, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of Central Florida in the School of Modeling, Simulation, and Training. Today I'm going to be talking about how routineness in health-related behaviors corresponds to facets of personality, stress and anxiety, and workplace performance. I'll also be discussing how our findings are relevant to workplace performance during COVID. The virtues of routine or recurrent patterns of action have been a long-standing point of interest for the general public. Research often focuses on the benefits of behavioral routines for daily functioning, for example, by increasing efficiency, reducing stress, improving mental health, helping people feel that life is meaningful, and increasing feelings of safety and security. One can't debate the health benefits of regular sleep, eating, and exercise in terms of physical well-being. These basic intuitions have led us to emphasize the benefits of routine, where many pop culture articles and news stories discuss how to develop and maintain healthy habits. Although incorporating healthy behaviors into one's routine is important, that does not mean that habit and routine are inherently beneficial. For example, routine and habits are not always healthy behaviors. In the case of substance abuse, gambling, or obsessions or compulsions, in some circumstances, repetitious behaviors may represent a vulnerability marker for disorders where behavioral routines are taken to an extreme, manifesting in overly repetitive behaviors. Routines can also become insensitive to reinforcement signals such that they impede one's abilities to respond to daily challenges. For example, an over-reliance on habitual behaviors can lead to ineffective decision-making when people rely on behavioral inertia or their default responses. In the workplace, inflexible routines are challenged by shifting task demands due to changes in projects, workflow, policies, or social dynamics. Routine behavior can reflect an individual's inflexibility and need for predictability, and uncertainty can lead to stress and anxiety for those types of people. Thus, while it may be desirable to have some degree of routine, the situation might be more complex, and individuals who engage in more routine are not necessarily healthier, or better adapted to the environment all the time. Moreover, despite the emphasis on the benefits of routine, for example, sleep or exercise routines, research in this area is surprisingly limited. Older research on the topic is limited in only using rudimentary indices of routine that are highly influenced by outliers, such as averages and standard deviations and other simple measures of variability. Research is almost always focused on an individual indicator of routineness, for example, examining regularity of sleep duration. Moreover, research is often limited in only examining a very small number of outcome variables, for example, how self-reported fatigue relates to sleep regularity. Thus, research has a long way to go in terms of understanding the complexities and the nuances of routine. Research on routine focuses on health-oriented repetitive behaviors, especially in regard to regular exercise, sleep patterns, and controlled stress levels, often measured through heart rate variability, with the aim of improving mood and body functioning. However, more research is clearly needed in order to examine how health-related behaviors and their temporal patterns correspond to well-being, as well as how they're associated with work performance. More generally, it's an open question as to how behavioral routines can be effectively and efficiently tracked, and how to quantify a person's routineness across a variety of relevant health-oriented behaviors. In our case, we decided to examine the overall level of routineness across daily heart rate variability, sleep duration, and step count, and how collective daily routineness corresponded to facets of personality, stress, anxiety, and occupational outcomes. To do this, we recruited 483 salaried full-time information workers from engineering, consulting, business, and finance from across the United States. Participants completed an initial battery of surveys followed by 2 months of ecological momentary assessments, which just means that they answered a small number of survey questions each day. Participants wore a Garmin VivoSmart 3 wrist-based sensor that has an accelerometer and heart rate measure. We also used a phone-based app to verify when participants were using their phone, and we used this to adjust our measure of sleep duration. Participants were asked to wear their wrist-based sensor 24/7, and they were recommended to charge it when they were showering. We used a new type of analysis called multidimensional recurrence quantification analysis, or MDRQA, which quantifies collective patterns of regularity across channels of interest. Thus, a day with low step count, low heart rate variability, and high sleep duration would count as a match with other days with similarly low step count, low heart rate variability, and high sleep duration. Thus, we can have a number of matches within a time series where MDRQA creates an index of the degree to which there are generally repetitive patterns across the whole time series. After getting this index of routineness derived from MDRQA, we then used that to predict facets of personality, affect, stress, anxiety, and workplace effectiveness. Notably, our models controlled for a large number of covariates, including demographic variables and averages of each health behavior. Thus, we consider our models very robust and actually quite conservative. Controlling for a number of covariates, we found that greater routineness was associated with lower agreeableness and greater neuroticism. Routineness was also somewhat predictive of extroversion, but it was not a predictor of openness or conscientiousness. These results are consistent with previous theories suggesting that propensity for routine may correspond to greater neuroticism, and we extend that finding to lower levels of agreeableness as well. We also examined the extent to which routineness predicted a positive effect, negative effect, and stress and anxiety. We found that routineness was marginally associated with higher stress and anxiety, but it was not a predictor for affect. Lastly, we were interested in the extent to which health-related routines were associated with workplace performance. We found that routineness was associated with more interpersonal and organizational deviance. For example, inflating hours on a timesheet or spreading negative rumors about colleagues. The relationship between routineness and task performance, as well as between routineness and organizational citizenship behavior, was negative but statistically non-significant. But we are seeing a general pattern of routineness corresponding to worse workplace performance, especially in terms of interpersonal and organizational deviance. In summary, the present study demonstrates health regularity as a viable construct that predicts facets of personality and individual outcomes. Overall, greater health routineness may be dysfunctional in reflecting a person's inability to effectively adapt to shifting environmental demands, including those in the workplace. At first blush, the findings that greater routineness correspond to more neuroticism and reduced workplace effectiveness might seem counterintuitive, given that literature often emphasizes the importance of routine. However, it's important to be mindful that we are looking at the relationship between routine and mental traits and outcomes, which is in contrast to many previous studies. Further, it's important to interpret findings in light of the fact that our measures of regularity focused on patterns of behavior irrespective of the levels of the variable. So irrespective of whether it was high sleep duration or low sleep duration, we were just focused on how routine it was. Thus, our approach to quantifying multi-channel health regularity offers a really unique lens through which to view the benefits of routine. I'd also like to note that the present findings are consistent with complexity science, nonlinear dynamical systems theory, where ultimately a healthy system is one that is in between stable and adaptable. It's not too rigid, or it's not too and it's not too chaotic, where these opposing forces are balanced. Insights from this research are more salient in light of COVID. That is, many of us are experiencing unprecedented levels of routine. For example, a consistently low level of physical activity or low rates of heart rate variability. This is a prime example of when too much routine may have a negative consequence mentally or physically. On the other hand, others may have their established routine suddenly upended with new task demands or major life changes, something that many people are going to find distressing. It's more clear than ever that too much routine or too little routine can take a toll mentally and physically, and in terms of workplace effectiveness. Thus, our findings may seem counterintuitive at first, that too much routineness is maladaptive in some cases, but this is more clear than ever as the nature of our working and living spaces are changing. Previous findings have explored interventions to alter people's degree of routineness in order to improve physical and mental well-being. For example, obesity interventions that impose mealtime routines, insomnia interventions that impose bedtime routines. But really, more research is needed to explore the optimal degree of routineness, the degree to which it varies across people, and relevant interventions to help people achieve sufficient stability and adaptivity in their health-related behaviors. Thanks very much for attending today's talk, and let me know if you have any questions or comments.
For that, Mary Jean. You know, I have to say it's likely too anecdotal for today, but I have seen several colleagues who telework overexert themselves in their exercise routines that they're not normal used to. We actually had one colleague who was laying on her floor having web meetings with us because she definitely was out of routine when she overexerted. The next guest is no stranger to the grander Central Florida technology domain. However, what he's going to talk about is just a fascinating, different use of model simulation, if you will, than what we've probably seen in prior years here. Dr. James J. Hickman is the founding director of the Nanoscience Technology Center, as well as a professor of the Nanoscience Technology, Chemistry, Biomolecular Science, Material Science, and Electrical Engineering departments at the University of Central Florida. Previously, he held the position of the Hunter Endowed Chair in the Bioengineering Department at Clemson University. Dr. Hickman has a PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Chemistry, where he authored some of the first papers on molecular self-assembly on microstructures. For the past 30 years, he's been studying the interaction of biological species with modified surfaces, first in the industry and in the latter years in academia. While in industry, he established one of the first bioelectronics labs in the country that focused on cell-based sensors and their integration with electronic devices and MEMS devices, primarily microelectronic devices. While at Clemson, he worked with Dr. Tom Boland to publish the first papers on bioprinting, indicating bioprinting was a viable technology. He's interested in creating hybrid systems for biosensor and biological computation applications and the creation of functional in vitro systems for human on a chip applications. He published the first serum-free defined culture system for neuronal systems in 1995 and has now extended this from rat to mouse, both embryonic and adult, as well as to human and chimeric systems of human and rat constructs. These defined in vitro systems have now been extended to cardiac, muscle, endothelial, hepatocyte, cancer, kidney, immune cells, and epithelial cells, as well as multiple combinations of different cell types, which is culminated by the recent publications of multi-organ toxicity in 2, 3, and 4 organ systems. He's worked at the National Science Foundation and DARPA in the area of biological computation. He's also the founder and current chief scientist of a biotechnology company, Hesperos, that's focusing on human-on-chip systems for drug discovery and toxicity. He has 154 publications and 20 book chapters, in addition to 28 issued patents out of 49 total patent applications. He's a fellow of the American Institute of Medical and Biomedical Engineers, the American Vacuum Society, and the International Academy of Nanobiotechnology, Florida Association for Nanobiotechnology as well. He was a board member for AIMBE from 2009 to 2013 and co-chaired 6 AIMBE NIH workshops on the validation and qualification of new in vitro tools and models for the preclinical drug discovery process held at the National Institutes of Health campus in Bethesda, Maryland. He was also a charter member of the NIH Bioengineering with Neuroscience Vision and Low Vision Technology Study Section. Dr. Hickman, along with Dr. Michael Schuler, won the Lush Prize in the science category, which supports animal-free testing in 2015. And just as a brief reminder, again, keep having questions come in for our 3 speakers, but without further ado, Dr. Hickman.
I'd like to talk to you today about a different type of simulation and modeling. What we try and do at Hesperos is to use actual human cells to simulate interactions with particular organs in a human body, and then be able to create models of those systems to try and then predict what would happen in a clinical trial. We've licensed over 20 patents from UCF and Cornell. We've been spun out of the UCF incubator and moved into a 14,000 square foot facility in the research park. We have multiple contracts with industry, but also funding by NIH, and we're a CRO or a service-based company. The main thing I want to really try to get across is this whole idea of clinically relevant functional readouts. When you go into a doctor's office, he doesn't immediately stick a needle in your arm and take out blood to be able to look and see chemicals in your bloodstream. He says, well, how are you walking? You know, he looks and see how are you talking? You're making sense. He listens to your heart. He smacks you on your knee. These are all what you'd call clinically relevant functional readouts, because they're the kinds of things during a clinical trial that you really will be monitoring. A lot of markers in systems nowadays are based upon cell death. And the last thing you want to have during a clinical trial is having cell death. So things like muscle contraction, you know, when your doctor hits your knee, you know, we can basically take skeletal muscle and put on a thin piece of silicon. And when it contracts, it bends, and we can monitor that placement and be able to get the force. We can do the same thing with cardiac cells and get force. We can actually look at the electrical activity by patterning cardiomyocytes over microelectrodes and neurons over microelectrodes, and also be able to look at liver biomarkers and also look at barrier integrity through things like kidney and vascular systems and blood-brain barrier as well. And these all can be monitored non-invasively, which means that I don't have to take it apart or kill the cells to be able to get the information out. And it also means I can take the measurements over and over again, so I can look at not only acute, but chronically administered drugs. For those of you familiar with drug development, what you really are doing, you're creating a computer program and feeding a lot of data into it from your animal models and your in vitro testing to be able to try and predict what a compound would be in your phase 1 clinical trial that wouldn't kill a patient. Well, my collaborator, Mike Schuler, said about 25 years ago, hey, I can take these programs, modify them, and use that to be able to create a new, what he called at the time, body on a chip, has now been graduated to human on a chip, because we can use all human cells. This is the latest embodiment of the system, which is a 5-organ system. It's about this big, fits in the palm of my hand. We're funded for the HEAL initiative for opioid addiction to be able to look at overdose models here. And we're also applying that for COVID-19 research to be able to look and see drug-drug interactions between COVID-19 therapeutics and at-risk populations drugs, and also for opioids in the system. What makes it really unique is that we don't have a lot of pumps and tubing and stuff like that other systems have. We use gravity to pump it, which means we just put it on a rocker platform. It just rocks back and forth, and gravity pumps the fluid back and forth in the fluidic channels, connecting together all these different organs. And also makes it a low volume system, so we can see parent and metabolite in the same system. So this is a cardiac liver-based system where you can see the chip here for the cardiac electrical, the chip here for the cardiac mechanical, on the chip here for the liver system. We can then get the electrical activity by hooking up to an amplifier. We can get this is a system that actually is used to measure the bending of the cantilevers. This is a system here that we did a collaboration with AstraZeneca, where you have a drug terifenadine, which was an antihistamine, was pulled off the market years ago because it caused a increase in the length of an action potential or a single electrical signal for your heart. And if it gets too long, it runs into the next one and causes fibrillation. Whereas its metabolite, fexofenadine, was not toxic at all. And so if you then take the terifenadine, fexofenadine couple, you put cardiac only without liver, it has a high toxicity. You add it in the liver, much less toxicity for QT interval. Conduction velocity, or how fast the electrical activity moves along the tissue, is not affected at all if the liver is present. You get an IC30 of about 33 micromolar if the liver is not present. But again, the cardiac viability, the cells aren't dying. So these are really directly relatable or modeling what a human being would be experiencing in a clinical trial. But again, we can then take that physical model of human cells as a human simulation, and then simulate the in vitro model using a gridded system with an ACE Plus platform. We can then measure the mixing. We can measure the area under the curve. Okay, the area under the curve is very important because it gives you the pharmacodynamics, or how long that compound at what concentrations was exposed to a particular organ. We can then use that modeling and simulation to be able to plug it into a PK/PD model. And again, you guys are very familiar with these types of models here, where you have a module interacting with, looking at the loss of compound, interacting with the flow, and then having the conversion of the parent into the metabolite, also feeding into that, to be able to look and see what's happening with the cardiac cells, both outside the cardiac cells and inside, to be able to calculate the pharmacokinetics of the system, and then be able to extrapolate the pharmacodynamics. And then we can further extrapolate the system by coupling it with a clinically relevant in vivo model. And we showed that by being able to predict results. You see here the model prediction and the actual data they measured for guinea pig, dog, and non-human primate. So we can go all the way from building a simulation out of human cells, simulating that system, okay, in the in vitro model, and then transitioning that to modeling and simulation of what would happen in a clinical trial. We're also interested in neurological disease. One of the models we're looking at is for Alzheimer's. One of the things that goes in Alzheimer's is your memory. And so one of the fundamental units of learning and memory is long-term potentiation. And long-term potentiation is where if you stimulate enough a neuron, it will actually then retain that stimulation. And it thinks that that's part of how you form your long-term memories. So what we can do, we can use the same sort of technique. We can pattern neurons on top of microelectrodes. We can see the axons going back and forth between the two here. You can get 5 different assays out of that chip. We can then look at the effects of A beta. A beta is a peptide that is thought to initiate Alzheimer's. It's got a sequence of peptides, about 42 peptides long. You can actually then scramble that, okay, so it's not the right sequence. You can see you can induce long-term potentiation and treat it with the scrambled oligomers, and you don't get a loss in long-term potentiation. But if you hit it with the A beta with the true sequence of 142 of the oligomers, what you do is you get an abolishment of the long-term potentiation, which would mean basically that you couldn't form memories in that system. And then tau is the other downstream toxic factor in Alzheimer's. And again, it does the same thing. The control, you don't lose long-term potentiation. You do lose it with the tau aggregates. We can then put this together into a 4-organ system. We published this in 2 different papers. The last one, Advanced Functional Materials, took it out to 28 days. 28 days is a very important time frame because it's if you're going to do at your end of a preclinical trial and you've tried all your tests, the last thing they do is they stick it in an animal and say, okay, what possibly could go wrong that we didn't anticipate, just to see if anything happened. And that's a 28-day period. So eventually we could show we get out to 28 days. This will be applicable for something like that eventually as well. We showed we can actually put an innate immune system together in one of these chips. This was just recently published in Advanced Science. You can see the monocytes flowing back and forth on the microelectrodes. And we're able to reproduce both aspects, the restorative fashion and the inflammatory fashion for the innate immune system. And we're looking to try to adapt this for trying to understand what COVID-19 is doing as well. We're also putting in barrier tissues in these systems. We can add skin into a 4-organ system. We can add a kidney tubule for a tox target, blood-brain barrier to look and see how things go across from your blood side into your central nervous system, and also looking at the GI tract. And we've also built lung muscles in the lung models in the past. You say, well, okay, how does the FDA look at these things? Is it really going to take it seriously? Well, we anticipated that. And about 8 years ago, started running workshops with the FDA and the EMA, which is the European aspects of the FDA, along with NIH and pharma, to try to understand what would take to be able to get to validate and qualify these systems for use in the FDA. And so some applications they came up with was preclinical results to steer limit clinical trial construction. A lot of drugs that you can't take unless you actually get a test first, a blood test or something else like that. We could actually determine whether you needed one of those before you even went into an animal trial. Limit the number of people in a phase 3 clinical trial. In vitro analysis for rare diseases. There's 7,700 rare diseases that they're aware of at this point. There's only active research programs about 400 because you don't have animal models for them. So we can actually build phenotypic models and start looking at rare diseases. And this is an area we're actually researching right now. Better evaluations for children, aged individuals, but also precision medicine. We just published a paper looking at cancer. Both we're looking at efficacy and off-target tox in the same system, with the idea of being able to evaluate individual persons' cancers in these systems. Because if we increase the efficacy of a person's cancer treatment, maybe they wouldn't have to go through the 2nd or the 3rd round of chemotherapy because it's not working the first time. Because it's unclear at this point, once you get to your 3rd round of chemotherapy, whether the chemotherapy is killing you or the cancer is killing you. So I hope you enjoyed this different take on simulation and modeling, and look forward to your questions during the panel discussion.
Dr. Hickman. So to start with some questions, just to get the panel going, all 3 of you are working on models that have obvious paths forward during the COVID-19 pandemic, and all of these can be applied to public and private sector partners. First, could you share some other applications of your work that you're doing? And then more importantly, how can these organizations work with you? We've got several in the audience today to see your solutions come to further commercial use and fruition. So to go back in the order, because we haven't heard from Dr. Lee in a while, I'll start with Dr. Lee, please.
Okay, so beside the individual health monitoring, it is important to develop a more reliable quantitative environmental surveillance method. So the tracking COVID-19 using wastewater can be used for this purpose in a larger urban centers such as Orlando metropolitan area. It would provide benefits for the early monitoring or the early prediction of the case. So for example, Orange County utilities can work together to utilize this information as supportive evidence to decide their the next steps.
Thank you. And then I'll ask Dr. Ammon, and also just a heads up, Orange TV, we may be getting feedback.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question, Andrea. In terms of my other work, a lot of my work is applying sensor technologies, especially remote sensor technologies, for real-time detection, prediction, and intervention, especially in terms of issues associated with telework, which is a big issue right now. So some of my work looks at real-time detection of susceptibility to phishing attack. And this is pertinent to our increase in telework and the increase in phishing attacks that we're seeing during the time of COVID. My research also examines how to help teams perform better during telework with real-time detection, prediction of collaboration quality and team outcomes. And I'm looking into interventions to help people do better when they're collaborating remotely with one another. So that's just a portion of my other research. In terms of teaming, how this can be applied in the workplace, one thing to keep in mind is that when working on projects that involve remote sensing, that I'm getting quite a lot of feedback. I apologize. So one thing to keep in mind is that there's a common misconception that sensor technologies are supposed to constantly monitor and interrupt activity, playing a type of big brother role in our daily activity. But more often than not, sensor technologies are used in specific settings with specific solutions. So it's important to note that these sensor technologies can be used in very brief interventions for training purposes or for prediction. So these are applied to a lot of different settings in terms of detection, prediction, and intervention. So it's good to have an understanding of the role of sensors and a needs assessment in terms of how they can be applied in the workplace. And then that affords a lot of possibilities in terms of applying them in the workplace.
I think as we try to combat the audio, we'll circle back a bit more to that function HR, because again, there's so many private sector players here. Sorry, all. I just, Orange TV, we're getting bad feedback for all of us, so it's hard to hear. Before I turn it over to Dr. Hickman, I just want to see if there's anything. Okay, I think it's better now. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Hickman, same question to you, and then we'll circle back through.
Well, obviously working on COVID-19 is an infectious disease, so going to other infectious diseases, we're currently working with on malaria with the Gates Foundation. We're working with looking at other infectious diseases. We're interested in looking at CAR T therapy, looking at the adaptive portion of the immune system, but also just in terms of preclinical drug discovery. I really think the application of rare diseases is a really important part here, because as I said during my talk, there is 7,700 rare diseases, only 400 active research programs. And the FDA is interested in accepting this data in lieu of an animal model. And so we're really working very hard to try and work with NIH and other pharmaceutical companies and advocacy groups for rare diseases as well.
It's absolutely fascinating work. So thank you for sharing the breadth. And I think everybody can appreciate in vaccine development, but certainly any other drug discovery and development, what your systems are doing and accelerating in that advancement. So I know, Dr. Ammon, you alluded to remote sensors. So another question for you all, switching gears to the supplier side of your work, is that because most of you, if not all of you, are utilizing some other emerging technology area complementary to the simulation work that you do, whether that's sensors, new materials, et cetera, what peer technologies could help you advance your work and/or your models in this field? Again, having so much private sector players in the audience, as well as some of our DoD partners that are working on some cutting edge areas of complementary technology. So again, I'll circle back through, starting with Dr. Lee, please.
I think a possible area to complete the work would be the method development of the on-site and the real-time monitoring systems for the virus detection, such as biosensor technology. So the current virus detection methods are very expensive and also time-consuming. And also transportation of these samples from the wastewater, that they need like biosafety level 2 labs. So that is the another challenging, because most of wastewater treatment plants do not have those types of level of the labs. So having these types of biosensor technology as an alternative to the current RT-qPCR, for example, for the virus detection in the wastewater, that would be a great advance in this research area. And also the standardization of this methodology would be a potential collaboration together.
Dr. Amen, do you want to talk more about those remote sensing needs, and again, and or perhaps other advancements on the software side as well that would be helpful for your work?
Right. So as I mentioned, the technologies are really flexible. They're getting much more accessible and inexpensive. And so that's why people are able to use them much more often and in much easier ways. And so people are able to move to remote sensing versus sort of invasive or hooked up sort of sensing systems using apps, webcams, and other simple wrist-based sensors. So it is very feasible in that sense, but we still have to build a better infrastructure for it. So getting those items in place, having the software that is flexible enough to use in a lot of different applications. So it's not specific to every problem, but can be used for a lot of different scenarios. That's where some of this research is going, again, is to scale it up in that sense.
Thank you. And Dr. Hickman?
Yes, obviously, more advanced sensors. We've created these functional sensors, but also being able to look at biomarkers inline in the systems versus having to take them out, use ELISA assays or something else like that. Obviously also automation, advanced manufacturing techniques to try and increase our throughput, because we're starting to now get to the point of getting general acceptance in the industry for these techniques. It's moved beyond the realm of science fiction into actually things that people believe is very useful. We're trying to get past that validation hump, but we're doing a pretty good job at this point. But as we do that, we have to increase scale, and that's been one of the issues in trying to scale these things up from doing tens or hundreds a week to doing thousands. So that's another aspect of what we're looking at.
Certainly complementary to some of the feedback and what Amy Peck said earlier, right, about how automation and certainly the use of simulation can help us with automating and getting production up to speed. Each of your applications runs into sensitive data collection and usage across many different ways and many different data sets, as well as policies, whether those are federally dictated or local government, state government dictated, or other governing bodies. So are there data sharing policies that stifle or haunt you in your daily work? I know it's somewhat provocative to ask, and I know especially talking with Dr. Lee, we'll talk more about it. And what policy changes would be needed to scale or further your work in that vein of data sharing? So again, I'll start with Dr. Lee.
Yeah, in general, wastewater is not sensitive data in terms of the data collection or like usage, unless they meet the regulation of effluent discharge. So unlike health data, the wastewater can be thought of as open source. So it would be routine monitoring process of the wastewater from the catchment, such as like a 2-3 measurement every week, and collecting data and comparing it to the new cases of the community of the wastewater catchment. So I don't think the wastewater may not be sensitive data in terms of the COVID-19 monitoring.
Aim a different angle, but certainly your field is quite rampant, right, with data policies. So please share.
Yeah, and these are policies that we're really used to navigating at this point. So when you're talking about remote sensing technologies, there are obviously major issues of privacy, but people are coming up with ethics frameworks to and guiding principles in this area. And really, the key is allowing participants sufficient privacy and transparency in how data is being used and having sufficient monitoring bodies over that work. So while it is a challenge, there are lots of ways to deal with this in ethical and responsible ways. So it is very manageable.
Thank you. Dr. Hickman, anything, especially collaborating with FDA when it comes to, you know, what's maybe binding to some of your work or could potentially be helpful for how your models advance, you know, these R&D cycles?
Well, the nice thing about it is FDA is actually funding work in this area at this point. They've really accepted it. They see this as part of the future. The thing we're struggling with the most is you have good laboratory practices that is required for a lot of animal work, and how much of that is going to be required by the FDA and other utilizers of the systems. Because, you know, if you look at online in terms of people who are doing research as a CRO, you know, if you want good laboratory practices experiments run for you, it's triple the cost of just running those experiments without it. And it's mostly having to do with the data handling in the system. So getting more clarity for that aspect is something that's very important. The other aspect is, you know, we use a lot of stem cells in this research. And so people who have developed stem cells, you know, are trying to really reach really far past their initial creation to try to get a piece of whatever anybody ever makes any money off of it. And that's causing a problem, you know, where things that have been developed by NIH, were supposed to be freely available to the community, are now suddenly having very onerous MTAs attached to them, limiting what their use is. And so these are the kind of issues we're struggling with. Those are the two main ones, I think, at this point.
Thank you. So going back to something, and again, still in this vein of thought, Dr. Lee, back to the data policy and a bit of our privacy and a bit of the early adopters that you're already working with. I know here at the county, as we work with you and we just share the concept, you know, we get a lot of people that go, ooh, that sounds so big brother. And definitely, you know, some folks think it's invasive. And there's also an element of the fidelity of those models, right? Because it could be imposing on a particular part of the county or the region where these tracing the simulations and the data is performed. So, you know, what are you seeing in terms of these perceived barriers? Have your partners helped remove them? You know, just please share, because we want to enlighten these audiences, right, on how you're combating that.
Right. So actually tracking drugs or the pharmaceuticals using wastewater is not a new concept. It has been used for many years. So if it is the case of the like illegal drug monitoring, it may not be easy to find out the volunteer cities or the utilities, because some data is very sensitive, and then this may affect the reputation of the cities or the areas. So the early monitoring of this COVID-19 using wastewater and the prediction, that really assists the important like decision making, and really would help benefits to it would provide benefits to the society.
Thank you. And then Dr. Amen, as you know, I circle back to some of the concepts we were talking about earlier. And again, I would argue that, you know, no matter who is in the audience, everybody has an HR department, and, you know, everybody has some element of teleworking, some in larger droves than others. Based on your research and your findings, what are some tangible, you know, adoptions and or new policies that these HR departments should consider, or our audience can take back to their HR departments based on your findings, and how could they work with you more to keep driving those new policies around a new teleworking world?
Right. So my work applying sensor technologies for detection, prediction, and intervention is shifting increasingly to the intervention piece. So previously I focused on refining real-time detection via some advanced modeling techniques, and now it's shifting to how can we intervene to promote better outcomes, for example, in teaming. And so we're working on different AI teaming perturbations to help people work better in collaborative settings, and also to improve people's soft skills or transferable skills like empathy, which is important in the public sector, of course. Also looking at how to help people make better decisions in terms of both security and privacy. So how to prevent phishing attack, for example, by providing people with feedback and training opportunities. This is also relevant to cyber analyst training programs. And in terms of HR too, the work that we're doing in terms of finding psychosocial interventions to help people make better sharing decisions on social media is also relevant to organizations where we care very much about public relations, reputations, and relations within departments as well. And this definitely comes into play. And so there are these different intervention opportunities moving forward.
Well, I think it's really exciting, and we welcome you to the region as a new addition. But we're very excited about all the cutting edge research and technology and work that was displayed today. I'm sure you'll be hearing from our audience members. I think I'm just checking in about questions. I think we're pretty much rounding out our time frame since we started early today. But I want to thank our panelists again, Dr. Lee, Dr. Hickman, Dr. Ammon, for participating today and sharing your insights and sharing, again, your cutting edge work. So thank you, and stay safe in this still COVID period of time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks, Andrea.
Very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Orlando is a city built on innovation. From healthcare to defense, human performance and education, even entertainment, Inventions in the modeling, simulation, and training industry are pioneered here, making Orlando the world's leader in MS&T technology.
This industry was built on the back of the Department of Defense. After the modeling and simulation industry established its foothold here at the old Naval Training Center, there was a vision to build a research park. That happened in 1984. Construction was completed in 1988. The Navy moved in with its Army partners, and this industry has grown to become the epicenter of the world for modeling, simulation, and training.
The modeling, simulation, and training industry provides thousands of skilled, high-paying positions in Orlando and statewide, which infuses billions of dollars into the local economy and impacts lives across the globe.
From every perspective, Central Florida is the hub of simulation and training for the United States Armed Services, as well as our customers throughout the globe. The innovations, the investments in technology, the partnership with industry and academia is absolutely critical to the long-term support of the Central Florida area.
Beyond its breadth of investment opportunities and upstarts, Orlando has built a connective infrastructure of specialized centers of excellence, field-focused graduate programs, and an ideas-rich environment like no other on Earth.
We have companies moving into the area to bring their technologies. We have many companies that are growing out of this area that are all a result of being able to have this advanced modeling and simulation capability.
Whether it's allowing surgeons to perfect their practice or preparing pilots to take flight, the applications are life-saving, cost-effective, and safe.
Modeling, simulation, and training is very important to the theme park industry and travel as a whole because it is becoming more and more of a challenge to move the number of people that are coming to the Orlando destination. A good example of this is on Disney property where we have extensive roadway modifications in progress in order to accommodate this demand.
We're finally telling the story how we use technology that's caught up with our vision to train and educate, not just the warfighter today, but how we educate our student and leader of tomorrow.
This is how far we've come in a single generation. It's time to secure the future of this critical industry so we can safeguard the next era of innovation, one bound only by our imagination and our boundless commitment to its success.
Making it safer to travel by plane or car. Understanding the environment on other planets. Looking for cures to diseases. UCF conducts research that makes a difference. Students and faculty work together, solving some of today's most complex problems and creating tomorrow's technology, which makes life better. Research is a critical component of delivering on our mission as a university. Faculty who conduct research and scholarship serve as educators in the classroom, in the lab, in the field, and in the community. Research is part of an ecosystem that increases the stock of human knowledge upon which economic, social, and technological progress depends. Research-based knowledge has become the driving force of national progress in the knowledge economy, but it's broader than that, serving to underpin almost all productive human activity. The research experience also gives students an opportunity to develop other skills such as teamwork, communication, and real-time problem solving. Combining excellence in education and hands-on research experiences translates into graduates who are in high demand. Whether it's contributing to make COVID-19 a thing of the past, providing inexpensive bionic limbs to children who don't have them, or studying the impact of our history on our future, UCF is making a difference. And when we tell our stories of discovery and progress, people get excited. It's infectious. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that?
Reliable energy is important to all of us, and at Duke Energy, we're working around the clock to deliver it. We're using smart thinking technology to respond even quicker if the power goes out. Introducing innovation that automatically detects outages and instantly reroutes power. And we're strengthening our energy infrastructure so we can stay ahead of the next storm. Here in Florida and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
Orlando is a city built on innovation. From healthcare to defense, human performance and education, even entertainment, inventions in the modeling, simulation, and training industry are pioneered here, making Orlando the world's leader in MS&T technology.
This industry was built on the back of the Department of Defense. After the modeling and simulation industry established its foothold here at the old Naval Training Center, there was a vision to build a research park. That happened in 1984. Construction was completed in 1988. The Navy moved in with its Army partners, and this industry has grown to become the epicenter of the world for modeling, simulation, and training.
The modeling, simulation, and training industry provides thousands of skilled, high-paying positions in Orlando and statewide, which infuses billions of dollars into the local economy and impacts lives across the globe.
From every perspective, Central Florida is the hub of simulation and training for the United States Armed Services, as well as our customers throughout the globe. The innovations, the investments in technology, the partnership with industry and academia is absolutely critical to the long-term support of the Central Florida area.
Beyond its breadth of investment opportunities and upstarts, Orlando has built a connective infrastructure of specialized centers of excellence, field-focused graduate programs, and an ideas-rich environment like no other on Earth.
We have companies moving into the area to bring their technologies. We have many companies that are growing out of this area that are all a result of being able to have this advanced modeling and simulation capability.
Whether it's allowing surgeons to perfect their practice or preparing pilots to take flight, the applications are life-saving, cost-effective, and safe.
Modeling, simulation, and training is very important to the theme park industry and travel as a whole because it is becoming more and more of a challenge to move the number of people that are coming to the Orlando destination. A good example of this is on Disney property where we have extensive roadway modifications in progress in order to accommodate this demand.
We're finally telling the story how we use technology that's caught up with our vision to train and educate not just the warfighter of today, but how we educate our student and leader of tomorrow.
This is how far we've come in a single generation. It's time to secure the future of this critical industry so we can safeguard the next era of innovation, one bound only by our imagination and our boundless commitment to its success.
Welcome back for our second panel discussion. We'd like to first, before we go to the next panel, we'd love to thank Andrea and her team in the first panel for a very outstanding discussion. And now we'll be moving on to the second panel, which will involve the applications. Michael Shands is Director of Engineering and Technology and Analysis within a segment within Disney Parks, Experiences, Products, and Global Engineering. Michael leads a multidisciplinary team which develops detailed mathematical and physics models for transportation, ride and animatronic systems, custom software, and network applications and robotics. The responsibilities for this team also include the development of robotics, optimization algorithms, servo controllers, interactive and immersive experiences, data analytics, and material process solutions. Michael's rich and diverse background includes designs of numerous attractions at various Disney theme parks, including Test Track Attraction, Mission Space Attraction, Toy Story Mania Attraction, and the Expedition Everest Attraction. Michael also designed all the velocity profiles at the worldwide locations of the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. Prior to joining the Disney team, Michael developed precision guidance algorithms and aerospace sensor simulations for Texas Instruments. Michael has received numerous awards, including the Texas Instruments Quality Award, Disney's Partners in Excellence Lifetime Achievements Award, Walt Disney Imagineering Innovation Awards, induction into the National Center for Simulation Hall of Fame, my personal favorite, and is the holder of multiple patents. He is also a professional musician and music director at Peace United Methodist Church, along with being a freelance accompanist. Michael, welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
It was a very kind opening, and appreciate your introduction. We have a great panel here for the Simulation Central, how technologies are being implemented in the community panel discussion. I'm looking forward to seeing their perspectives on how technologies can be applied in a way to make our communities a better place and better utilize and design physical systems and environments we interact with daily. It was great seeing that video earlier that I know that we've produced as part of the National Center for Simulation Board, and see like everything that we've done. I think a lot what we're going to be talking about here is how we're going to continue to moving this technology moving forward. And so without further ado, let me go ahead and introduce the panel that we have with us today. That is David Marino, Head of Marketing and Business Development at Virtualware. Wayman Armstrong, Founder and CEO, President of Engineering and Computer Simulations. And Danny Lang, Senior Vice President of Artificial Intelligence at Unity. As with the previous panel, please submit questions through the chat feature, and we'll be directing those and discussing them later after we go through and have these presentations that we'll be sharing from our esteemed guests. So first, we have with us David Marino. David Marino is Head of Marketing and Business Development of Virtualware, one of the pioneering virtual reality companies based in Spain. He's been working for the company for the past 14 years, starting as a UI UX designer and programmer. Currently, he is leading the global marketing and business development strategy, helping companies drive innovation and create value. Co-chair of the VR AR Association Enterprise Committee with the goal of fostering the collaboration with global enterprise, government, and educational institutions in order to bring forth meaningful standards and solutions. A member of the Boot Camp Advisory Board, helping to define the immediate skills of the industry for VR, AR. Boot Camp is the major global provider of emerging technology software upskilling trainings for companies and universities. He's also an associate professor in the Economic Digital Institute of ESIC Business and Marketing School, in charge of the module VR, AR, MR, wearable tech and wireless connectivity in the advanced programs in Internet of Things in Industry 4.0. So now, please welcome David and his presentation. So if you can please share David's presentation with us.
Thank you. And well, thanks to organizations for giving me the opportunity of being here and share the stage with this amazing panelists today. I'm going to go through my topic, which is how virtual reality is boosting innovation, mainly how virtual reality, or how we think virtual reality is moving the industry forward. And I'm going to showcase different companies, 3 companies: GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy, the University of El Retoño, and the Spanish Military Health School, how they are innovating using virtual reality. So let's define innovation, how I see innovation. This is a quote that I agree with, which is, innovation is the successful implementation of creative ideas within an organization. So for innovation, you have a creative idea, but you need to implement it. So how can virtual reality help you? Well, virtual reality is a tool for innovation, or an engine for innovation, with different tools you can use to innovate. So virtual reality helps organizations and institutions turn ideas into reality. And that's why today I'm bringing here 3 companies and institutions that are using virtual reality to revolutionize their industries and other industries related. So let's start with GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy. They are creating, as they call, the new nuclear through virtual reality. How? They are changing. Initially, the first mission that they have accomplished is they have changed the way they train their people. Until today, they normally bring all their people, all their workforce together to be trained in the headquarters in North Carolina, where they have a nuclear reactor. Okay, they found that virtual reality could be a technology, an engine that can help them shift the way they are training their people. So they, instead of bringing all their people to one location, now they are implementing a strategy where they are going to implement different virtual reality immersive rooms in different locations, so they are able to train more people. Okay, the training is really close to the workforce. That's why, as you can see in the slide, they are reducing like almost 60% of their operational expenses, which is, traveling and all that kind of stuff. And as they have more time to train their workforce, they also have more time or more space to train their customers, because they also manufacture different assets, so they need to train their customers as well. That's why they are generating a new net revenue stream, which is $4 million per year. So virtual reality has helped them, revolutionize the way they are training and the training industry itself, and reducing cost and generating a new revenue model, which is great. And actually, the U.S. Secretary of Energy went to GE Hitachi headquarters to visit the immersive room, and there you have, the tweet he posted where, he says that the talented team is making amazing strides with nuclear energy innovation and efficiency. Exactly the idea behind this innovation, GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy. Let's move on to another institution. This is El Retoño University, which is based in Aguascalientes in Mexico, very, very close to the automotive sector. What they've done, they have created a new virtual reality center, 500 square meters virtual reality center with 400 square meters virtual reality immersive room. They have called this initiative Innovation for Our Education. So they are changing the way they're going to teach the students, how the students are going to learn, and how they are going to be connected to the economy and the community around them. So the main benefits they are acquiring from this initiative is that they're going to speed up learning acquisitions using virtual reality, representing in virtual reality different things they cannot represent in real, so a student can better understand the different materials and the different knowledge they need to acquire. Second, they are reducing the gap between university and industry. Why? Because these kind of virtual reality tools are starting to be implemented in the industry. So the students are going to be prepared on how to use the same technology they are going to use in the future when they go to the workplace. And finally, this is great because they are generating the community growth. How? They are going to be the ones who will create the content, the training content to the different companies that are around them. So they are generating a new revenue stream, a new business model that is going to keep them alive and keep the communities around them alive, which is really important. Actually, in the images, the one that you have on your right side down, that's one of the teachers who is being trained to use the virtual reality message room, because in the education sector, teachers are really important. So even the teachers are going to be ready to create content for their students, so they are going to use all the potential of virtual reality. And University of El Retoño is going to be at the forefront of education. And finally, the Spanish Ministry of Defense is about to come up with a new generation of military training. Why a new generation of military training? Because virtual reality has been used in the military industry for a while. Well, here the innovation is that they found a technology where they can have in an unlimited space unlimited users in a virtual reality environment. So that allows them the possibility to have warehouse scale scenarios, really big scenarios, and as many people as they need to train in different processes. So they are decided to lead this military revolution with virtual reality. And those are the three main processes they are going to apply virtual reality for: victims management of NVQRE agents exposure, tactical combat casualty care, and tactical emergency casualty care. I guess next year, by the early next year, the first step of this new generation of simulators is going to be available for everybody. So as a conclusion for this, we truly believe that VR is the next innovation engine. Carolina Cruz-Neira, which is well known in the VR sector and in this community, she's talking about virtual reality as the next innovation engine, and we truly believe that it is going to be that innovation engine. And you've seen that with the different showcases and companies that are implementing virtual reality for innovation. So thank you. There you have my contact details, and I will be glad to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that fascinating look into how to apply VR into our everyday lives. Next, we have with us Wayman Armstrong, who is the founder and CEO president of ECS, and is recognized as both a pioneer and visionary in simulation and training products and services. His goal is to ensure every client receives innovative products and services that maximize workforce potential, whether the desired outcome is safety-focused or improved performance. Armstrong is well known in the MS&T industry and has been consistently recognized for his community contributions, entrepreneurship, and business leadership by customers, the community, private industry, and trade organizations. He is a frequent speaker at global, national, and local conferences, including keynoting at the ITSIC conference and ModSim World, and speaking at the Florida Simulation Summit. Orlando Business Journal panel, Associated Industries at Florida 2016 Health Summit, and many others. Raymond has shared the Orange County, Florida Mayor's Modeling, Simulation, and Training Blue Ribbon Commission and Leadership Orlando, Class 92 and Orlando, Inc. In addition, he serves as a board member and Chairman's Council Chair of Grow Florida and on University of Central Florida's Research Foundation Board. Please join me in viewing Raymond's presentation.
Armstrong with ECS Engineering Computer Simulations, and welcome to the 6th Florida Sim Summit. And I am so blessed to be here, be part of this, was there at the beginning. And I just want to start off by thanking Mayor Demings and his team for continuing and growing the support for the summit, for National Service Simulations, George Cheros, and his team, and also all of our friends, Orlando Economic Partnership, who do so much for modeling simulation training here in Orlando. Well, as far as on getting started, as I mentioned, I'm Raymond Armstrong with ECS. Let me tell you a little about ECS, Engineering Computer Simulations. We've been in business for 23 years, 16 years working in medical simulation, which we're going to talk about today and what's being utilized currently in the community. Because of what started the reason the Florida Sim Summit was looking at taking some technologies that were used for defense and other government purposes and repurposing it into commercial applications. We're going to talk, because of the emphasis on Team Orlando and that epicenter of modeling simulation here in Orlando, we've been able to leverage that research development dollars that we've received from the DoD and to go ahead and bring it into some commercial products. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about two of them that the team are working on today and some of the other ones that we believe we can continue to grow and make a difference, especially in this new normal of how we're addressing as far as on COVID. So, you know, when we talk on modeling simulation, we are an advanced learning technology firm. That is our focus. It has been our focus in how we use those technologies. And it's not just all about technology, it's about the learning that goes behind it. And so we're going to talk and show you some of those products I mentioned earlier, but just giving you a grasp if you're not familiar with what we do in simulation and how that makes a difference, because it's not all the fun stuff or what's bright and shiny. It's what makes a difference, and you see an effectiveness in human performance improvement. And that's what simulation is all about. So, you know, when we talk about that, we were one of the leaders doing the first serious games for the Department of Defense going back nearly 20 years ago. That growth and what's being used currently in serious games hasn't stopped, and it's only grown, and it doesn't hurt for as far as the presence we have working in that industry here today. But just give me a background where games can make a difference as far as in training, especially as we look at the demographics and going forward. And if there's anything that has been good that's come out as far as for the COVID-19, as far as how much has been going online. And I think there's tremendous opportunities, not just looking at what we're doing as far as for in the defense world, but also commercially, as far as in healthcare and education, and also dealing as far as through K through 12. And so we're a small part of being involved in that. We want to talk about where that can go and what we're doing. And from that, we also, as far as working as far as in virtual worlds, we're going to talk about virtual world that we've been working on right now, going back half a dozen years, but it goes back even longer than that. I know a lot of people, when they think of virtual worlds, think about the social piece. It came from Second Life. We're talking about utilizing virtual worlds for distributed training, avatar to avatar based. There's some studies that show that people are more comfortable when they have an avatar representative being vulnerable and sharing, especially as far as in mental health counseling. We are doing work right now for the VA and have been doing that. We think there's some great opportunities on how that can be utilized, not just as far as in that medical domain, but can be used as far as, for example, with our county, as far as first responders, for 9/11 operators to help with that. So excited that you're going to see more as we talk about that later going on in the presentation. So, you know, as I mentioned, the VA VMC stands for the Veterans Administration Virtual Medical Center. The VA SimLearn is based here in Orlando out of Lake Nona. We're so appreciative of that. We've been working with them for coming up on 7 years. They had the vision to look and said the average veteran lives 2.5 hours away from a VA facility. What can we do for handling as far as on basic medical requirements and needs? And so this came out of that. It's grown tremendously. We are in doing different studies and pilot groups right now on how it's being used to measure the effectiveness. It is a technology that we believe cannot just that was developed here, that came out of here in Orlando, that's been used all across the 200 plus VA facilities, but also has an application for the commercial use. And that commercial use is coming together, as I mentioned before. It can be as far as in mental health. We are utilizing that right now to help veterans dealing as far as with PTSD, but I think the footprint is even larger on what it can be used and how it can be used going forward. And again, this is something that we are very proud of and excited, and that they are, and that we've invested as far as taxpayer dollars to take it where we can now take it to the next level cost effectively and help as far as somebody, as we talked before, whether it's first responders or it's people who are dealing as far as with job loss and how to go back and retrain themselves and coming back out there. So exciting opportunity. We've had discussions local here with the government, with other people to take it to that next level, and we are excited about what we can do with that going forward. I want to make you aware of it. Now, obviously, this is being done virtually. We applaud the team and the hard work that's gone into it. And if you say, that, a picture's worth 1,000 words, or a simulation's worth 1,000 pictures, if we could be showing this in person and taking them, it's much more, obviously, a more robust, immersive experience that comes with that. And so we look forward to the opportunity. If you ever want to see more, for us to show more, please visit our website or come visit us out at our office. We talked about going as a macro, what can be done as far as on the VA Virtual Medical Center. Now we're taking down into more of as far as a micro. This is an application, it's called Goals for Care. This is being used right now. Obviously, we don't have to, if you look at any medical professional, how well they've been treated, but our human nature is we want to help as far as people, to give them hope. Sometimes it's the wrong thing we can go ahead and do, that we just got to go ahead right now and be as optimistically pragmatic the situation we're in right now. This is an application that's been recognized and been funded, that's currently being used to help those healthcare professionals in the VA. It started off on Goals for Care dealing with palliative care. We have gone ahead and taken to others as far as cognitive impairment and late life. As far as needs, but this same type of training we believe can be used to help people right now with empathy. I think one of the things we all know, that as we've gone through these last, it's hard to believe, 7+ months on in this virtual real world that we've been living, how can we provide that type of empathy training? This is something that helps to make you aware, to deal with that, and to take things in consideration you wouldn't have taken before. We see a tremendous opportunity to help bring this, not to just deal obviously with employees, with relationships, employers, would go ahead and talk about what we're doing right now to identify with some of the social injustice and discrimination issues that we believe that you go ahead and put yourself into somebody else's shoes and go through this training. So we think this is a great product that's being used and is now branching off, and we look forward for the opportunity to take this into some other areas and show what's being done. We've had discussions on with law enforcement about how this can be used. We look as far as for the community, and we're looking forward to go ahead and next time that we talk, sharing how it's being used, not just as far as in the VA healthcare system, but how it can be used here in local government and industry as far as to go ahead and to shape behaviors better for the future and to provide that empathy that sometimes all of us can go ahead and lack, or get so caught up and busy in what we're doing right now in this world and forget about it. This statement says it all. I don't know if I had to repeat it, but just to go through there's nothing that, and as we've learned this from this last 7 months, we've been having virtual experiences. Those virtual experiences have been as far as on a Zoom call, Teams face-to-face, not taking advantage of the power of the technology. I look at what's going to come out of this is you're going to have more of experience because those costs are coming down, not just on head-mount displays, haptic gloves, the new game units and PCs are coming out. So we're happy to be part of that and hope to bring that experience because you're doing it and you're understanding it and you're taking it back because you're not able to get those real hands-on experience. You know, when we talk about, I wanted to go ahead and give you just an experience. This is what a part of our talented ARCTA team built. It's called Heroes Beach, and this is the environment that we use as far as for training in the counseling piece that comes on at with the VA. You can see what an incredible environment. If you didn't know, you wouldn't believe as far as on that. You think it's a picture, and you know, we're looking at one of our beaches. I would say New Smyrna, where I go to, but it's on the other side of the coast. The sunset here instead of sunrise, but virtual. But that can give you that type of environment. And if you can imagine, as you're dealing the first responders, 9/11 operators, medical professionals with the stress, be able to step out into an environment like this, immerse yourself in this, and have the ability to share with it not being attributable, but through a virtual world, what's on your heart, what's in your mind, what you're dealing with, so you can go and get right back in there. That's what this environment provides. Obviously, we're, you know, that disclaimer, you know, we stayed at a Holiday Inn last night. You know, what do we know about mental health counsel? We know we work with Rolling Schools, our subject matter experts, and what we've done to create an environment for them to facilitate and provide those tools, and also as far as on that coming back, that they can go ahead and have both the security to know that they're anonymous as they're providing through here, and to be able to share. So we're glad and just thankful to be a part of the solution to help with this. Another great image right now that you're looking at, as far as when we're talking about on the empathy training, what we're doing for goals for care, it's not so much that we're focused, you know, on the provider, but the patient and the caregiver. Now, we've gone through this, and I know you might find it's hard to believe, and I've sat right here in this conference room with people going through this who've started getting emotional and crying because this hit something that they dealt with personally, as far as with a loved one, with Parkinson's, with Alzheimer's, etc. here. And that emotion makes it so much real that we touch this and share this, but we're looking to help that caregiver. And we know as we've gone through this time, how many people have not been able, as far as who are caregivers, might have been separated. What are they doing to be able to provide that emotional support to help out as far as with their loved ones? And so this is a tool that we think is just touch the tip of the iceberg on where it can be used in a product to help people. And so we're excited again to what we're doing there and how it is helping people going forward. You know, we talk, and you see as far as on the slides on the possibilities on what we can go ahead and do. First and foremost, it starts with, hey, how are we helping the providers? They have so much they're doing. They have so much that they have to learn. What can we do to not put any more on their plate, but to go ahead and to take something off to help them be more effective and more efficient? That's where we think the tools from the mixed reality that we bring to go ahead and help them with that. That same segues back into what we're talking right now to help the patient, because it all starts, the provider's there, and we're all there to help the patient get better. What can we do as we're looking as far as those technologies to help with that healing process? Not just talking, obviously we've touched on as far as on the mental, the emotional. You can look at that touches on the spiritual as well, but the physical piece here as well. And then how do we help as far as those providers, which we're asking much more of them to do as we go forward. And with that, I just want to thank you for the time and the opportunity to be here. I'm representing as far as not just ECS, but the industry that we're part of here, based in Orlando, and just thankful to be part of the Florida Sim Summit, and look forward to the questions that come out and talk to you more. So thanks again from Wayman Armstrong and ECS Engineering Computer Simulations.
Thank you, Wayman, and you and your team's industry-leading efforts in making modeling, simulation, and training a foundational technology that is providing improvements in many areas of our community. Next, we have Danny Lang. Danny Lang is Senior Vice President of Artificial Intelligence at Unity, where he leads the company's initiatives in the field of applied artificial intelligence. Prior to his role at Unity, Danny was the head of machine learning at Uber, where he led the development of the company's machine learning platform. Previously, he was general manager for machine learning at Amazon, where he managed Amazon's internal machine learning platform, as well as launched the first AI product for Amazon Web Services, known as Amazon Machine Learning. Denny has also led machine learning efforts at Microsoft and started his career building autonomous agents as a computer scientist at IBM's research. Please join me now in viewing Danny's presentation.
Hello. I'm Danny Lang, and I'm Senior Vice President of Artificial Intelligence at Unity Software. Today, I'm going to talk about simulation. I'm going to talk about simulation in connection with a game engine. Game engines and games and board games have played a big role in AI for a long time. It all started 70 years ago with Claude Shannon's first computer chess program. And then it was followed by checkers, by IBM Deep Blue playing chess, IBM Watson playing Jeopardy, and more recently DeepMind's work on playing Go, particularly with AlphaGo and then later AlphaZero, systems that would beat the best Go players in the world. Video games have also played a big role. We have seen Atari, Doom, Quake, Minecraft, StarCraft, and Dota, all video games helping to progress the space of AI. So what is it with video games that makes them so interesting in connection with AI? Well, think about it this way. There are 4 dimensions to artificial intelligence. The first one is the visual. The second is the physical, the gravity, the inertia, the physical properties. The third is cognitive, basically problem solving. And the fourth is the social aspect, multiplayer or multi-agent behavior. All 4 dimensions play a crucial role in the development of AI, and you find these 4 elements in game engines as well. If you take the Unity engine, we like to call it a real-time 3D engine. It has a spatial environment, the 3 dimensions. It has a graphical rendering system, and it can emulate a multi-sensory system from cameras, from touch, from collision, and it has a physics engine to model the real-world behavior from physical properties. In essence, you have with the Unity engine, you have a controlled, self-sufficient ecosystem. You can think of this as your private biodome for AI. So let's talk a bit about simulation in this engine, and let's focus that on autonomous systems. So first of all, there's the perception challenge. Here I show you some examples of how we use Unity to essentially render different environments, in this case different fabrics on the furniture. You can imagine that there's absolutely limitless abilities here to change the look and feel of the objects in the room and thus create limitless amount of training data. Here we are changing the lights. You can also move on and look at labeling of data. So since this is synthetic data, you have 100% correct labeling at very high efficiency and massive scale. You can generate all the training data for perception systems that you need. Here's a little more complex example from a vehicle simulator. We train depth data, semantic segmentation data, the RGB data, and LiDAR data. And we basically are able to produce this data with a variety of conditions. So in this case here with changing light conditions, you could have changing weather, and you can have a magnitude of different driving scenarios. And in Unity simulation, you can do this at massive scale. So you can generate in parallel thousands or tens of thousands of different scenarios. Talk a bit about behavior here. So we talked about perception, which is related to computer vision, but with behavior, we're looking at having robots learn, not being programmed, but train them, having them to use machine learning to solve very complex tasks. We're using the method that nature's using, reinforcement learning. Yeah? It's essentially about observing, taking an action, and then reap the rewards or penalties from taking that action. And when you go in this flywheel of learning, you basically move increasingly from exploration to exploitation as you learn more and more. This is how nature works, yeah? And at Unity, we sat down to say, can we replicate that in a game engine? Can we have a computer navigate a chicken across the road without getting killed? And can we do that from scratch? So in this case, the system, the computer system, is only watching pixels, has 4 actions: move the chicken left, right, forward, backwards. And the reward signal here is a negative one for being hit by a car and a positive for picking up a gift package. And in this video, you'll see the chicken or the system learning from scratch. Initially, the chicken is actually almost moving more backwards than forwards, but watch in a moment that gift package up on the right, you will get that gift package by accident, and then you get hit by a car. So two pieces of very important information. After some training, you see it gets better. It can pretty systematically pick up gift packages. It can avoid a few cars, but not very many. So it's not really good yet. But imagine it just came from completely scratch to begin with. Yeah. So let it train for 6 hours, and something happened. Yeah. It becomes superhuman. It will pick up the gift packages, it will avoid the cars, and you have to remember that the cars are coming in completely randomly here. Yeah? Has never seen any specific scenario before. So what we managed to do here is we managed to train this chicken so much that it can generalize the behavior and avoid all kinds of vehicles coming in. Same technique can be used to train multi-agent systems. In this case here, two soccer teams with 2 players on each team, learning from scratch, and as you can see, actually developing pretty complex behavior where one player will be defensive and the other one will be an offensive player. You can use the exact same technology to train a robotic arm to learn to fetch a cube. So behind all of this is really the concept of scale. In this example from OpenAI, they're using Unity to train a robotic hand to manipulate a cube. In this example here, they used 3 billion simulated frames in Unity to train the hand. Now make this task a little more complex, like Rubik's Cube. And they had to generate 10 trillion simulated frames to get the hand to solve Rubik's Cube. So it tells you that scale matters in this problem space. Yeah. So literally, synthetic data is unlocking the future of AI. When you look at a game engine built for human consumption, it's playing at 30 to 60 frames per second. But when you look at simulations that is for computer system consumption, you can go with unlimited frames per second. Yeah? And just to get some perspective here, 1 year of your life at 30 frames per second is about 1 billion frames. And you notice that OpenAI used 3 billion frames for the first example, and for Rubik's Cube, 10 trillion frames. That's actually 10,000 years of non-stop simulation at 30 frames per second. Yeah? But what you can do in a cloud service is that you can run at accelerated time and you can run massively parallel, which really means that with this kind of scale, you can train what corresponds to thousands of years, in a much shorter time span. You also have a huge benefit of working with synthetic data, because you can actually have active learning. You can impact the data you generate to optimize your learning process. Now let's take this example here at the end. This shows how an engineer can import a 3D space into Unity and use that to train Boston Dynamics Spot robot. So here we see a digital twin example. The Spot robot can be trained in a synthetic environment, and then it can be brought out in a real environment to carry out in this case, an equipment maintenance task. And the engineer has extreme flexibility in combination of using the Unity tools with a physical robot. Now, if you want to learn more about the reinforcement learning examples I've shown you today, all of that is available. It's called ML Agents. It's all open source. Here's a link to the GitHub repository. It has become probably the most popular reinforcement learning framework used by researchers and developers today. There's also a landing page for our cloud simulation product. I also encourage you to go and visit that. And with that, I say thank you very much, and thank you very much for your interest in having me here today.
Well, thank you very much, Danny. That was very interesting. I guess we now know why the chicken crossed the road, which was to get gift boxes. So thanks for that very interesting look into how to apply 3D environments in the world of AI and machine learning. You touched on one of my personal favorite areas, which is reinforcement learning, both in gaming and advanced control systems. So thank you for that time, and actually for all of you for taking the time to put together these videos and providing a presentation. I did one of these a couple of weeks ago virtually. I know how much time it takes to get these down and get them right. So thank you again for taking the time to do that. So we have a couple questions here. I think I'm going to go ahead and start with David, if that's okay. David, going back to your discussion around VR, immersive technology around workforce training. I think you touched on this, but I wonder if you could provide a little bit more details on it, which is, what are the real benefits of using these immersive technologies? Have you seen anything with some of the folks that you've worked with to see how those end up working together?
Well, Iman, right now, in terms, most companies, when they think about these technologies, they think about the terms of ROI. Okay, and with the example of Itachi, well, they are implementing virtual reality because they can't bring all the people to one location to be trained. And nowadays with this lockdown, this pandemic situation, it's even more complicated. But sometimes you need to keep training your workforce, and there are different people that are in different plants, so they need to be trained. So virtual reality could be a way to be trained, and it could be also an innovation tool, as I mentioned before. You can bring everything as close to reality as possible. Okay, so you don't need to have that physical stuff. So people are being trained, and if we mix that even with what Danny learned with artificial intelligence, you can have an environment that is autonomous. And even when you are in that process, when you are being trained in virtual reality, something unexpected can happen, and you are being trained in a better way.
Right. Yeah. So it's kind of the financial metrics and taking a look at that and seeing how that can fit in a business model. I think that's one of the things that's been discussed in data analytics space too, is just making sure you have a great business model as you move forward with how you end up applying these.
Actually, that's a great point, because when you are trying to apply these technologies, you need to have a use case. Okay, and sometimes it depends on the sector. You need to have the guy who truly believes in this, who truly thinks that this, or the other technology or this tool can change the whole company, because, sometimes you get to different levels, they don't see the value, so you have to show them the value and push forward on that. I think that's another great point.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. I have a feeling all four of us could sit down sometime and say we've all been in that place where, we've just had to fight really hard to move forward and what our vision is and how we're moving forward in this. So, and thank you for doing that. Actually, one of the things I was thinking about while you and Danny and Wayman were presenting was, I almost wanted to change the name of this panel session to "We Want to Make the World a Better Place" panel session, which I think is what all of you are trying to do. So I want to thank you for that. Danny, I wonder if, I kind of thought this was a question that you might be able to address, which is there an industry sector that is more open-minded or has been more successful with the use of immersive and interactive technologies?
I think it's difficult to say. Actually, I think that we have seen adoption in a broad range of areas. I do think that if you look at things like areas like maintenance and training of individuals, that's an obvious area. We have also seen it, of course, in the game space itself. What we're trying to do is to actually, as you saw from my video, is actually to add more intelligence into these environments, so that when you are in an immersive environment as a human in there, the environment is more reactive to you, and it appears more intelligent and creates more difficult scenarios for you to work in, but more realistic scenarios. But as I said, I think that industrial maintenance technology, medical areas is some of the key ones, except for gaming, of course.
Yeah, and just a little bit following up on that, one of the things you really talked about I wonder if you could speak a little bit more on like some of the environments you created there, and were you like, how did you apply those? Were you thinking about, I don't know if you're familiar with the term digital twins, which you're hearing a lot more in kind of like the data analytics area. Were you thinking about those when you were putting some of those together?
Yeah, I think it's digital twin is crucial. As you saw in my spot demo, what we see in the near future use of robotic technology is that the robots are coming out of the cages, and when they do that, they come out into human environments and they have to interact with humans. And humans are fairly unpredictable in their behavior, as we all know. And so therefore, you need to create digital twin environments to train these devices, these robots, whether it's robotic arms or it's mobile robots, to actually deal with these highly, never seen before situations. They have to generalize really well. And that was why I showed the example of the chicken, yeah, because it has to learn to deal with the random scenarios that occur. And digital twins is a fantastic way to really create that environment.
Yeah, thank you for that response, Dana. That was almost exactly what I was thinking that you would say, so thank you for that. Wayman, I wonder if maybe you could address this. How will engaging and immersive technologies get equally represented across all types of communities? I think you're already trying to do that. Do you have any thoughts about how you're going to get to that, Wayman?
Well, I'll tell you this. First of all, I love Danny's presentation. We've been a Unity fan at one time. We were the second largest license holder of Unity license here locally. It's a great tool. It equalizes, and obviously what David's done here. I think that the goal is we can bring those costs down, Michael. We can make it more ubiquitous. And it's not just talking about the game engines, the libraries of assets out there, the environments we can now bring in where we can just focus on the behaviors. And I think that's the key what we're trying to look at doing. And we are, as I mentioned, medical has been one of our fortes, but we see some tremendous need right now that we can address some issues in the community. And I think if we can go ahead and use and create some behaviors and play some different roles to take us out of our comfort zone on how we are and how to respond to others, I think you're going to look and see some great things being done, some soft skill training, conflict resolution, discrimination going forward. So I think that this is just, we talked about this, and I know you've been actively involved, just like the panel here. And when I gave a shout out earlier, one of the people I forgot, and I hope she forgives me, is Bev C, who's since it started, and she's been a leader in where we can go ahead to make simulation as far as to everybody, and where it can go ahead and be effective. And I think that's where we hopefully see it's going. I think also the curriculum that the kids are seeing now, as far as some of the STEM working their way back down, kids who are building apps, not just in high school, but middle school. And as we go forward, and I think, as I mentioned before, I think what's happened in COVID, it's going to accelerate the opportunity to create some things and to step outside our comfort zones and be ready to try new things. And as we mentioned earlier, we've all been bloody, going through the walls, looking to, kiss, we kiss how many frogs to find that princess who's an evangelist, besides who has money behind them to go forward. Well, with us bringing those costs down and the head mount displays, it's going to be easier, I believe, and we want to have more people and create that groundswell.
Yeah, Wayman, I think you just answered one of the questions also that was through the chat session, which was what engaging and immersive technology could be used to engage the entire state of Florida and all the communities, which is, I think, exactly what you and our other panelists are actively trying to do. So David, maybe go back to you and talk about this. So when you think about immersive technologies, what do you think, which of those technologies have the most diverse potential to change the way the communities interact?
I think right now, I've been here in the industry for 15 years, okay? And now we say that, immersive technologies, this is the moment for immersive technologies, but we truly believe that virtual reality is enough mature to be in our day-to-day basis, okay? That's why I share, different use cases, let's say, as a company, but also as an institution in the educational sector. And Wayman, talked more about that, how we can engage the whole community, and we can engage, from early days, students, so they are able to create content, so to move this industry forward. So we think there are other immersive technologies like augmented reality, mixed reality, but right now we think that virtual reality is enough mature to be in our day-to-day basis, not only for training, for the discovery process, for marketing, even in the health sector for drug discovery, but we think that, you now can have all the potential of virtual reality in your hands, so you can innovate. Think about the new creative idea and virtual reality. If it can help you, now you can have all the potential of that technology to bring that idea to life.
Yeah, that's great. I don't know, Danny, did you have any follow-up thoughts on that? And then I had another follow-up question for you.
Yeah, I think that often we think about immersive technologies as a single user thing, but as you know from game technology, some of the most popular games these days are multiplayer games. Yeah, and I think it's a fascinating thought when you actually have multiple individuals interacting with each other in these immersive environments. It creates a completely new kind of dynamics, and it will be fantastic to explore things like collaboration and interaction between individuals.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the whole idea of maybe there's a way we can make the world a better place with applying these technologies and everything that we end up doing. One of the areas that I kind of wanted to touch on is I think one of the challenges we're going to have as a community is making sure that we have resources, right? The people that we are going to have available to be able to work in this space and partner with all the great work you and your teams are doing. And I think some of the folks that are, their early career or, maybe just graduating from grade school or thinking about college are wondering, what skills are you looking for? What should the future workforce be learning to participate in these new opportunities and technologies? Because I think it's going to be one of our biggest challenges as this area of study and discipline continues to grow. So I think maybe I'll just ask that to everyone, but maybe start with you, Wayman. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, listen, I would hope, one of the things I love about our industry, and probably everybody here watching, is it makes you a lifelong learner. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. And I think, just like I've enjoyed hearing the speakers before coming out, looking forward, I think the same thing, if we can just create an enthusiasm, a passion about learning, and whether obviously we want to see some of those STEM jobs being created, but that doesn't mean that provides us unless we have the people who are proficient as to train people. So, we just need how we can bring together. And I think some of the great thing is how these tools can
So thank you. I think I'm back. I had a little problem here with my network for a little bit. Let's see if everybody's back. So I wonder if David, maybe you could follow up on that.
Yeah, actually, the good things about immersive technologies is that this is exciting. I mean, this is not a ball thing. And as we are focusing our strategy with companies, and we know that big companies and big institutions are starting to take these immersive technologies into the day-to-day basis. So we need the students. That's what University of Antonio is doing. They made a huge bet in immersive technology, creating a new VR center, because they truly believe that they want to give the best to their students on one side. So they truly believe that this is going to be a technology that they're going to be used in the day-to-day basis. They're going to be, programming skills, in this case, using Unity. So they can create that content, so they can spark the imagination, okay? And that's a way as well, to create something in that, region of that area. I mean, in the whole, economic talking about, I mean, I can create content as students for this industry or as a university, and I'm going to be ready, when I go to work. But this is, sometimes, in the past, you study something, then you go to work, and it's totally different. Okay, so right now, I guess that in this case, when we talk about immersive technology, this is the future and the present. Okay, so I think it's a good way to promote those technologies. They are exciting. Sometimes I think, okay, I would like to have that opportunity in the past, to learn and to have that possibility of program using this technology. But I had the ability to came up in virtual world and know more about this technology. But yes, and the future is immersive, and this is a process. And that's why I guess we are here trying to move the industry forward and making the world a better place.
Yes, thank you. Like I said, I think that may just be the theme of our whole talk here. So Danny, if you want to kind of wrap us up here and any thoughts you might have.
Yes, absolutely. At Unity, it is our mission to enable the creators of the world, and we want to enable builders. It's not which school you went to, how long time you went there. It's how much you created, it's how much you built. And all the things I showed today are for the reinforcement learning work, for perception, computer vision, and for robotics. It's all available open source. And what I really recommend people to do, students and developers to do, is to grab that and actually work with it, because that is the best way to learn. And that's really valuable skills that you can bring out into industry and into the community.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think we always need to be in that learning cycle. And certainly I think that's, it's just good for us too, right? It's good for our brain, it's good for our heart. And then you get to interact with great people like yourselves. So I want to thank you all for participating in this panel and participating in the Florida Simulation Summit, and certainly look forward to maybe see you all again in another setting, and hopefully in person in the not too distant future. So thank you for your time, and I guess I'll turn it back to our to Bev and George.
Michael, thank you for moderating that great panel. Your guests were terrific. And now we are going to break for lunch, and we will be back at 12:45. So everybody out there, go get your lunch of your choice, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
When you graduate from OTC, you do get all the tools that you need.
It actually was more than what I thought it would be.
Without the education I've learned here at Orange Technical College, I wouldn't be a dental assistant.
Without this education, I don't think that I'd have as much knowledge of the industry.
Reliable energy is important to all of us, and at Duke Energy, we're working around the clock to deliver it. We're using smart thinking technology to respond even quicker if the power goes out. Introducing innovation that automatically detects outages and instantly reroutes power. And we're strengthening our energy infrastructure so we can stay ahead of the next storm. Here in Florida and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
When you graduate from OTC, you do get all the tools that you need.
It actually was more than what I thought it would be.
Without the education I've learned here at Orange Technical College, I wouldn't be a dental assistant.
Without this education, I don't think that I'd have as much knowledge of the industry.
They helped you out way more financially. You can walk away with almost no debt. Orange Technical College for me was the best choice.
Strike is a new, versatile, extended reality training simulator that is compact and deployable. By combining state-of-the-art virtual reality headsets, haptic feedback gloves, and a world-class motion system in a desk chair footprint, Talon Strike replaces bulky, large simulators at less than 1/10 of the cost of a full-scale system.
At Lockheed Martin, we're on a mission. Your mission. When millions of people are counting on you, you can count on us. To build the impossible, to invent the inconceivable, and solve every problem with speed and reliability. Every mission is an expedition of the greatest importance, both to you and to us.
Okay, time for a reality check.
Time to toss aside what most people think Orlando has to offer. This is a great place to vacation. It's also an amazing place to live and a smart place to do business. Orlando is home to thinkers and innovators. After all, this is the region that took man to the moon. We have big-time dreamers and exceptional leaders who come together to accomplish great things for the community. Orlando's population is exploding. Our people are young, educated, experienced, hardworking, diverse, and talented. Sure, we believe in magic, but most of all, we believe in the power of imagination. We know how to get around because we believe in planning for the future, charting our own course, staying ahead of our explosive growth, connecting people and moving products. Our bold vision has gotten us this far. We think smarter and play harder. Welcome to the Orlando you only thought you knew.
What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? How do I feel at the end of the day? Are you sad cause you're on your own? I can't deny a little help from my friends. So I'm gonna try a little help from my friends.
These may look like solar panels, but there's so much more than that. They're building blocks in a clean energy transformation, a shift beyond coal, and a gateway to more renewable energy for all our families. We're Duke Energy, and here in Florida, even in your community, we're building a smarter energy future. Reliable energy is important to all of us, and at Duke Energy, we're working around the clock to deliver it. We're using smart thinking technology to respond even quicker if the power goes out. Introducing innovation that automatically detects outages and instantly reroutes power. And we're strengthening our energy infrastructure so we can stay ahead of the next storm. Here in Florida and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
Strike is a new, versatile, extended reality training simulator that is compact and deployable. By combining state-of-the-art virtual reality headsets, haptic feedback gloves, and a world-class motion system in a desk chair footprint, Talent Strike replaces bulky, large simulators at less than 1/10 of the cost of a full-scale system.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
At Lockheed Martin, we're on a mission. Your mission. When millions of people are counting on you, you can count on us. To build the impossible, to invent the inconceivable, and solve every problem with speed and reliability. Every mission is an expedition of the greatest importance, both to you and to us.
When you graduate from OTC, you do get all the tools that you need.
It actually was more than what I thought it would be.
Without the education I've learned here at Orange Technical College, I wouldn't be a dental assistant.
Without this education, I don't think that I'd have as much knowledge of the industry.
They helped you out way more financially. You can walk away with almost no debt. Orange Technical College for me was the best choice.
Orlando is a city built on innovation. From healthcare to defense, human performance and education, even entertainment, inventions in the modeling, simulation, and training industry are pioneered here, making Orlando the world's leader in MS&T technology.
This industry was built on the back of the Department of Defense. After the modeling and simulation industry established its foothold here at the old Naval Training Center, there was a vision to build a research park. That happened in 1984. Construction was completed in 1988. The Navy moved in with its Army partners, and this industry has grown to become the epicenter of the world for modeling, simulation, and training.
The modeling, simulation, and training industry provides thousands of skilled, high-paying positions in Orlando and statewide, which infuses billions of dollars into the local economy and impacts lives across the globe.
From every perspective, Central Florida is the hub of simulation and training for the United States Armed Services, as well as our customers throughout the globe. The innovations, the investments in technology, the partnership with industry and academia is absolutely critical to the long-term support of the Central Florida area.
Beyond its breadth of investment opportunities and upstarts, Orlando has built a connective infrastructure of specialized centers of excellence, field-focused graduate programs, and an ideas-rich environment like no other on Earth.
We have companies moving into the area to bring their technologies. We have many companies that are growing out of this area that are all a result of being able to have this advanced modeling and simulation capability.
Whether it's allowing surgeons to perfect their practice or preparing pilots to take flight, the applications are life-saving, cost-effective, and safe.
Modeling, simulation, and training is very important to the theme park industry and travel as a whole because it is becoming more and more of a challenge to move the number of people that are coming to the Orlando destination. A good example of this is on Disney property where we have extensive roadway modifications in progress in order to accommodate this demand.
We're finally telling the story how we use technology that's caught up with our vision to train and educate not just the warfighter today, but how we educate our student and leader of tomorrow.
This is how far we've come in a single generation. It's time to secure the future of this critical industry so we can safeguard the next era of innovation, one bound only by our imagination and our boundless commitment to its success.
Okay, time for a reality check. Time to toss aside what most people think Orlando has to offer. This is a great place to vacation. It's also an amazing place to live and a smart place to do business. Orlando is home to thinkers and innovators. After all, this is the region that took man to the moon. We have big-time dreamers and exceptional leaders who come together to accomplish great things for the community. Orlando's population is exploding. Our people are young, educated, experienced, hardworking, diverse, and talented. Sure, we believe in magic, but most of all, we believe in the power of imagination. We know how to get around because we believe in planning for the future, charting our own course, staying ahead of our explosive growth, connecting people and moving products. Our bold vision has gotten us this far. We think smarter and play harder. Welcome to the Orlando you only thought you knew.
What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? How do I feel at the end of the day? Are you sad cause you're on your own? I can't provide a little help from my friends. So I'm gonna try a little help from my friends.
Reliable energy is important to all of us, and at Duke Energy, we're working around the clock to deliver it. We're using smart thinking technology to respond even quicker if the power goes out. Introducing innovation that automatically detects outages and instantly reroutes power. And we're strengthening our energy infrastructure so we can stay ahead of the next storm. Here in Florida and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
Strike is a new, versatile, extended reality training simulator that is compact and deployable. By combining state-of-the-art virtual reality headsets, haptic feedback gloves, and a world-class motion system in a desk chair footprint, Talon Strike replaces bulky, large simulators at less than 1/10 of the cost of a full-scale system.
At Lockheed Martin, we're on a mission. Your mission. When millions of people are counting on you, you can count on us. To build the impossible, to invent the inconceivable, and solve every problem with speed and reliability. Every mission is an expedition of the greatest importance, both to you and to us.
These may look like solar panels, but they're so much more than that. They're building blocks in a clean energy transformation, a shift beyond coal, and a gateway to more renewable energy for all our families. We're Duke Energy, and here in Florida, even in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
Making it safer to travel by plane or car. Understanding the environment on other planets. Looking for cures to diseases. UCF conducts research that makes a difference. Students and faculty work together, solving some of today's most complex problems and creating tomorrow's technology, which makes life better. Research is a critical component of delivering on our mission as a university. Faculty who conduct research and scholarship serve as educators in the classroom, in the lab, in the field, and in the community. Research is part of an ecosystem that increases the stock of human knowledge upon which economic, social, and technological progress depends. Research-based knowledge has become the driving force of national progress in the knowledge economy, but it's broader than that, serving to underpin almost all productive human activity. The research experience also gives students an opportunity to develop other skills such as teamwork, communication, and real-time problem solving. Combining excellence in education and hands-on research experiences translates into graduates who are in high demand. Whether it's contributing to make COVID-19 a thing of the past, providing inexpensive bionic limbs to children who don't have them, or studying the impact of our history on our future, UCF is making a difference. And when we tell our stories of discovery and progress, people get excited. It's infectious. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that?
Reliable energy is important to all of us, and at Duke Energy, we're working around the clock to deliver it. We're using smart thinking technology to respond even quicker if the power goes out. Introducing innovation that automatically detects outages and instantly reroutes power. And we're strengthening our energy infrastructure so we can stay ahead of the next storm. Here in Florida and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
For over 50 years, Polhemus has provided high-fidelity motion tracking to military, healthcare, research, and VR/AR applications. If it moves, we can track it, whether it's a pilot's head or the fine movement of a surgeon's hand. Our latest tracker, Viper, takes electromagnetic tracking to the next level with its performance, accuracy, and feature capability. Want to learn more about Viper? Contact sales@polhemus.com.
Orlando is a city built on innovation. From healthcare to defense, human performance and education, even entertainment, inventions in the modeling, simulation, and training industry are pioneered here, making Orlando the world's leader in MS&T technology.
This industry was built on the back of the Department of Defense. After the modeling and simulation industry established its foothold here at the old Naval Training Center, there was a vision to build a research park. That happened in 1984. Construction was completed in 1988. The Navy moved in with its Army partners, and this industry has grown to become the epicenter of the world for modeling, simulation, and training.
The modeling, simulation, and training industry provides thousands of skilled, high-paying positions in Orlando and statewide, which infuses billions of dollars into the local economy and impacts lives across the globe.
From every perspective, Central Florida is the hub of simulation and training for the United States Armed Services, as well as our customers throughout the globe. The innovations, the investments in technology, the partnership with industry and academia is absolutely critical to the long-term support of the Central Florida area.
Beyond its breadth of investment opportunities and upstarts, Orlando has built a connective infrastructure of specialized centers of excellence, field-focused graduate programs, and an ideas-rich environment like no other on Earth.
We have companies moving into the area to bring their technologies. We have many companies that are growing out of this area that are all a result of being able to have this advanced modeling and simulation capability.
Whether it's allowing surgeons to perfect their practice or preparing pilots to take flight, the applications are life-saving, cost-effective, and safe.
Modeling, simulation, and training is very important to the theme park industry and travel as a whole because it is becoming more and more of a challenge to move the number of people that are coming to the Orlando destination. A good example of this is on Disney property where we have extensive roadway modifications in progress in order to accommodate this demand.
We're finally telling the story how we use technology that's caught up with our vision to train and educate not just the warfighter today, but how we educate our student and leader of tomorrow.
This is how far we've come in a single generation. It's time to secure the future of this critical industry so we can safeguard the next era of innovation, one bound only by our imagination and our boundless commitment to its success.
Welcome back. We're now going to watch a video to introduce our keynote speaker, Karen Saunders. It's the Team Orlando simulation. They are ready.
In a moment's notice, they are called into action. Whatever their mission, they will be flawless. They are not afraid. They are ready. Every warfighter trained, every mission rehearsed, every action experienced. At the core of their training is the power of modeling and simulation. Training that provides our service members the most realistic experience possible. Team Orlando takes them to the edge of realism, to the edge of the conflicts they may face on the real battlefield. Training that feels and even smells like the real thing. When we say ready, We mean for anything. Our service members, soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, and Coast Guardsmen get the training they need by using live, virtual, and constructive simulation and training. Training that makes our warfighters the best in the world. Not every mission goes the way it is planned, but with simulation, we can prepare for contingencies and evaluate our practice sessions to fix what went wrong without losing a life or an expensive piece of equipment. Confidence and cognition increase with each repetition. Team Orlando is a unique, collaborative community led by military simulation commands working alongside academic institutions, industry, and other government agencies and organizations. While each of our services have their own individual missions, we come together to leverage experience, knowledge, technology, projects, and people. Through the spirit of community and collaboration, we reach our shared goal of providing superior products while saving time, money, and lives. Through this unique voluntary partnership, Team Orlando is a global leader in human performance, modeling, simulation, and training. No matter where the mission takes our warfighters, their training and preparation is touched by the Central Florida modeling and simulation industry. Team Orlando is driving technology solutions and making the most of collaborative, co-located relationships and resources. A unique working relationship amongst its members, it is an undeniable national treasure that is not duplicated anywhere in the world. On any given day, more than $16 billion of simulation projects are managed through this modeling and simulation epicenter. Team Orlando products can be found in every state in our country, as well as in numerous countries where our NATO allies reside. Close to 40 states host about 130 training sites in the continental U.S., and almost 20 sites are located in Europe, 10 in Korea, and close to 1 million individual training events have taken place in Southwest Asia. Additionally, over 500,000 Iraq and Afghan National Army soldiers have been trained with Team Orlando products and services. U.S. services report our warfighters are completing more than 23 million e-learning opportunities each year. That's about 44 people trained every minute across all services. And all of these service members are participating in training programs originating from Team Orlando. We are a force multiplier. With about $4 billion in annual funding obligation being leveraged throughout the U.S. military, Team Orlando is an economic engine as well. As the world's leader for innovative modeling, simulation, and training, we leverage our military experiences and promote the use of simulation with members like the Department of Homeland Security and their Federal Law Enforcement Training Center and the Veterans Health Administration Simulation Learning, Education, and Research Network. The synergistic relationship between military organizations, academia, and industry partners solidifies the fact that total effectiveness is always greater than the sum of the parts. Team Orlando utilizes the power and efficiencies of face-to-face relationships in a one-of-a-kind modeling, simulation, and training community cohabitating in Orlando. Learning, innovating, preparing. Through modeling, simulation, and training, Team Orlando contributes to our military readiness and success. Because in that moment, when they are called into action, failure is not an option. And their performance will be flawless.
I always love to hear about Team Orlando, George, and our source of innovation. Our keynote speaker is Ms. Karen D.H. Saunders, the newly appointed U.S. Army's Program Executive Officer for Simulation, Training, and Instrumentation in Orlando, Florida. PEO STRI executes a multi-billion-dollar program and is staffed by more than 1,000 military, government, civilian, and service support contractors. The organization also manages foreign military sales programs which support more than 65 countries. Prior to this agreement, Ms. Saunders served as the Chief of Staff for the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. In this capacity, she was responsible to the Undersecretary for daily management and operation on all matters pertaining to acquisition, contract administration, logistics, and material readiness, installations, environment and operational energy, chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, the acquisition workforce, and the defense industrial base. Within the Department of Defense, Executive Director, Defense Science Board, she was responsible for the management and operation of the department's Acquisitions, Science and Technology Federal Advisory Board, and as the program manager for the Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, STEM, Development Office, responsible for leading the execution of the National Defense Education Program portfolio in all aspects of the DoD's STEM policy guidance and oversight, program assessment and evaluation, and education outreach and training. In December 2014, Ms. Saunders culminated a 30-year honorable active duty career in the U.S. Army as a colonel serving as the Chief of Staff for the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology. Prior to this, she served on the Office of the Secretary of Defense staff as the military assistant to the Principal Deputy to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. Prior to serving on the OSD staff, she had increasingly responsible positions in intelligence, acquisition, and worked directly with the Afghan National Forces in multiple deployments.
Thank you for attending today. I would like to thank Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, Mr. George Chiros, President and CEO, National Center for Simulation, and Mr. Neil Finkelstein, Chief Operating Officer, National Center for Simulation, for inviting me today to the Florida Simulation Summit. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to share with you a brief look at the organization I represent and the critical mission we have supporting the combat readiness of our nation's warfighters. The Program Executive Office for Simulation, Training, and Instrumentation, or PEO STRI, has a dedicated professional workforce here in Orlando and in Huntsville, comprised of more than 1,000 military, government, civilian, and service support contractors. I am pleased to share that many of the members of the PEO STRI workforce earned their degree from the University of Central Florida. Go Knights! I can attest that through the exceptional educational skills they were taught at UCF, they hit the ground running and do an outstanding job, with many of them going on to serve in leadership positions. I know the other government agencies and services within Team Orlando enjoy a similar level of participation in their workforce from UCF graduates. I have no doubt that our industry partners in the modeling and simulation field here in Central Florida also have a high percentage of Knight alumni in their workforce. I highlight this because of the exceptional collaboration and teamwork we have as a simulation community here in Orlando. We are facing increased global disorder characterized by the decline in the long-standing rules-based international order, creating a security environment more complex and volatile than any we have experienced in recent memory. The National Defense Strategy acknowledges this increasingly complex global security environment characterized by overt challenges to the free world. Interstate strategic competition, not terrorism, is now the primary concern in U.S. national security. The National Defense Strategy's 3 priorities are to build a more lethal force, strengthen alliances and attract new partners, and reform business practices. Today's global security environment remains uncertain and complex. The United States sees significant challenges in every domain, to include space and cyberspace. To ensure our readiness, the Army has laid out the Army Vision for 2028. It embraces the doctrine of multi-domain operations while integrating our capabilities with the Joint Force. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. Our units are going to have to be combined arms and multi-domain experts. We will still have to fight and destroy land-based enemy units and seize terrain, but the Army will also be able to sink ships and dominate the airspace above our units from hostile air or missile attack. Our top priorities at PEO STRI are firmly nested in the Army's priorities that have been identified by the Secretary of the Army. They are 1. Readiness. Integrating new warfighting technologies, enhancing training capabilities, and executing multi-domain exercises is defined as the Army's path to future readiness. 2. Modernization. The Army is modernizing its doctrine and equipment and formations to maintain our competitive edge. And 3, and newest, is people. As announced in the 2020 AUSA by the Secretary of the Army, Honorable Ryan McCarthy, our workforce is the cornerstone of everything we do, from every soldier to government civilian and support contractor that comprises our ranks. Here at PEO STRI, we support those priorities through strengthening collaboration, transforming with new technologies, rapidly delivering outcomes, and investing in our people. The Army is looking to PEO STRI as the primary organization responsible for readiness and modernization in modeling and simulation. At PEO STRI, we are charged with being the leader in delivering unmatched training, testing, and information operations capabilities to enhance operational readiness in support of our national defense. Our warfighters are our inspiration. That's why our motto at PEO STRI is, "We work for our soldiers, it's the best job we've ever had." Here is what inspires us. The training capabilities we provide touch every soldier, beginning at their initial training and continuing throughout their careers. Every soldier who has deployed has trained on one or more of our fielded simulation training capabilities. Our portfolio of training capabilities are the result of close teamwork that begins with the training needs identified by our soldiers and warfighters, and then supported by an array of dedicated teams within the military, industry, academia, and other government agencies. We owe it to our warfighters to provide them with the very best high-fidelity, innovative, and realistic training capabilities they need to help them to always be second to none on the battlefield. The Synthetic Training Environment, or STE, is one of PEO STRI's top priorities in support of modernization, and we are working very closely with Major General Maria Gervais, STE's cross-functional team here in Orlando in that arena. The STE brings together virtual, live, constructive, and gaming training environments into a single synthetic training environment. The STE takes virtual reality training to a new level altogether by incorporating advances in artificial intelligence, big data analysis, and three-dimensional terrain representation. Another major priority is training in the cyber domain. Cyber threat is changing the way we look at warfare, and cyber training is critical to meeting that growing threat. PEO STRI is the Department of Defense's acquisition lead agent in expanding national cyber ranges to meet that challenge. National cyber ranges provide advanced cyber research and development of new capabilities, analysis of malware, cyber training exercises, and secure cloud computing and storage architectures. PEO STRI is the execution agent for the Persistent Cyber Training Environment, or PCTE. It is the hybrid cloud-based training platform providing individual sustainment training, team certification, and the foundation for cyber mission force. Lieutenant General Stephen Fogarty, commander of the Army Cyber Command, described PCTE as the virtual cyber training environment that has the ability to replicate an actual opponent, and that its mission rehearsal capability allows users to input details of real prior operations and train against or upload malware discovered during operations. And recently, the PCTE platform was put to the test. Called CyberFlag 20-2, the exercise hosted more than 500 personnel worldwide, spanning across 9 different time zones and 17 cyber teams. Participants included 3 allied nations, the Air National Guard, the Coast Guard, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Postal Service, the U.S. Department of Energy, and multiple service cyber components across the DoD. That was followed by CyberFlag 20-3. CyberFlag 20-3 included more than 100 participants from the Joint Cyber Mission Force, the United Kingdom Ministry of Defense, and the Australian Defence Force partners across 6 time zones, 3 continents, and 6 teams. The event focused on defensive cyber operations, with teams identifying, assessing, and mitigating risk from attacks generated by U.S. Cyber Command-led opposing force team. Our Cyber Resiliency and Training Team provided the platform operations support for the duration of CyberFlag 20-3, as well as boots on the ground in Australia for additional training support and facilitation of the cooperative development. PEO STRI also has a robust Threat Systems Management Office that fields ground-to-ground and air-to-ground weapon systems that provide visual, infrared, acoustic, and radar signatures that accurately emulate the real version of the threat. This capability is ideally suited to provide the realism of threat during multi-domain operations from both a training and testing perspective. The aerial targets are used to test various surface-to-air missiles, such as the Stinger and Patriot, as well as air-to-air engagements. The targets are turbojet-powered drones capable of reaching speeds of up to 575 miles per hour at altitudes of up to 40,000 feet, or about 10,000 feet higher than the average cruising altitude of a 747 commercial airplane. We are able to provide the world's best training enablers to the world's best force in large part because of the support our industry, government, academia, and military partners continue to provide to PEO STRI. We cannot meet the high demands of our Army and Joint Services without your innovative ideas and expertise. As we move forward, we are excited to work with you to help ensure our nation's security. Working together, we ensure our warfighters continue to be the best trained military force in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It is an honor to participate in today's summit.
Thanks, Ms. Saunders. It's our pleasure at NCS to be able to serve you and the warfighter. And welcome back to Orlando. Tim Giuliani will be leading our next panel. He is the president and CEO of the Orlando Economic Partnership. The new entity that resulted in the merger of the Central Florida Partnership and the Orlando Economic Development Commission. The Orlando Economic Partnership works to provide the Orlando region with quality jobs, economic growth, broad-based prosperity, and a sustainable quality of life. Before coming to Orlando, Tim led 2 combined economic development chamber organizations, the Greater Raleigh Chamber of Commerce and the Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce. He also worked as the Vice President of Corporate Outreach and Engagement for the Florida Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Tim.
Hello, and welcome back to the 2020 Florida Simulation Summit. My name is Tim Giuliani. I serve as President and CEO of the Orlando Economic Partnership, which includes the Orlando Tech Council and the Orlando Regional Chamber. Thanks to the tremendous collaborative environment we have here between the military, academia, and industry, we're the technological epicenter of using technology to make the impossible a reality. Powered by our unparalleled simulation workforce with cross-functional skill sets, Orlando's a leader in simulation. As professionals move over their career from job to job and ideas and knowledge are shared, they really help to keep our region's industry on the cutting edge. To demonstrate that, this afternoon we're hearing from 4 leaders from Orlando's entertainment ecosystem who employ simulation technology to enhance the audience and guest experiences. Their roles are exceedingly important in the light of the impact of COVID-19 on Orlando's entertainment economy, with in-person experiences having gone entirely digital. We'll hear Rob Cantor, who's Vice President of Business Analytics and Industrial Engineering at the Universal Orlando Resort, Marty Pingree, Vice President of Event Technical Engineering at the WWE, and Patrick Kahn, founder of Snap Orlando. Each panelist will address how their company has adapted to the now digital-first entertainment environment and how simulation technology is fueling that transformation. Now, before we dive in, a little bit about our first panelist, Rob Cantor. In this role, Rob is responsible for leading projects for Universal Orlando related to labor planning, identifying and implementing initiatives that drive continuous process improvement and cost savings, attraction, simulation, and statistical and analytical support. After joining Universal Orlando in 1996, he soon became the full-time industrial engineer for the Technical Services Department, where he was responsible for driving business improvement initiatives for all aspects of the division. His role expanded to support divisions across the entire property, leading process improvement and cost-saving initiatives. He's also been integral in managing simulation modeling for new rides, focusing on capacity, operational efficiency, and ride vehicle requirements. Rob continues to be involved with various projects throughout the Universal Parks and Resorts, ranging from Universal Express forecasting and revenue optimization, merchandise guest penetration, Blue Man Group, attendance forecasting, and many others. Here's Rob.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Cantor, and I'm the Vice President of Business Analytics and Industrial Engineering at Universal Parks and Resorts. Today, we'd like to give you a little tour of our work being completed in the area of simulation and analytics. Here is just a brief tour of the 5 theme parks we currently operate or are building across the globe. We of course began in Hollywood after our studio tour originated in 1915, opening the original theme park in 1964. We added City Walk in 1993. Here we're located in Orlando, where the first theme park, Universal Studios Florida, opened in 1990. This resort now contains 3 theme parks, our City Walk, and 8 hotels. We're currently constructing our 5th park in Beijing, which is planned to open in 2021, which will feature a theme park, City Walk, and 2 hotels with room to grow. We did open in 2010 in Singapore, which is a managed park and is located within the Resorts World Sentosa. And then our park, Universal Studios Japan in Osaka, is 1 theme park and City Walk, which opened in 2001. We have many areas of expertise within our business analytics and industrial engineering group here, and just a few to highlight. The first one being revenue management and pricing analytics, where we're using advanced data science to test products, price, and demand sensitivity and make recommendations to our express, food, and merchandise internal partners across the globe. Of course, the bread and butter of industrial engineering is process improvement, so looking at operations and workflow to improve those process efficiencies and establish methods for maximizing utilization in every department across the parks. It could be technical services, food, merchandise, attractions operations, park services, security, warehousing, HR, marketing, and many more. Within labor planning, we've established processes to truly optimize our hiring plans as well as our line schedules for every location throughout the park. Capacity and program development, really determining what our new lands, parks, food locations, capacity requirements are for meeting the demands of our guests and providing that experience that we're planning for. And today we'll focus the majority of this time on the modeling and simulation area of expertise, where we are looking to improve park, attraction, restaurant, transportation, and many other areas, designs, and capacities through computer simulation modeling. One definition to better explain modeling and simulation is computer simulation reproduces the behavior of a system using a mathematical model that can be used to explore and gain new insights and estimate the performance of systems too complex for other types of analytical solutions. This picture was really representing a more recent flow of many steps of designing a new attraction, from layout, queue, pre-show, the entrance, and even virtual lines, containment testing, belt and speeds, and the operating plan for an attraction, as well as that operational and opening support. The benefits of modeling and simulation include modeling the variability through randomness and the dynamic behavior that other analyses simply cannot do. It allows us to do what-if scenarios for our different attractions, lands, transportation systems before implementing and measuring that based on key performance metrics. And it really captures the complexity of systems through a modular approach to the components within that system. The brief animation below just really shows the benefits of simulation and how bringing in that variability of a very simple check-in, check-out time or service time creates queues, creates backups, creates guest density that you wouldn't see if you just plugged in a constant 2-second duration like we have in this example. The different modeling and simulation areas of expertise we have on the team include agent-based simulation, which is primarily used for developing crowd-based simulations, discrete event simulation, which is really what we've used all along for our ride throughput and queue simulations, some multi-method modeling, which is a combination of many different modeling techniques used for highly complex systems, and of course wrapping that all up with data science, where we're iterating through our data and our analysis to create those input and output assumptions and recommendations to our internal clients. The applications where we're using modeling and simulation include crowd simulation, where we're modeling guest behavior throughout the lands, identifying high density zones in future and existing lands, and providing some mitigation plans to changing guest flow. In labor simulations, we're really helping optimize the staffing of a specific location to really drive the guest satisfaction and guest time spent in the system that we're planning for at those locations. Attraction simulation, we're typically studying different operational alternatives to understand the impact on hourly capacity, analyzing queue designs to avoid starvation, and optimizing station layouts. In IT and system simulations, we're doing things like ride control system modeling, as well as testing some of our virtual line software applications with simulated checkpoints and data flows. Process and queuing simulation, looking at things like our park entrance, looking at Halloween Horror Night houses, different queues throughout the park. And then transportation simulation, where we're optimizing our boat and bus transportation capacities between parks and hotels, looking at our parking booth capacities, and really overall land transportation planning. This was just a quick snapshot or animation of one of our crowd models, looking at guests flowing into a land and then how they disperse throughout the land, and really focusing in on some high density areas and looking for bottlenecks, looking for ways to potentially improve the design of a land to create as much free-flowing, non-backed up, non-queued areas in that land that we can. In order to create those land models, first we have to create a guest profile. And in those profiles, we're putting in basic human behaviors, family and group dynamics, a lot of guest analytics, including walking speeds and patterns, and then start building those choices and those priority preferences that we believe our guests will go through if it's a new attraction or land, or bringing in some data that we've been able to collect through some of that guest flow and guest location tracking that we can do within the parks, and building these priority preferences, and then ultimately creating a real-life environment where we can interact with the different cues in that land or park, the impact of waiting time, the impact of downtime, physical space limitations, and congestion. So ultimately creating that environment where the guest has that set of behaviors, but that behavior may change as they come across a longer than expected wait or some constraints to get to or from a location that they were expecting to travel to. And as I mentioned, some of the outputs that we create would be much more complex heat maps than this example, but those heat maps allow us to really show square feet per guest within an area, counts of guests within an area, ultimately help understand the number of attractions or interactives or food or merch locations that a guest has traveled to and how much time they've spent within a land, and then providing some hourly reports like throughputs through attractions, restaurants, and the entire land, and those exits and arrivals into and out of a land if that land has capacity constraints. This is a brief example of one of the labor optimization simulations we recently did coming back out of the closure we had in the spring, and really better understanding the new processes we would have to use within one of our restaurant locations, understanding the limited seating, how would we utilize the labor within that location to effectively seat, have guests order, and ultimately consume and then exit that location. We saw a lot of lost capacity, obviously, through the tables, but also lost capacity through the turn time that the guests were having in the location. So modeling and simulation helped us find ways to improve that with our own labor, with some pre-education of our guests and other applications. Next, I wanted to quickly just run through a few attraction simulations. And when we talk about attractions, it's really the entire system. It could start where we have lockers and guests are interacting with those lockers, the counts of lockers. Metal detection on some of our high-speed attraction, the pre-show capacities and timing, 3D glasses pickup, actually loading onto the ride vehicle, the ride system itself, unloading from that ride vehicle, dropping off your 3D glasses, then ultimately getting back to that locker location to pick up your belongings. So the attraction itself is really an entire system that we have to analyze. One of the key components of the attraction simulation is really the station, and ride capacity is driven by how fast a vehicle can be cleared for the next dispatch. And that's where we bring in a lot of the variability of our guests. There is some of variability within the attraction itself, like speed between zones, especially in a coaster or a water ride, but really the majority of that variability is built in with our guests loading, unloading, checking lap bars, and really optimizing that station the best we can. And as I mentioned, the ride path itself and looking at the variability within the ride is also an important consideration in our simulations. As this example being a water ride, there's a lot of variation between the space between boats if we're operating as a single or dual boat dispatch, travel times just based on water levels, and so those are key inputs as we can look at historical sensor data to help better understand that variability. Locker systems and pre-show systems are two other examples of how we're supporting that entire attraction system using modeling and simulation. Recently, we've been applying simulation to some of our transportation challenges in the park. As we were adding some new hotels to our waterway, we needed to better understand the counts of boats, the timing between some bottleneck locations, and even implemented some red light, green light, stoplights in order to make sure that we had boats flowing in and out of those locations safely. And most recently, we've been looking more at our bus transportation as we look at transporting guests around our resort and potentially interacting with the highways and roadways around our current resort location. And the last quick mention here today before I wrap up was just starting to use some 3D modeling on items such as our Halloween Horror Night houses. As you know, we canceled Halloween Horror Nights this year, but we did open 2 of our houses, and we had to also put in some new COVID processes to keep our guests spaced appropriately throughout the house. So we've been able to use some modeling and simulation to help show that to our operating partners and to our senior leaders on how that can work and how that can work safely. So I know this was a very quick tour through some of the modeling and simulation efforts at Universal Parks and Resorts. Just wanted to thank you for your time. And I know following these presentations, we'll have some time for some questions and answers. So looking forward to talking to you all.
All right, Rob, we appreciate that overview. There's so many examples there from transportation, queuing, restaurants, inside, outdoors, bottlenecks. It's amazing how many applications that you just went over in a short video. Our next panelist is Marty Pingree, who serves as WWE's Vice President of Event Technical Engineering. Working alongside WWE's Executive Vice President of Television Production, Marty oversees all aspects of technical deployment for WWE's flagship television programs, Friday Night SmackDown and Monday Night Raw, which can be seen weekly in 800 million homes around the world in 180 countries and 28 languages. A 20-year veteran of WWE, Pingree also oversees WWE's monthly pay-per-view specials, including WWE's annual Pop Culture Spectacular, which we've hosted here in Orlando, WrestleMania, to stream live on the award-winning WWE Network. Here's Marty.
My name is Marty Pingree, and I am WWE's Vice President of Event Technical Engineering. On behalf of all of us at WWE, we are honored to be part of the Florida Simulation Summit. WWE is a pop culture phenomenon, combining the best of storytelling, drama, and athletics, creating larger-than-life icons like Hulk Hogan, The Rock, and Stone Cold Steve Austin, to current-day superstars such as Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre, Braun Strowman, Sasha Banks, Charlotte Flair, Asuka, and so many more that captivate fans of all ages around the world every week. WWE allows our fans an opportunity to experience our brand up close and personal in many ways. In my 20-plus years with WWE, I have seen that evolution firsthand, from the enhancements of our live events, the growth of WrestleMania taking over football stadiums, the success of our WWE Network streaming service, and so much more. WWE thinks outside the box, always believing that you can't think traditional in a non-traditional world. That philosophy was never more evident than this past March, when the onset of COVID-19 forced WWE to explore new and creative ways to present our television programming. We moved our annual pop culture extravaganza, WrestleMania, from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa to WWE's training center in Orlando. And for the first time ever, WrestleMania's worldwide television production took place over the course of 2 nights on closed sets, presenting a combination of in-ring matches, cinematic elements that our fans have never seen, and special appearances by John Cena and Rob Gronkowski. After the success of WrestleMania and always looking ahead, WWE quickly pivoted to identify ways we could safely bring back one key element that was still missing from WWE's programming, our worldwide fans. They are the lifeblood of our industry, and our WWE superstars feed off their energy when they perform in the ring. By August, WWE was ready to take our cutting-edge innovation to a completely new and unprecedented level. We took residency at the world-class Amway Center in Orlando and transformed the venue into the WWE Thunderdome, which features a state-of-the-art set, video boards, pyrotechnics, lasers, graphics, and drone cameras. Teaming with our partner, The Famous Group, for this endeavor, WWE Thunderdome takes the fans' viewing experience to new heights for every Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown, and monthly pay-per-view events, virtually bringing fans back into the show and recreating the interactive in-arena atmosphere that has been a staple of WWE events for decades. The technology allows approximately 1,000 fans to be inside Thunderdome at one time, cheering on their favorite WWE superstars in real-time live and delivering a truly immersive viewing experience for them. In addition, WWE Hall of Famers such as Ric Flair, Booker T, and Mark Henry, and others have been seen in the virtual audience, cheering on the in-ring action alongside the fans. Since its launch, the feedback has been amazing, both from our fans and our television partners. In addition, our WWE Universe responded in a huge way to be part of the excitement. More than 200,000 fans to date have registered to be part of the WWE Thunderdome via our digital and social channels, including fans from India, UK, Mexico, Canada, Australia, Germany, Philippines, France, and Chile. Putting together the Thunderdome was an enormous undertaking, but our production team was up to the challenge. The Thunderdome consists of roughly 1,400 600mm panels representing the upper row virtual seats and 200 1,200 by 600mm panels that represent ringside VIP seating. Recently, we went above and beyond, and we rebuilt the Amway Center's Tron for this month's pay-per-view. To do this, we had to add additional 60 panels. To further support our partner, The Famous Group, we ended up supplying up to 23 gigabytes of data so our fans could be seamlessly added to our virtual boards on the set. We expanded our broadcast facilities to a WrestleMania equipment level, adding everything from extra media servers to expanded fiber runs and numerous connections. Like so many other sports and entertainment properties, we have had to adapt to the current situation. But in true WWE fashion, we have truly created a worldwide spectacle like no other. All of this would not be possible without the tireless efforts of the WWE production team, the Famous Group, the great staff at the Amway Center, and of course, our WWE superstars. It truly has been a collaborative effort, and I hope you see that in our presentation each and every week. Thank you very much.
Marty, we certainly enjoy that look behind the scenes. Look forward to asking a few questions momentarily. Before we do, we have our last presentation. Our final panelist is Patrick Kahn, founder of Snap Orlando, an arts organization established in 2010 that sparked a cultural movement in the region and has been widely recognized as a driving force behind Orlando's rebranding efforts as an international cultural destination. Patrick's efforts have been acknowledged in the New York Times, Delta Sky Magazine, BBC News, Huffington Post, Wired, Miami Times, Elle Magazine, and garnered numerous local publications cover stories, plus coverage on radio and TV stations. In 2018, Snap Orlando launched City Unseen, the first citywide augmented reality, site-specific public art project. City Unseen opened artistic borders by launching the city into AR experiences with fusions of works by international renowned artists and AR technology. The project is currently expanding its footprint through 2021. In March 2019, the City Unseen project was awarded the Innovation and Technology Golden Brick Award by the Downtown Orlando Partnership. In June 2019, City Unseen was featured in the inaugural issue of Innovate Orlando, a 350-page in-depth study and AR video series that showcases the people, companies, products, and services that are leading the growth within a city's innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem. Here's Patrick Kahn.
And now we are doing City Unseen, which is an augmented reality public installation that's throughout Orlando. So this is the City Unseen project. We have art installations that are in augmented reality throughout the city. So basically when you open the app, you go to the plaque and you scan it like that. Then you go up and then you see your installation. It's fully animated, it's 3D, and it is a rendering of the mural that used to be here. So now we have it forever in augmented reality. The concept was, let's do an outside museum where the pieces are permanent, it's all virtual. All you need is your phone. There's no other city in America yet creating a citywide public art augmented reality museum. At any moment, the people can come and experience it. And that's why we think this has like a really good potential. I'm Patrick Kahn. I'm the founder of Snap Orlando, and also creator of the City Unseen project, which is an augmented reality project that is specific to Orlando. We started the City Unseen project in 2018, and since then, the augmented reality aspect has developed tremendously, and everybody is really dabbing into the augmented reality world. I think right now is the time where we can really explore it. Obviously, with all the virtual experiences that we have right now because of COVID, this is a perfect time to put out this project and explore it even further. It is virtual, so there's no construction permitting even. The only permitting is that we put a sign, and the sign is the trigger for the app to get an immersive experience. We've had a lot of different experiences that people can have. One of them in particular is an immersive portal. You trigger the experience and you are being put in front of a door, and then you're invited to go through that door. And as you enter the door, all of a sudden you are in a different environment, which happens to be a studio of the artist who created this. You are in her studio. You can explore. You can go and see the tables and the art on the wall, and you can really go very, very close, and you feel like you're in there. As you are ready to exit, the door is still there, and now you see the outside environment, which is the real world, and you just walk out of this virtual environment and are back in the real world. We have a augmented reality version of Pompeii right outside the Orlando Science Center. They are opening their exhibition on October 26th. With that, we have brought a site-specific installation that people can experience just before entering the museum and seeing the traveling exhibition of Pompeii. We also have an installation downtown in the visitor center that is permanent. And whenever people go and see the center for the first time, they have a chance to experience this augmented reality with a big mural that was created by a local artist named Boy Kong. That's a partnership with the artist who creates a mural, and then we add a layer of technology. And not only the mural comes to life, but it comes out in 3D. When people experience one of the installations, they realize that there is a map on the app where they are able to go and see other ones. It is almost like a museum that you can sometimes walk to or sometimes drive to, but it's still pretty close. And you can just go from one of the experiences to another and visit this virtual museum. From the beginning, we partner with a local tech company called Brent XR. They have been wonderful and working hand in hand with us. They really understood the project and the essence of what we were trying to do. And they also saw that it was something completely new because we were doing a marriage between technology and art, and that was very exciting to them. Another one is a take on Andy Warhol's Silver Clouds. We have floating pillows, just like Andy Warhol had his exhibition with floating pillows, but those are virtual and you can just navigate through them, and they are right in the middle of a park. So you have plenty of room to enjoy and go through this installation of pillows. And this particular one is at Lake Eola, and the beautiful part is that we have the city of Orlando as a background. The installations, we've installed them in places that people would go to most of the time, such as Dr. Phillips Center, Thornton Park, or at UCF new campus. It is also at a location where people go and get their art supply, like Sam Flax. Our gallery was the first installation. Right behind our gallery, we had a neighbor who had a very, very tall wall, and we had a mural done. That mural was eventually destroyed because of a water leak in the building, and they had to take it out. And so we brought it back with augmented reality. People can just get the memory of it through augmented reality and in animation as well. So it's not only a flat mural, but it comes to life. So the beautiful part about this experience is also that you can document it. You can take pictures of the experience and video it. Let's say you are with a partner and your partner is immersed in the experience. You see on your phone or on your device, you see your partner inside that environment. You can actually take a picture from the app and video it from the app. And then obviously it's great Instagram post or any of the memories that you can have from the experience. Every installation is site-specific. We do not want the augmented reality really to be brought home. That being said, we do have little elements that are take-home, such as the official T-shirt, the official coaster. Those are really fun things that you can experience at any moment, obviously, because you take it home. But it is a constant reminder of the project. When you show it to different people, it's like, oh, what is this? Oh, yeah, this is a project that is actually throughout the city. Let's go and visit. One of the experiences that we have that we're really happy about, it was a traveling project called the Inside Out Project from this French artist called JR. His project is taking a photo truck and going from city to city and have the community be recorded, photographed, and immediately be plastered on a mural and create this fabric of faces that represents the community of that certain area. One of them was the Dreamers, and it was to showcase that the Dreamers are part of our community, they're part of our fabric, and they are just like anybody else in the community. So we interviewed 3 of the DACA students, and we had a video taken of their story. So when people see this augmented reality wall, all of a sudden, 3 of those portraits come to life and give you their story. As the experience evolves, we just didn't want this to be a stagnant or just a one-dimensional type of experience. We are going more and more towards a very immersive experience where you not only walk through the experience, but you can interact with it. You may have a chance to do something gestural, and then the experience will react. We are ever expanding this project to adapt to the new technology as well. Since we started this project, we really firmly believe that art and technology are meant to form a fusion stronger and stronger in the future. A lot of the artists are already starting to look at their practice and see how they can adapt this new form to their own art. It's exciting. It's exciting for the artist. It's exciting for the public. It's exciting for the tech people because technology can be very dry. And all of a sudden, if you see that it can be adapted to a lifestyle, it becomes very exciting. City Unseen is a project we believe in. We saw a lot of excitement, and it's only going to grow further. So if you're interested to be part of it, please contact us. We'd be very happy to talk, whether you're an artist, a sponsor, or just you have general interest. Let's talk.
All right, Patrick, that was entertaining and another really good example of how this technology just stretches and permeates into so many different aspects of our lives, into so many different types of businesses. Now it's time for discussion. So I want to thank the 3 of you that are joining us live today and for sharing that behind the scenes look at how you're employing simulation technology in your roles. So we're going to be taking questions directly from our audience. We'd ask you to please submit your questions on the Q&A function. I have a couple questions maybe to get us started. And I'm interested, everyone's curious as to, what's changed and how the world will forever be different. But I'm curious, in your estimation, we'll go around the table. Rob, start with you first. What's one adaptation that you think we've had to employ, but it's not going to stick around post-COVID?
Not going to stick around. I think, we've definitely employed a lot of social distancing in the parks. We've added technology that some of our guests like, but as we continue to increase capacity of our parks, we really can't employ some of those techniques. So virtual lines is one example. We implemented a lot of virtual lining so we could spread out our queues, and when those queues run out of space, we now are putting people in virtual lines. But once we start putting more guests back in the park, we actually need them in those queues in order to really absorb the tens of thousands of guests that we have visiting. And so virtual line is something that I think will partially stay, but not at the breadth and the usage that we're using right now.
Interesting. Marty, same question to you. What's something that you've adapted to, but you don't think is going to stick around post-COVID?
I don't know what's not. I don't know what's not going to stay, but I think maybe the question is, I think the virtual aspect is going to be part of the broadcast now forever, right? Okay. That's kind of what I'm focusing on, how we could include it and enhance the show for our fans, and hopefully our superstars will even enjoy that even more, so they can interact with everybody and just put on the best show they possibly can. That's what I think the exciting part is. We can now always include this and reach out to more venues and do this even in a better way.
Yeah, and especially, in your introduction, just how worldwide WWE is and how many more people you can reach. I'm guessing that's probably pretty exciting.
It's very exciting, very exciting. It just shows, once the fans are included into the show, how that just stepped up the product, and it shows you just how important that aspect of it is, just to always have that real-time feedback, and that just makes everybody happier.
Yeah, I bet. Patrick, to you, maybe one adaptation that's not going to stick around post-COVID.
Well, I've been talking to. Oh, am I on mute or no?
You're good. We hear you.
Okay, good. I've been talking to some of the artists who are engaged in augmented reality, and basically, as the technology is evolving, everybody's saying, there's going to be the 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and so everything that we see today with augmented reality is something from the past. What I do think is that the COVID was a crash course for the general audience to get engaged in technology. And so the fact that we are promoting art with augmented reality would have been a little bit more of a challenge before. And now I think we have a chance for people to really not only understand it, but enjoy it, because it's kind of us, it's outside, you're social distancing, and it's something to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It was like this, the adaption chart really accelerated in March and April. I know from a business perspective, obviously we're doing things now that we wouldn't have been able to do beforehand, just because everyone's online and ready to go. And sticking with you, Patrick, what inspired you really to take this leap from the gallery to augmented reality? And did you use a local developer for the technology?
I think that it was basically following the trend of what was going on with the big companies such as Apple, Google, and even Snapchat. Everybody was already engaging into augmented reality back in, like 2000, 2011, but it wasn't access besides Pokemon Go. And Pokemon Go was really something that had a great and I thought, well, if we are going to go into the augmented reality world, I think the Pokemon Go planning is the way to do it. But now let's do it with real art and
and an outside museum. So that's basically the direction. That's how it started. It became kind of more and more obvious as we are entering the COVID, and also the fact that paying for rent for those walls that are now becoming less and less accessible to the great public. I mean, when we had openings, we had 1,000 people, and now we are accepting only 35. The time for change is now.
Yeah. Marty, let me turn it back to you. So even before COVID, we know that WWE broadcast live events had a lot of technology, a mix of sports and entertainment. So what's been the most interesting challenge you've dealt with technically since the onset of COVID?
At this point would be the incorporation of bringing the fans into the bowl, into the performance area with us, and how that impacts everything. It's interesting where now you're using seats as places to place LED structures. So now we can host these fans and we can see them properly, and we can treat them with the respect that we have, and we can see them in the background. And more importantly, we want to incorporate them into the show. So we actually want to reach out to some of the fans. We want to put, like I said on the intro, we have wrestlers that we want to put into the seats as well, so we can incorporate them and give them an opportunity to join the show. So that's some of the things that we're working on. And with our partner, the Famous Group, it's a struggle to incorporate that and to make that as seamless and as broadcast friendly as possible. That makes sense.
Yeah, I can imagine. So I actually was a virtual fan in an NBA game, and so got a look from the other side of the screen, if you will, on that technology. But it's new and different, but it does create a more engaging experience. Let me turn, Rob, to you. Give us a take. So many of us have been through your parks and City Walk, but what's one of the more interesting projects where you've incorporated simulation and it's really played a critical role in the success of that project?
I mean, I think some of our examples really ride and more recently guest flow. I think the agent-based guest flow is one of the newer ones, and it's one that's really helping us transform how we design our lands, how we look for bottlenecks within our lands, and it's really helping us improve what we deliver and not have to do a lot of rework after we deliver. I think one that's been really exciting recently, and it's just catching some momentum, is how do we create virtual environments to test our ride control systems and our PLCs that are actually controlling the rides before we have to actually implement. So a year or two in advance, as we partner with vendors or internal engineers, how do we give them a simulated environment to actually test their code against? Because what we end up running into is we have a new coaster opening next year. If we only give them a month or two of the actual coaster being built to test their code, we end up running into problems and we haven't debugged everything, and we may have to delay opening or have capacity constraints. But most recently, in some of our newest attractions, we now have this simulated virtual environment to test our PLC code, our ride control system logic, months and months ahead of actually building that actual attraction. So that's one that's the most recent, and it's going to have big impacts in the next few years for us.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big help. And part of what we're doing here is really stretching and giving examples of how this technology really goes out of some of the areas that it was first created in defense. And to that point, Rob, one of the questions we have online, when you were showing the simulations, particularly of people moving about, the question is, can that be used with public schools?
Yeah, I wouldn't see why not. I think, we had mentioned that we have some lands that we have data on, but then we have new applications where we don't. And so, the model's only as good as the inputs typically, but I think if something that's more structured like schools, if it's also working in the design of schools, we understand the flow, the capacity, the arrival patterns. I have a fourth grade teacher wife, So I know the schools well, and I know the fourth grade processes and the elementary school processes they're going through today. But I think the schools do a pretty good job of attendance and arrivals. I think there could be some easy applications for technology to start tracking more of that data. So if it's again, using cell phone pings of arrivals and departures of parents dropping off and picking up. If there's some other, tracking or at least data, we know where our kids are at every minute of the day. So I think we could really build a full data set of what the day in the life of a school looks like. And you could definitely do an agent-based model and really look at that movement. I think it's been a little bit helpful in this post-COVID as well, just to look at the densities of different places and where do we have kids that would be passing each other in the hallways, or how can we mitigate some of that so we have less of that kind of close contact in the world that we live in today. So I think it definitely could be applied with a little bit more data collection.
Yeah. It'd be interesting, all these different technology solutions that we might not have even had 5 or 10 years ago to really solve these new challenges. Patrick, we have a question online asking if there's a way for college students to get involved with the Unseen City.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, because one of the experience that we put together was involving a UCF professor, and he was from FIA. And so we wanted to actually engage into creating a kind of a program where the professor and the students can be involved into a project. And that is something that is currently in development, so they can even have it for their course. One of the course program would be creating an installation for City Unseen, and it would be, from beginning to the end, with the supervision, obviously, and the collaboration with the tech company. But it's something we definitely want to develop. So yeah.
Thank you. So I know we've got about 5 minutes left, and I want to give each of you an opportunity to talk about all the adaptations that we've made and all of the technology that's been used to tackle the new challenges that have been created. Or I think, Patrick, in your case, actually probably in every case, what you were already doing really accelerated or really found new value in this new environment. That's I think why we have you on and talking about these technology solutions, of which Orlando is the epicenter for. So, Rob, I'll come back to you first on what has changed, what have you adapted to, and what's going to serve you well going forward that you think might be applicable to others?
Yeah, I think the challenge for us, well, one, it's always safety. And so how can we efficiently and effectively bring in people safely? And so we're doing temperature checks, we're doing different scans. There's a lot of technology that can do that quickly. But I think really it's around guest education. And so we may have a few, tens of thousands of guests that need to be educated on how to experience our park on that day. And there's a lot of changes right now. And so we have implemented, again, virtual line using our app. We are trying to drive people to our technology. And so as everybody else, as you go to a restaurant, there's QR codes to scan a menu. How do we have more of those touchless points? How do we have more in the app payment solutions? And so we're looking for ways to drive people to our application, which bring into some of these other, I think, apps that our other panelists have been talking about. How can we get more people in the app to then turn them into something that's an AR experience in the park, or get them to participate socially with the other folks in the park? And so I think it's given us, again, that jump start to get people using technology, not just the technology we're delivering through the rides and attractions, but using something in their pocket to enhance their experience throughout the day, make it safer, make it more touch-free, touchless, and then really being able to then use that and think about what can we do in the future now that we have people engaged, how we have people, we've got our park's Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is strong throughout, and people can opt in, and we can really engage them in different ways. So how do we entertain them in a queue? How do we give them an AR experience as they're walking through the park? How can they see Spider-Man swinging, over the road as they're walking past the attraction? So I think, it's again, I think in a lot of cases, we're all using technology differently. We're forcing our guests to do that, and there'll be some future applications for that.
Yeah, that adaptation curve just jumped. Marty, same question for you. We're interested, what's going to continue on? I know we talked about early on the fans in the arena. Is there anything else you could point to that is going to continue on going forward?
Well, I think what this will lead to, as I mentioned before, is try to give our fans a bigger taste of our superstars in other events or other locations. We have the broadcast flagships on Raw and SmackDown, but we have a lot of other live events that we do around the country that it would be interesting to get other people involved and have other fans, worldwide fans, right, have a taste of different areas, of small towns in California or Texas or in Canada or something like that. So to be more inclusive and to be more flexible with including people and various talent, including them with them into the event as well.
That's awesome. I can only imagine, a SmackDown in your living room. It might be a different experience.
Exactly.
Hey, we're here to have some fun too. Patrick, to you, a little bit about what you see as continuing on kind of after we get through the hardest part of this pandemic and into the future. What sticks?
So a couple of things. I don't know if this is going to answer your question specifically, but one is, since we're dealing with AR, obviously, in the future, we are not going to be using our devices too much anymore. It's going to be glasses. It's going to be a whole different experience, which is going to be not only more immersive, but more mainstream, kind of like a lifestyle. So I do see this being developed into something that will become generalized. The other thing that is really important to us, and the reason why we started this project to begin with, is that this outside museum can be accessed at any moment by anybody. And the city of Orlando has been suffering a little bit about the fact that people come as tourists and they stay in the amusement parks area, which is great. But they have a hard time getting people in town. And, there's different organizations that try to come to bring them in, such as the museums or some festivals, but it's not permanent. With this installation that's going to be citywide, it is a permanent draw for people to come and visit. And that's the idea for the future.
Yeah, I love it. And we certainly appreciate the three of you bringing these examples and really talking about the technology and in ways that maybe people hadn't considered, but I think they maybe see it, but they don't maybe take the time to understand what goes on behind the scenes to make it all possible. So the three of you, thank you very much for your examples, for spending some time with us this afternoon. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to George Cheros. George, back to you.
Tech Experience is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Otronicon returns to the Orlando Science Center January 18th through the 21st. Fly a real-world military simulator, operate a surgical robot, play new and classic arcade games, and get a sneak peek at tomorrow's technology today. There's hands-on exhibits for all ages. Don't miss Otronicon. Get your tickets now. Central Florida's most exciting tech experience is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Otronicon returns to the Orlando Science Center January 18th through the 21st. Fly a real-world military simulator, operate a surgical robot, play new and classic arcade games, and get a sneak peek at tomorrow's technology today. There's hands-on exhibits for all ages. Don't miss Otronicon. Get your tickets now.
Reliable energy is important to all of us, and at Duke Energy, we're working around the clock to deliver it. We're using smart thinking technology to respond even quicker if the power goes out. Introducing innovation that automatically detects outages and instantly reroutes power. And we're strengthening our energy infrastructure so we can stay ahead of the next storm. Here in Florida and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future.
When you graduate from OTC, you do get all the tools that you need.
It actually was more than what I thought it would be.
Without the education I've learned here at Orange Technical College, I wouldn't be a dental assistant.
Without this education, I don't think that I'd have as much knowledge of the industry.
They helped you out way more financially.
You can walk away with almost no debt.
Orange Technical College for me was the best choice.
Central Florida's most exciting tech experience is back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Otronicon returns to the Orlando Science Center January 18th through the 21st. Fly a real-world military simulator, operate a surgical robot, play new and classic arcade games, and get a sneak peek at tomorrow's technology today. There's hands-on exhibits for all ages. Don't miss Otronicon. Get your tickets now.
Welcome back. I'd now like to introduce Gary Jones, President of Full Sail University, who will moderate our last panel, The Infinite Possibilities of Simulation, Strengthening the Central Florida Education System.
Bev, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for all the good work you guys do out there. Greetings, everyone. How great to be together today, even if it is virtual. What a fantastic summit this has been. Big props, big kudos out to all the presenters earlier today. Wonderful job, and thank you for your leadership in our community. As Bev said, I'm Gary Jones, and I've had the privilege of serving as president of Full Sail University for quite some years. I've been a part of this extraordinary group of 2,000 plus faculty and staff members that are all about the service of our students and our graduates across the spectrum of all those years. And I'm just so overjoyed to be with you today, representing Full Sail and this fabulous summit. I'm coming to you live today from our Central Florida campus right here in Winter Park, Florida. I'm in the Fortress, the largest collegiate esports arena in the United States. It's the latest of Full Sail's 115 plus labs that include user experience, 3D fabrication, motion capture, augmented reality, smart labs, as well as a bunch of recording studios and quite a few sound stages that our students use every day during non-pandemic times. They use every day in their quest of preparing for these industries that we all love so much. If you haven't had an opportunity to visit us in the past, we invite you to come see us as this pandemic releases its grasp upon us. Would love to show you around the campus and give you a full tour. And if you have been here in the past, come back and check out what's new. Now back to the Fortress. This is a flexible live production space with 10 million pixels of LED wall. That's right, I said it, 10 million. To support dynamic visual presentations along with a concert-ready PA system. The Fortress is home to Full Sail's esports team Armada, who compete across a variety of games throughout the year, including Overwatch, League of Legends, Valorant, and a number of others. Since its launch, the Fortress has hosted large-scale industry events including NBA 2K's The Ticket, the Hearthstone Collegiate Championship Finals, and during the pandemic, I'm very proud to say that the Fortress has streamed multiple virtual charity tournaments and events, which saw the GCX 2020 Charity Marathon raise more than $6 million for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Full Sail was so proud to be a part of that, as well as our university's own Full Sail Open that garnered thousands of dollars benefiting Feeding America's COVID-19 relief efforts. I'm delighted to serve as MC for this portion of the Florida Simulation Summit with a theme called The Infinite Possibilities of Simulation, Strengthening the Central Florida Education System. I think we all agree that education for the ever-increasing areas in emerging technologies helps define our region as a tech industry leader, and also helps build a community where talent is homegrown and can subsequently build thriving careers here, where innovation exists and where growth is continual. Our region is home to incredible higher ed institutions, all with the common goal of serving our students while populating a talent pipeline that helps lead the region into a more prosperous future by providing job-ready people for existing tech companies, as well as helping attract new technology entities to the region. At Full Sail, we're proud to serve the dreams and aspirations of the next generation of creators, innovators, and technologists by way of our emerging technology degree programs, which include degrees in cybersecurity, information technology, computer science, and SimViz. A great example of how Full Sail students blur the lines between education and real-world experience is a recent collaboration with Advent Health University in particular, during COVID-19. Full Sail SimViz students and instructors worked side by side with Advent Health University, also known as AHU, to create a multiplayer, immersive VR trainer for their nursing students. Here's the backstory. AHU needed to continue its student training despite the limitations this pandemic created. So they turned to Full Sail for a virtual reality solution for their training practices. VR was desirable. It was the desirable medium because it created a safe environment for students while allowing instructors to introduce distractors and other variables that would enhance student skills during training. With a background in gamification, Full Sail's SimViz team took on the task. Within 2 weeks, the students were able to deliver a shell for the program that allowed them to work with subject matter experts in the development of training materials for nursing students. The collaboration between Full Sail and Advent Health University made it possible to expedite a project that could have taken 6 months to a year in different circumstances. Today, some of those former Full Sail students, now grads, continue to assist with the AHU and the onboarding process of VR technology. Thanks to Full Sail's accelerated degree programs, job-ready grads enter the workforce on a monthly basis from right here on our campus and our online students. This is just an example, one of many examples, as to how our programs in the areas of emerging tech create translatable benefits to our community's job market. Now, I'd love to share a brief video with you that offers an overview of emerging technologies and their application across Full Sail's academic offerings, all of them. Let's take a look.
We have a lot of technology being introduced, and I think all of the disciplines at Full Sail are connected to technology in some way. It's this yin and yang where you have creativity, but it's not enough to just like want to build something or want to create something. You have to want to keep creating something, and you have to want to make it better. You have to have a creative element to that process, and you have to have a critical element to that process. And that's true of any discipline in what we call the creative class, I think, which includes not just what people traditionally think of as visual artists, but it also includes engineers and folks who come up with solutions to problems.
I'm just a lifelong maker. This is just my heartbeat. But this is like a crazy, amazing time for me because I get to teach in this amazing Fab Lab we have here. And it's putting the hardware skills with the students' software skills. It's essentially like merging with the emerging technologies. So getting to put these SimViz or Tech VR, all that together, because it's a great time to be involved in all of this. That's being driven by people with passion for this.
And if what we're saying is maker is somebody that makes things, then it's the age of the maker.
Because now with the technology so advanced and we've gone a long way that people are empowered to do projects that required 50 people back then or 10 people. Now you can do it with one person. And that is something that empowers you.
And we're starting to see all of the boundaries pushed and broken apart sometimes, and just how quickly everything is changing. I think what makes our curriculum different as a university is that foresight allows us to take risks that other more standard curriculums aren't able to do. And sometimes with technology, it's not about who's been doing it longer, it's been who's been doing it better.
We've got the stuff. We've got the hardware that the students get to put their hands on. The students learn tool sets throughout the different courses that attach themselves to other courses.
And that really fosters creativity, that synergy of the students. So it's not really of the gadgets. It's not about the gadgets. It's really how do we empower the students to synergize with each other and actually create something better because of that.
Like they bring their labs done to lab time, and then during the lab time, they're bugging the instructors about like, I'm working on this side project. It has nothing to do with your class. I already finished the work for your class. I'm working on this other thing, and if you could help me figure out this one thing, I can make this one thing better, right?
And when you have people come through and they look and they see what you're teaching and they go, these are employers out there going, we want what you're making. Like, we want these students. This is an important set of tools that we want students to know.
Now more than ever is an important time for simulation in education. With that in mind, allow me to introduce today's keynote speaker. A professor at the University of Central Florida in the Department of Computer Science, Dr. Carolina Cruz Niera's research interests lie in the areas of virtual reality systems, simulation and training, applications for virtual and augmented reality, and emerging visual data analytics. Dr. Cruz Niera currently serves as CEO of CG Heroes and is co-founder and a steering committee member of the America Cyber Alliance. Additionally, she serves as steering committee member for the NSF Big Data South Hub, as well as senior advisor for the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada. And this year, Carolina was honored by being named an IEEE Fellow. It is my absolute great pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Carolina Cruz Niera.
Okay. Thank you very much for this introduction. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm a relatively newcomer to Orlando. So let me share my screen. So we can have I'm gonna talk so we can have some conversations on how, since we're looking at the infinite possibilities of VR and AR for education, I tried to prepare for today kind of a talk that gives us a broad vision and hopefully give us issues and elements to think about on what is possible, as well as from a practical perspective, what needs to be done to be very successful. So let me start with a little bit of my own history, because everybody has a history on how you get into virtual reality and augmented reality. So for me, I'm a little bit from the older generation. My first intersection with this technology was in 1991. And like everybody else, when I saw VR for first time, and here's a picture of how technology looked in those days, was like, wow, this is super cool. This is awesome. Oh my gosh, I want to do more of this. But then, of course, my engineering mind kicked in, and I started to think, what's happening here? This looks very cool, but so what? What do we do with this? So some first impressions that I had was like, when I wear all these technologies, it's really cool, but I'm somewhat alone in the virtual space. Or I'm not alone, but I am not with people. I'm with some kind of graphical representation of like dolls almost as toys. And that for me sort of sometimes inhibits my ability to really operate properly in the virtual environment. We're very social, so I want my friends to join me. I want my colleagues to join me in that space. Some other observation too was like, well, suddenly I cannot jump into this other world and I'm totally disconnected with the real world. Is this a good thing, or is this maybe something that I have to think about it more? It really opens a lot of possibilities. And that's where we have that intersection between AR and VR. And really, and on those days, I was trying to figure out, what is really the point of this technology? What are we doing with this? It's obviously a wonderful medium for entertainment, but I think there's a lot more than we can get from this technology. So these experiences what drove me into basically dedicating my life to this technology and being here with you today. So for me, really, my drive to continue my career in this direction was I really think there is something very powerful in this technology, but it needs to integrate very tightly our ability of being social animals, of being human, of being able to talk to others, to share the experiences, to have emotions in these environments. And on the side, I also have a classical ballet background. So I'm also used to be on a stage and to choreograph with a team of people, an experience that is enjoyed by the dancers themselves when they dance together and by the audience. So combining my sort of technical and scientific curiosity with my experiences as perhaps more of an artist, during my PhD, I started thinking, how do we bring these things together? So to me, it was very clear from the early days that I was involved in this technology, that when we think about this technology and when I talk to people, everybody immediately identify this technology with headsets. And I was like, but why? Why headsets? So I always tell everybody now, so now I'm old enough and I've been around long enough that I can put this slide in there. VR and AR is not limited to headsets. It's really any kind of technology that gives us an experience to be somewhere. And that somewhere can be a completely different place from reality, or it can be an enhanced reality. If we think about it this way, especially in education, now the possibilities are really, really limitless, because now we can think in all kinds of creative ways to capitalize on the concept of these technologies and how this can be applied anywhere from classrooms all the way to professional training. So that drove me to develop a system that is known with the name of the cave. So this is a system that I developed during, it was part of my PhD dissertation. And as you can see in this video, it takes away the gear from the user and it puts it in the room. And it gives you, as you can see here, an intuitive manner to have a group of people to easily share an experience and easily get in and out of the experience and have the type of conversations that we have in let's say, real life. We can see body gestures, we can see face expressions, and we kind of have all these social cues that are telling us, in a sense, which direction the conversation is going on. So from this, when this was done, just to give you a quick recap, as you can see some of the pictures, people just went crazy about it. But really what it did is opening the mind of the world of VR in those days, okay? And then from there until about 2012, there was a lot of developments using these kinds of technologies, especially industry jumped on it very, very enthusiastically. And here are different images from the automobile industry, the oil and gas industry, defense industry, pharmaceutical, healthcare, and many, many others. But now we fast forward to 2012, when we all know that's when the Oculus Rift came about. And suddenly VR is now in the front page of pretty much everything, every magazine, every blog, any video that we see. There is always something about VR and AR. But here is what happens. If we look at how we understand VR and AR today, is this image. We have a wide range of devices. They are all affordable. They are very easy to use. They are consumer level products. It's wonderful because now we can all have our hands in the technology. However, when I look at this picture, because I've been around for a long, long time, I see this. So the picture below has a very similar vision as the picture above. The difference is 30 years of work in the middle. So when you look at these pictures, none of the other images that I show you very quickly in my previous slide of all that progress that happened in those 10 years in industry is not reflected on our current understanding of what the technology can do. And I personally think that this is actually limiting our ability to really do innovation in education and do progress, because we have to have a much broader understanding and vision of what the field is. So let me tell you a little bit of my perspectives on education, because I feel that there is quite a lot of work, a lot of lessons learned, a lot of success stories that have happened in, let's call, the first wave of VR in the late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, that I think the younger generation of VR technologists might not be fully aware of. So here is an image. And this is all work that I did throughout my career. So you can see by the visuals that some of these images are almost laughable today because they are from the 90s and again, the early 2000s. But if you look at all these themes, these are all the current themes of VR that we are talking about today. And we think that these are where they are innovative, that we haven't thought about it before, when there is quite a lot of work that has been done in over the last 30 years, understanding how all these technologies fit in education, in training, in marketing, data analytics, education, and many others, as well as even in the artistic world. So, for example, if you look at the top left pictures, that's the Cathedral of Siena in Italy. If you look at this visual quality, you think this might be some sort of demonstration that was done just recently in the last couple of years or so. This is work that was done in about the mid-90s, when we were already experimenting with visual quality in virtual experiences and how to do that in real time. We, for example, these pictures in the middle, this is virtual journalism. So this was an experience that it was developed to document the attacks of 9/11, to make all of us that were not in New York and not in Washington, D.C. when these events happened, to somehow understand the magnitude and impact of that event, as well as other things like visiting ancient times, even things to instrumenting theaters with virtual reality technology. So there's quite a lot of work that has been done in all these years. So to me, what, again, re-emphasizing what I'm mentioning, it is sometimes worrisome in some extents that the market of VR is not really looking on how to truly be innovative, how we can make this a strong change in society, and especially today with the pressures of COVID-19. So this vision of one size VR for everybody, it doesn't really fit us all. We really need to understand when and how VR is going to make sense. What form of VR is a good way to do for whatever activities we're trying to do. So here are some examples. You know, we have some technology that might be more appropriate for children. There might be some technology that is more appropriate for professional training. There are some technology that can be done at home. There are some technology that can be done face-to-face. And those are aspects that I think we need to keep in mind. Virtual reality, another thing to me that is very important, especially in education, because children, in order to complete their development, they do need to develop not only the knowledge that they get in the schools, but also the social norms, the interpersonal relationships. So I think when we look at this technology, we don't have to sort of remove that concept of social interaction and teamwork. So one of my favorites is not my work, but I think it's amazing. It's this video which some of you might be familiar with. This is the virtual reality bus. I believe it's sponsored by Lockheed Martin, where it's a physical bus where the windows of the bus are actually screens. And as the kids ride the bus physically in the streets of Orlando or the streets of New York or the streets of Chicago, the motion about exploring Mars is synchronized with the bus. Another example, and this is part of my work, is here you have a specialized anatomist is giving a demonstration on some of the concept of the human anatomy to perhaps new students or something like that. So the group is doing a small group interaction in virtual reality. Or even things, oops, my slide jumping. Let's see, where am I? Yeah. Or even this kind of platforms. This is beautiful. This is, to me, this is gorgeous and beautiful because something as simple as a cell phone with a little selfie stick now becomes this window of wonder where kids are really engaged and enjoying themselves in the virtual space. So it doesn't have to be complicated, it doesn't have to be expensive, it has to be effective. And this is, to me, what drives my work today, how we can be effective, how can we help to make this technology really usable for the situation where it is. Another area that is important to me is how do we blend this with our everyday life? Something that is very easy to put it on, make it work, something that is part of me, that is not something that sits on a table that I have to go and grab it. So here are some examples of upcoming, current and upcoming technologies that I think as we look forward to the near future of education, I think it's going to help us tremendously to sort of have, in a sense, more ubiquitous or transparent technology that we can integrate in our educational activities. Another issue is how do we manage the focus of attention during an educational experience? And that's something I have a 10-year-old, so I've been watching him going through the different grades, and he's currently in 5 grades. And I admire the teachers of how well they manage keeping all these little kids that are just this little bag of nerves sitting down and paying attention. Now, when that goes into a virtual environment, the excitement is really, really exciting. So we are exploring areas on how do we keep that focus of attention. And sometimes the specific VR platform can help us, can be much more conducive to that. So, for example, the picture on the right, that's a room kind of based VR. So the classroom can go in there, the teacher is pointing, everybody sees the teacher pointing, the teacher realizes who's looking or not paying attention. So these little simple details are going to help us to be successful on that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that either, but we also have to think, especially me since I'm an engineer, all the details of how you're going to use this when I'm not around. Everything that has to do with logistics, operation, maintenance, even the cost, how expensive are those things for you as a teacher in the classroom or as a specialized trainer, how you're going to manage, how you have a classroom full of students, how you make sure that every single device is working, everybody is starting the same application, everybody's at the same point in the application, whether my cost is a per seat cost or is more a per application cost. I mean, there's a lot of issues that we have to all think about when we are in education. And perhaps something that we need to pay attention is also we are trying to understand how long-term exposure is affecting us. There is quite a lot of active research on that. And I think in education, again, is even more critical that we understand very well the effects of this technology in the different age ranges and the different diversity of groups that are going to be using this technology. So, and finally is, how do we bring the content? I think there was quite a lot of talks this morning about bringing content into virtual reality. And I think the tools are getting really, really good. You have to have a PhD and 10 years of experience to be able to do a VR application. And now, kids in middle schools are able to use tools where they can do, their sort of entry-level applications. So to me, this is also very exciting. The simplicity of the tools that we have today really enable us to be much more creative, really focus on the creativity, focus on what exactly those applications are going to do versus unraveling the underlying technology. So this is, I already mentioned as we talk, this sort of summarizes my research. I'm very, very focused on understanding how the technology has to work in the context of it, where it needs to be used. There are many ways to achieve teamwork. Could be face-to-face teamwork, could be remote teamwork. There are technologies more appropriate for professional training. Some others are going to be much more conducive to the classroom. Some others even for the home. And how do we bring these technologies on a level of simplicity and affordability that you don't have to depend on, let's say, professional VR people to help you with it. So we developed, for example, a system called the VDEN, which is a very, very simplification of the original cave system. The original cave system work with clusters of computers, a lot of networking. So you need to have very highly specialized computer science people just to operate it. So we reduce it that in a sense it's just like a really big headset. So it works with headsets, SDKs, and simplicity at all points. So this is something that is an alternative as well out there today. So here, just to wrap up, is what I see as a scenario on the possibilities of VR and AR for education. So here are different settings or different contexts on which education might happen. This is exactly the same application. This is an application we've been working on for several years now, which is to train in anatomy. But anatomy is a concept that is needed all the way from K-12 education to professional medical students to even just general informal education. So there are these application functions in all these different contexts, because could be a classroom setting, could be a small group setting, could be something where students in their homes or dorms or places like that can do practice and do some references. Could be something that maybe is for general, like an education in a museum. So being able to do the technology that easily transport from platform to platform, depending on the usage needs, to me is very, very critical. I follow some other technologies. Sometimes people ask me, what else do you do? So I'm all for taking things away from the user and let us have more of them embedded in the environment for VR. So these are some things that I'm looking closely, so there is a lot of technologies right now that understand the geometry of the space, and they can project the virtual space over the real space. There are very dense screens that are no longer screens, that are like LED walls, and I think we heard something earlier about that. Flexible displays is really cool, and I'm following that as well. And of course, there are many companies that are starting to have patents for devices, for example, like the one in the picture that look like contact lenses, and that again goes to my vision of having the technology just being part of us, not something that we have to stop what we're doing, grab it, and enter the virtual space. So some final thoughts to quickly wrap up, is we have to be a little careful of not rushing products to market too soon. We are all pressured with productivity, with quarter profits, and many other things like that. But I think this technology has a lot of potential. And having lived the first wave of VR in the 90s and seen it to some extent collapse, I really would like the second wave of the 2020s to be very successful. So I would like, and I always work with a lot of people, let's really understand what we're trying to do and how we do it so we can be really successful. And for that, then we really need to stop, in a sense, forcing problems to the platform that we have at hand, and really have the problem that we need, the situation that we need, where do we want that learning to happen, be the one that guides which kind of platforms or overall environment that we do. And as this is in case there are some younger people out there listening to me, me and you are not the typical user. So we really need to get out of that mode. We really need to understand the logistics and the operational aspects of this technology when we are not around. So we really need to understand what are those people, whether they're teachers or instructors or any other kind of users, what are they going to do when I am not around, and how can I facilitate that? Expectations, let's just control our enthusiasm and just put our expectations to be within the realms of what's real today and what's real in the long term. So, I am excited. I dedicated my life to this. I think it's a really strong force of change. I think it has infinite possibilities in education, and I'm really, really working very hard so I can help in a small manner to do it very well this time, so it's here to stay. So with that, I'm wrapping up. I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments or disagree, because it's always good to hear any disagreements as well.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz-Neira. Just for everybody to remember, if you saw earlier, my name is Andrea Wester-Bronner, and I work for Orange County as Mayor Deming's Chief Innovation and Emerging Technology Officer. I'm so pleased to be part of today's session and to be the one that asks you a few questions, Dr. Cruz-Neira, as we wait to hear from our audience. And just so you know, not only from your class, but for our normal attendees the rest of the day, we do have some special guests also joining us. We have several public school systems, as well as higher education institutions, administrators, and teachers here today. We'll have a special presentation to some of those demographics later today. We also have some distinguished guests in terms of students, both from high school and the college level as well. So again, we encourage all attendees, whether you are a professional in this space, whether you are an educator, and whether you're a student, to please put some questions in our Q&A area. But to begin, Dr. Cruz-Neira, I don't think we had a good chance to talk yet about your extensive background working for state governments and really this intersection of using virtual reality and other XR technologies in the education domain, especially in the public education domain. And so what I wanted our especially educator audience to hear is what you've worked on in the past with whether it's state government, local governments, or these public schools directly, removing obstacles or any kind of adoption issues, bringing in virtual reality to the classroom.
Well, I have not done, let's say, official funded work as an academic would do in education, but I do have interacted with probably thousands of different school groups across the nation. And most of my work is trying to, like I mentioned in my talk, we are all so excited about this technology. It's just so cool that we immediately start kind of like rolling really, really fast on it. And in education in particular, in the K-12 system, we have to really understand, the teachers have to bear a great deal of responsibility to make this technology work. So we have to understand that, a teacher that has, 20, 25, or even larger classes of 10 years old, how is the teacher going to manage to keep all of them learning versus playing? Because it's very easy to play, So most of my work has been perhaps in an advisory capacity, trying to help them pick the right approach, define the right strategy, going one step at a time, and perhaps doing small pilot programs, understanding really well what works in their particular situation, how that can propagate through the different aspects of the schools, how do the teachers can get to a level of independence where they can prepare their own content, where they can use it when it makes sense. So that's the kind of work that I've been doing over the years. Lots of demonstrations, come and see. Let me show you, because my lab is very diverse, so it's a very good way to put it on teachers' hands as well as the students and parents, because sometimes even the parents, have a little eyebrow like, is my child going to be video gaming all day long? No, your child is going to go to Rome in the times of the Roman Empire, and is going to be able to spend a day in Rome, and then he's going to understand history in a way that was never before possible. Your son is going to become super tiny, and he's going to go to the molecular world, and he's going to understand how a particular molecular reaction works. So it's games, but it's highly educational games. We have had research funded by federal organizations where we have demonstrated how much information is retained over the years by students that learn in this manner versus the traditional textbook manner. So there is my work and the work of many others around the nation that we have shown, we are visual animals, we are experiential animals. So we learn by doing a lot better than by putting our elbows and try to memorize a book. So the potential is huge, Andrea, and everybody listening out there. I'm so excited about it. So my work has been trying to put my experience to the service of especially people that is their first contact with this technology, to make sure that it goes right. Because
Absolutely.
I see some people burning themselves and don't want it to deal with it. So I don't want that to happen. I want to be a very positive experience since the beginning, and positive on the experience, as well as the logistics, financials, all those kinds of issues.
I think you absolutely are. I think you're absolutely infectious. And I think, a couple of sound bites are, first of all, sage advice in terms of starting with small pilot projects. And as you've seen throughout the day, there's many collaborators, and there'll be a couple more presentations today to see those pilot project collaborators. And I just love the sound bite of how we're all experiential animals. So I appreciate that. Going a step further in terms of, adoption, part of that, and I love that one of our Q&As coming in is a similar question I'd ask you, and that's what types of metrics to focus on as a teacher would want to maybe bring this in singularly to their classroom and influence their administrators within the school or even higher. And that goes hand in hand with a particular question that came in, which is, how do you measure the difference between play and learning in order to, further help with those metrics and ensure your administrators or public school administrators are on the same page about that enthusiasm?
Well, those both are very good questions, and I have to say that the answers to those questions is work in progress at this moment, because there is a lot of people, again, myself and many of the excellent faculty members at UCF, as well as many others around the country. This is a very active area of research, because we want to know. We know, let's say intuitively, we know this works. We know it can be very helpful. We know it can teach. We can use it to teach and learn all kinds of things about the world, human life, nature, history, all kinds of things. So how do we measure this? I think today, with the information that we have, a good sort of set of parameters is the teacher itself. Is that person, how computer savvy are you? Because number one, you have to be a computer savvy person at this moment. It's an easy to use technology, but still there's a lot of steps and a lot of things that you have to do just to turn on the devices, let's put it that way. So that's an aspect that we are all trying to work very hard. We don't want to have the educators to have the computer science knowledge and the deep computer sort of management skills to deal with this technology. The teachers know very well these days what works and doesn't work. How do they catch the attention of the kids? So we need to translate those knowledges into the educational VR environments, And there are things, for example, that could be as simple as a loud sound or something that suddenly moves that keeps the eyes of the kids going that way or something like that. So, but I think at this moment we are all trying to experiment and trying to really understand those parameters, what they are, what are those metrics. It's tough for me to specifically tell you something because it might work for a particular school, it might not work for the other one. Because, for example, some projects that we've done, there is the main teacher in the class with a secondary teacher. So that context allow us to do things perhaps a little more complex because now we have two people in the room that is keeping an eye on the students. There are some other groups where maybe there is only one teacher and it's a larger classroom. So there is so many, in a sense, parameters, but to convince the administrators, is one application. There are many out there. One application. Go visit the beginning of the Earth when the dinosaurs were walking the Earth in virtual reality, or download one of the many scientific applications where you can play with the human body, like our application, and you can play with molecules. The faces of joy that you see on those kids, the amount of time that they're actually focused on the work, I think just observing that could convince a lot of administrators that there is something real here, and we really need to get to the bottom of this and how this can help my school or my school district.
Somewhat hand in hand with, adoption and administration, and a little bit back to what I was saying earlier about some of your work with various states. Again, there's two questions coming in with one of the audience members. Are there high schools that are currently offering this type of learning? And, I can jump in really quick and say, I think you'll see quite a few of those later today. But, feel free to chime in. And then also, Dr. Cruz-Neira, if it's publicly funded, what were the biggest obstacles in the particular, public domain in particular?
Well, as far as there are schools using it, yes, there is quite a number of schools out there at different levels of engagement, let's put it that way. So there are some schools that maybe are doing some, like I mentioned, small pilot projects, and there are some schools that are trying to have it in a more regular manner in their curriculum. So there are groups but it's still, I think, at this moment, it's still at a relatively small scale nationwide. I'm blank, Andrea. Your second question.
No, it's okay. Yeah. So it's more about funding, and I think I'll broaden the question a bit because again, it was also I love these viewers because it's something I think a lot of us are thinking in adoption.
Yes.
It's a question about funding, right? And where would the funding come from? Because
the funding is always an issue that we always discuss, not only in education, basically any industry or as business people call verticals that we work with, who's gonna cover the cost of this? I think in education, these technologies have to be part of the infrastructure provided for education. As we evolve into the future, this is something that is just infrastructure. So if the school at this moment, the infrastructure has certain computers, certain networks, certain, projector in the screens or in the screens in the classroom, I think the VR technology is just going to be infrastructure. It's going to come from the schools. Now, With COVID-19, we're also learning that we have to perhaps be a little bit more careful on how we share this technology among people because, we are a little bit concerned about transmissions. So some of these technologies might be evolving to the point that maybe they can be personal devices, very affordable personal devices. So for example, if we think in terms of room-based virtual environments, glasses can be as little as $10 or $15 a piece. So the school can provide infrastructure of the room-based VR, but then each student, as part of perhaps their tuition or class materials, can have their $10 or $15 glasses for the entire year. So then we don't have to worry about sharing the technology. And this is what I was talking about earlier, that a lot of my work has to do with understanding how the technology needs to be used and balancing cost and operations and logistics, in addition to make it just working and being very cool. But I think it has to be infrastructure. It's infrastructure. And it cannot be put on the student or the parents in the long run. Of course, there are public schools and there are private schools, so there are different financial issues in those two systems. But I think it would be an infrastructure cost to get us, let's say, the basics to start.
Appreciate that answer. It's a solid answer. It's definitely
very solid. I'm sorry on that one.
Good.
I'm very firm on that one.
Yes.
And if
Yes.
I get
I like
so
that.
whole, I apologize.
No, it's great. It's great. I mean, this is why we're here today, to talk about this, right? And how it's going to work, because it has implications in educational outcomes, right? And learning outcomes.
Yes.
And so moving to that, would you say there are particular, areas here at the county we talk about technical or tacit knowledge transfer, right? Acquisition of true technical skills, because now you're afforded to see what's under the hood or what's under some casing for machinery and, heavy operating equipment. Is it better to teach STEM principles, like you said, making somebody miniaturized so they can understand molecular physics or quantum physics? Is it, adopting vicarious and empathy training for soft skill acquisition? So, do you have in your crystal ball where you think more adoption, because there's the cool side, right? Like you said, the smiles on faces, but there is a translation to better educational outcomes and the psychology of learning, right? That's celebrated through these methods. So is there, one domain that you think this is just the clear home run?
Oh my gosh, all of them. I am so excited about it that I won't say all of them. But I think, from my personal work and my personal research, the learning and the education really is significantly more effective in a wide range of situations, because again, the ability to become one with whatever subject you're trying to study, that has an incredible power, Andrea. So it's effective. We have a study, for example, during my times when I was living in the Midwest, we did a lot of research on how we teach students earth sciences. How do we understand tornadoes? How do we understand hurricanes? How do we avoid mistakes? Let's don't mistake a very dark, heavy cloud that is going to be a tornado and start evacuating people, because that is a costly operation for the state to do that. So let me look and understand that it's a black cloud. It's just going to rain a lot, but it's not going to be a tornado. We also have gone to the other extreme. Let's try to have students learning, for example, about plant biology, photosynthesis, cell level structures, understand things like metabolic processes, and the students get it. They get it, they get it fast, and more importantly, they retain that information for years, which when they just memorize something to pass the test, it just memorizes, and you test them next year, and they don't even know a name of one of the cell components, for example. So in a STEM in particular, is very, very applicable. And it has a cost implication that is actually a positive cost implication. Because imagine, you know better than me how expensive it is for the schools to maintain the different kinds of STEM labs. Not only the STEM labs to do chemical experimentation, biological learning, and many other subjects, but also the issues that had to do with safety, making sure that the students don't get hurt or burned or something like that. If we can translate all that into the virtual space, of course, at the beginning, it might feel costly, but in the long run, it's actually going to be much more cost effective, and we are going to be able to teach a much wider range. A kid in a school might have to dissect a frog today because it's not going to dissect a human cadaver, but it can dissect a human cadaver in virtual reality. A kid today might not be able to do some kind of chemical reaction that is going to explode because it's going to set the school on fire, but it might be able to do that in virtual reality. So there is all these kinds of new boundaries, new paths that we haven't even explored yet.
I get so excited hearing that because, as you know, I'm a big STEM informal learning fan. So I can't wait to see the possibilities. And I know that we've got quite a few partners that could work with you. So one last question that came from our viewers that I think is very exciting and interesting, and this is the super crystal ball and the future emerging trends in this space. And that is, what are your thoughts on direct brain and optic nerve stimulation for gaming and education?
Well, my views are excited and cautious at the same time, because, again, it opens, now that's where we cross from science to, in a sense, to science fiction. For all of us a little older, we now start thinking about cyborgs. Are we going to start becoming cyborgs? How much are we going to rely in technology to be humans? Is all this technology take us away from being humans? But on the other hand, it might enhance our ability to do certain things. So like all these emerging technologies and all these new things that come into the world, it has a lot of very good positive opportunities, and it has some that sometimes are a little bit, makes us a little nervous. So I do follow that field, and I've seen some areas in which it's very successful. For example, there is some work that is being done that is helping people give them, in a sense, the sense of vision for people that are blind by this kind of communications. There are people that have other limitations. For example, children that maybe have mobility restrictions. By having these kinds of connections, they can have their normal development process, even though they might be physically not able to move. So there are many excellent benefits, but having somebody tapping on you directly, it's like, okay, we're talking about fake news coming through social media, so let's imagine what happens to fake news when they go straight into your brain. So this is like all the technologies. It's up to us, the technology developers, to keep our ethics and keep our social responsibility on how those technologies are developed and deployed, I think. But I like it. I'm on the cyborg thing already, but
yeah, you could wire into a vacation, right? Tahiti any day you want, right? Anytime you want. So yeah. Well, I greatly appreciate you, Dr. Cruz-Neira. We are expecting, I know it's been the middle of COVID that we got you here to town, but we expect really exciting experiments and research and work just, spilling into our community. I know you saw the Otronicon Orlando Science Center, and that's really our big celebration, right, of everything XR related. And so hope to see an exhibit there of yours, and that there's just going to be so much public collaboration with you. And we appreciate you and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to meet a lot of people. My email is there, so please feel free to reach out.
Again. Well, I'll send this back to Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Andrea. Carolina, great presentation, my friend. Informative, relevant. That was awesome. And Andrea, what a great job moderating. Thank you for that. Very insightful questions. And you did such a wonderful job keeping us moving down the road here. It's wonderful. Thank you for that. And on that note, Andrea, big shout out to all your Orange County fellow associates, the Honorable Mayor Demings. What a good man and a fabulous leader. And we're just so glad to be with you representing Orange County today. And more importantly, thank you for the great work you've done during these trying times of COVID and all the things you guys have led us through. Much appreciation to you and the Orange County team. Want to give another shout out here to Beverly C., who opened this section today. She has served as chair of the Florida Simulation Summit. Beverly, thank you for everything you did to make this whole summit meeting possible. It's just a great opportunity for all of us to learn more about visualization and simulation and all the things that go into technology and emerging tech in the future. And I also thank you, Beverly, for your leadership on the Board of Trustees out at UCF. What a fine, fine institution we have here in our community with that University of Central Florida and your team. Very grateful to be neighbors and for your leadership in our educational world. A little quick thank you to George Sharrows, President and CEO of the National Center for Simulation. George, thank you for your participation and your help and your leadership in this whole summit. And then lastly, my dear friends Tim Giuliani and Sheena Fowler over at the Orlando Economic Partnership. You guys are always about the business of Central Florida and moving us ahead in great ways for the present and the future. And man, thank you for inviting me and for all of us to be a part of this. You guys are just the best. Thank you. Okay, and now let's segue to the next portion of our program for today. And this would be the education panel. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I have the privilege of introducing today's panelists. So let's start with our first panelist, Kunal Patel. Kunal is the co-founder and chief technology officer of Brand XR. His work in the payments industry has provided him with a deeper understanding of small businesses, how they operate, the technical hurdles they face on simple things, and how small innovations can have wide, sweeping impact. Mr. Patel has contributed to the Orlando startup community by founding co-working offices downtown called Orlando Game Space, and by founding the community organization Indienomicon, and by hosting the 4th Indie Galactic Space Jam. And now, let's hear a little more from Kunal.
I'm Kunal Patel, CTO and co-founder of Brand XR. Brand XR is a no-code augmented reality platform. Think of us like Squarespace for AR. What we want to make certain companies can create 3D immersive augmented reality experiences very easily, and they don't need to know any bit of programming. The world has changed. COVID has changed the way that we work and interact with each other. We have to do virtual shopping, virtual education and training, virtual entertainment, virtual games, marketing, workouts. The way we sell, market, entertain, interact, the big companies out there in the world are actually using augmented reality today in shopping and in 3D ads. And there's actually 1.73 billion AR-enabled devices, AKA the smartphones that we have in our pockets today. And there's only going to be more in the coming years. Big companies have found that consumers are 11 times more likely to purchase than traditional e-commerce, 3 times more engagement, and 44% are more likely to increase their cart size when they're viewing something in 3D. Innovative brands are seeing real results. And a good example is 19 Crimes, where they've actually had 750 million impressions, 30 million views of viral fan videos, and a 250% increase in sales. The problem? This is the tools of the trade on how you make an immersive 3D experience today. People are using game engines like Unity, and Unity is great for people like me, but for the average company, the average producer, somebody that can really just make a really good PowerPoint presentation, they can't easily hop into this engine and create the things that they want. We've been inspired by the no-code, easy-to-use, template-based web SaaS platforms that people already love and use today. Things like Canva, Shopify, Squarespace, Airtable. people can make and use really complex things very easily. And that's what BrandXR is going to do for 3D and augmented reality. So BrandXR Studio, our online platform that lets you build 3D, is going to give you augmented reality superpowers. You can create a 3D experience in less than a week. What normally would take well over 100 days and over $100,000 and have a full team to produce, you can do by yourself, where you can design, create, integrate, preview, and test this on real phones and distribute to real people in less than a week. We've worked on a variety of these VR and AR projects, and we've gotten insights from really great brands. And as you can see, NASA used this to create an immersive VR experience and now an AR experience for the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Wayne State University was able to implement AR within their classrooms to modernize the way students learn about chemistry. Instead of having a 2D flat image and trying to understand that, students could actually walk around an entire protein structure and have a much better understanding. Patrick Kahn of Snap Orlando was able to create an immersive 3D art experience all across Metro Orlando. And that's only a few of our customers. So BrandXR is an award-winning XR company. We've worked on amazing experiences and we've done the hard work of putting it together, but now we realize that everybody else needs to have these abilities too. So that's why we're giving you the BrandXR Studio. And you're in good company. We've worked with a lot of the best companies in the world, and yours can be that too. So we hope you sign up for our beta. Go to try.brandxr.io and sign up for our beta, and hopefully we can make some AR together. Thanks.
Impressive, Gunal. Very impressive. Moving now to our next panelist, Carlos Carbonell is a native of Panama and a graduate of the University of Florida. A consummate entrepreneur with a passion for technology and business solutions, he founded Echo at the beginning of the smartphone revolution. With a goal-driven approach, he leads a fearless and intelligent team to deliver solutions on time and on budget. Carlos's relationship-driven approach and community-building skills have also led to the formation of the nonprofit Orlando Tech Association, as well as the nonprofit One Orlando Alliance. He's been named one of the 40 under 40 by the Orlando Business Journal, as well as one of Orlando's 50 most powerful people by Orlando Magazine, and his associations include the Orlando Economic Partnership, board associations, the Orlando Economic Partnership, Orlando Tech Association, Orlando City Foundation, and the Orlando Regional Chamber of Commerce. Let's hear more from Carlos.
Hello, I'm Carlos Carbonell, founder of Echo Interaction Group, an extended reality and mobile application development firm located right here in Central Florida. In today's educational world, students are able to learn beyond the boundaries of a traditional classroom and textbooks. Technology is able to connect students to experiences and content in unique ways that challenge their perception of the world. Through the use of mobile applications and special technologies like extended reality, we can open their eyes to our history and sciences like they have never seen before. We can fully immerse students into an environment, encourage them to explore scenarios they could have never inside the classroom, and challenge them to develop solutions in real time. Echo is so proud to have worked with the school district of Osceola to help create an advanced educational platform that engages students throughout the county using these kinds of technologies. Even the footage for this video you're about to see was developed using technology that's accessible to students today. We asked School District of Osceola to help us capture the footage using students themselves. They in turn also use mobile devices such as iPhones to shoot the whole experience. At the end of the video, you'll see some behind the scenes footage as well. Why is this important? Because it's crucial to have students see that there are careers in various areas they may not have thought about, and it's all within their reach. It's not just the experience that they get to see, but who develops that experience. Mobile application developers, designers, and many other career paths they could take. The games, apps, and technologies they utilize, they're developed by programmers and designers, and those are careers within their reach. Teaching students with XR can in itself lead to an understanding that there are careers creating the technologies they use to learn, play, and view the world. Here's just a quick glimpse at the exciting new world of education using simulation technology.
Traditionally, STEM is an acronym that stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It is a career that uses all of those elements in harmony in order to innovate and make people's lives better. A lot of the things that we focus on the STEM Lab are career-centered and are career-focused. The STEM Mobile Lab is accessible for K through 12 and in post-secondary. And really what that does is that ignites that passion for learning in STEM and engineering at a much younger age and really captures the student's imagination so that as they go through their classes, they start to focus more on STEM. By the time they get to high school, by the time they get to post-secondary, we have our new leaders in the engineers field. We have our new innovators. So our cornerstone module aboard the STEM Mobile Lab is called the Mission to Mars. When students board the Mobile Lab, they take the role of Martian explorers and astronauts that will actually journey to the surface of Mars by using the Mobile Lab as a vehicle. To help students do that, we've incorporated a lot of AR and VR technology to bring to life this sense of actually leaving the surface of the Earth, of actually walking around on the surface of Mars and collecting Martian samples and performing experiments like would typically be done in a SpaceX mission or a NASA profile. We do this by using a combination of AR and VR technology. We've had a custom app developed that runs on our iPads that students will then use to interact with different areas of the mobile lab to experience what it's like to look out the window and see Olympus Mons on the horizon and the moons hanging overhead, or what it would feel like to actually lift off the ground on an actual rocket launch.
So working on this project, for me, this was a blessing because not only do I love videography and working with a lot of people, but this is actually what I want to do as my career. So long term, I really want to be a director, whether that be on movie sets or having and owning my own production company. So directing this and working closely with Cole and other students, it was a really enjoyable experience for me, and knowing that this is where I want to go, I felt like it fit so perfectly.
Excellent presentation, Carlos. Thank you. And now for our third panelist. Susan is the Director of Strategic Relations and Business Development for Dignitas Technologies. She'll share how technological innovation in education tools, such as DALS, an adaptive learning system, is transforming the learning experience for students while providing an evaluation tool for educators. As a seasoned executive at Dignitas, Susan worked in both the private and public sectors throughout her career. Prior to this role, she served as the Senior Director of Corporate Communications and Government Relations at Mitsubishi Power Systems, a global company, where she led corporate communications, public and governmental relations, and developed strategic growth and alignment initiatives with C-level colleagues. Before her work with Mitsubishi Power, Susan was a regional director for the U.S. Senate and led collaborative efforts with MS&T and space industry professionals. Let's hear some more from Susan.
Hi, I'm Susan Fernandez, Director of Strategic Partnerships and Business Development at Dignitas Technologies, and we're a woman-owned small business located right here in Central Florida. We've made it our mission to deliver innovative and reliable engineering solutions to government and commercial customers. We let innovation lead the way in creating better technologies because we understand that the potential for advancement of those capabilities can have a positive impact. One of the ways that we do this is through forming partnerships within communities. Our connections in this region have been key to our success, not only working with the key modeling simulation partners within the industry, but also collaborating with UCF throughout the years. It's been essential in recruiting highly skilled and creative talent. As a result, we have a well-rounded team which includes software engineers, instructional designers, 3D modeling and graphic artists, trainers, technical experts, and more. Some of the work we develop in modeling simulation includes synthetic environments, mixed reality simulations, cyber training, live virtual constructive training simulations, information technology services, intelligent adaptive learning systems. Today, I'm going to share about our adaptive learning and intelligent tutoring technology capabilities, which was originally developed for our government customers as funded research. And so we've been looking at ways in which this adaptive learning technology can benefit our school systems within the community, including Florida Virtual School, who's been engaged in online learning and have utilized learning management systems and platforms. And out of that vision, DALS, which means Dignitas Adaptive Learning System, was realized. DALS is an adaptive, online, authorable learning management platform. And what's exciting is that it has the capability to empower the teacher and student. What I mean by this is, for the teacher, who has multiple students within each course, within each semester, management becomes easier. So in other words, are students meeting and or exceeding the required benchmarks? And are the outcomes within the expected high-quality academic standards required by the school system? For the student who learns and grasps concepts in different ways, DALS adapts and adjusts the lesson based upon individual achievement. As we continue to gather feedback from educators and students, the advancements in this adaptive learning solution will continue to evolve. And the value of this adaptive learning solution will become an increasingly important tool for students to optimize their performance and mastery of educational material and information. Now, to get to some aspects of the program, this shows where the teacher views their dashboard of courses. From this page, teachers can edit existing courses and create new courses. This shows where the teacher can upload existing course material, create new material on the fly, and align their material to state standards. Most learning management systems have course creator tools. However, DALS provides an individualized experience for students through our adaptive technology. We see DALS integrating with existing learning systems to better facilitate course authoring and thus a reduction in teacher workload. DALS adapts the student's experience throughout the course based upon their achievement. Individualized learning styles such as auditory, visual, or kinesthetic, and other self-assessed attributes such as motivation. Through this constant individualized experience, DALS monitors progress and intervenes automatically when needed. Teachers have full-time access to student progress, but DALS individualizes the student experience for them, thus freeing up valuable time for the teacher. We are excited about DALS as a solution that will empower teachers and students. We want to thank Orange County Government, the National Center for Simulation, and the Orlando Partnership for today's summit. We value our communities and we understand the importance of helping students today become citizens who positively impact and achieve their highest potential.
Thank you, Susan, and congratulations on Dignitas and all the great work you guys are doing. Our fourth panelist is Sarah Deshmirowski. Sarah is the Vice President of Business Development at Design Interactive Incorporated and has over a decade of experience as a human factors engineer, a researcher, a program manager, and a business development professional. Her work has been patented and published in dozens of journals and trade publications, and she's been invited to present at defense trade shows and conferences. She currently manages Design Interactive's proposal and capture activities, where she specializes in developing cutting-edge research and development solutions to meet government customer needs. Ms. Deshmirowski holds a master's degree in human factors and systems engineering from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. She's active in the local defense community and is a member of professional organizations including Central Florida Women in Defense and the Virtual Reality Augmented Reality Association chapters. And now, here's more from Sarah.
Design Interactive is a small woman-owned business headquartered in Orlando, Florida. We specialize in augmented and virtual reality training development. Augmenter is our cloud-based maintenance training software enhanced by augmented reality. Instructors create and deliver to mobile devices or the HoloLens at the point of need. Training occurs anywhere, anytime on real equipment or virtual models. A one-to-one video calling feature that can instantaneously connect trainees with instructors is available, and trainees can receive help and content from inside their own organization and experts at other firms as well. Finally, we are launching an augmented reality enhanced live streaming feature called Classroom AR. COVID has limited and in some cases eliminated the ability for training to occur face-to-face. Instructors can't travel, and existing virtual solutions are insufficient for promoting hands-on training, and limited engagement between trainees and instructors exists. With Classroom AR, an instructor creates an augmented reality enhanced procedure, schedules and live streams a session to remote trainees. Then trainees download the session video to refresh or a procedure to practice. And finally, they engage one-on-one with the instructor in a remote video call to demonstrate learning. During the C1 phase, instructors live stream their view using the HoloLens 2 to many trainees. Instructors and trainees can chat live, similar to a Zoom meeting, except in this case, the video is enhanced with augmented reality. Further, the trainees can do one by downloading the augmented reality procedure used in the video and practice on real or virtual equipment. And finally, the instructor and trainee can engage in a one-on-one session so the trainee can teach one, demonstrating they have learned. As a recap, the addition of Classroom AR allows Augmenter to better support remote distributed learning. The see one, do one, teach one paradigm, still used in many industries to train maintenance procedures, is supported. Now, for an inside look at Classroom AR, here is a short video.
Augmenter's newest feature, Classroom AR, allows organizations to stream first-person instructional content to anywhere in the world using Microsoft's HoloLens 2. Utilizing the Augmenter web portal, instructors can create, edit, and schedule a classroom training session. Once the training session is created, the instructor can provide an invitation link to participants from inside and outside your organization. When it's time to conduct training, your instructor can simply click the Go Live button, and participants will experience training from a first-person perspective using the front-facing cameras of the HoloLens 2. During the classroom session, the instructor will also have access to the full suite of Augmenter features, including step-by-step vehicle procedures, images, videos, 3D holograms, PDFs, as well as a live chat feature to engage with training participants. Once training has ended, instructors can record their sessions and download it from the Augmenter website for future use. The recorded sessions are saved in an MP4 format and can be stored on your existing learning management or content management systems. Visit us at goaugmenter.com to learn more about how Augmenter can help you replicate your experts.
So glad you're with us today, Sarah. This is going to be fun. Our fifth and final panelist is Roger Azevedo. Dr. Azevedo is a professor in the Department of Learning Sciences and Educational Research at the University of Central Florida. He's also an affiliated faculty member in the Department of Computer Science and Internal Medicine at UCF, and the lead scientist for the Learning Sciences Faculty Cluster Initiative. Roger received his PhD in educational psychology from McGill University and completed his postdoctoral training in cognitive psychology at Carnegie Mellon University. Dr. Azevedo has published over 300 peer-reviewed papers, chapters, and refereed conference proceedings in the areas of educational sciences, learning sciences, cognitive sciences, and computational sciences. He was the former editor of the Metacognition and Learning Journal and serves on the editorial board of several top-tiered learning and cognitive sciences journals, such as Applied Cognitive Psychology, the International Journal of Artificial Intelligence in Education, and the European Journal of Psychological Assessment. He is a fellow of the American Psychological Association and the recipient of the prestigious Early Faculty Career Award from the National Science Foundation. Here's more from Dr. Azevedo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roger Azevedo, and I'm a professor at the University of Central Florida. And my presentation focuses on the future of intelligent learning and training technologies, opportunities, and challenges. So I'd like to begin with an overview of some of the systems that we've developed over the last 20 plus years, starting at the top left. This includes MetaTutor. MetaTutor is an intelligent tutoring system that is designed to teach students learning how to learn. So in other words, how to use your cognitive strategies and metacognition using pedagogical agents. We've also worked with Crystal Island. Crystal Island is a serious game where the focus is on understanding microbiology, scientific reasoning, and literacy skills. And this has been used with middle school and high school kids and also college students. We've also worked with virtual reality, where you see top right. This is actually a study that we conducted at a high school academy in Raleigh, North Carolina, on photosynthesis. And then on the bottom are what we would tend to consider more recent, if you will, technologies. So we're really exploring tangible computing. Here we're looking at collaborative problem solving, while the participants, in this case they are students, are instrumented. They got an EEG cap, they got an eye tracker, physiological centers, as they're trying to solve a coastal inundation problem related to weather. And then we also are trying to integrate certain technologies such as a tangible landscape and virtual reality. And lastly, on the bottom right, you see the exploration of augmented reality in terms of enhancing not only medical training, but also patient education. In terms of the data that we tend to typically collect, here's an example of the multimodal, multi-channel data when students are instrumented. And here you actually get to see how a student, I can see his face, I can see what he's doing. In fact, the red dots are his eye tracking. I can focus exactly to see where his attention is being focused on. And then the pedagogical agents, I also get to see what his navigational behavior is. So I have a full understanding and comprehensive approach to studying the learning processes underlying complex learning. The one I really wanted to emphasize also in my brief presentation is MetaMentor. MetaMentor is a prototype system that we developed with our colleagues at NC State, and it's designed to enhance tutors and teachers, but it can also be trainers and faculty's understanding of students' learning processes in real time. So imagine you are a faculty member or a teacher or a tutor, and you are trained. This kind of training would probably take about an hour or two on learning to learn or metacognition. We would teach you, as you see in the interface, the cognitive strategies. We would teach you about metacognitive strategies, and we would also teach you about emotions. And now imagine the power of having this kind of environment where now I can see what this student is doing, okay? In terms of in real time, I can see her face, I can see what she is exploring, I can see her eye tracking, and I can see as she's perusing through the environment. And then as a faculty member, I am able to actually click and indicate when I see a cognitive strategy. So for example, if she's summarizing, I click on summarize. If she's making a metacognitive judgment, I can click on a judgment of learning because I'm assessing that she's assessing her emerging understanding. And also if I see any kind of facial expressions that are related to emotions that I see here in her face, I can make, not only can I indicate to the system that I just saw evidence of that, but at the same time and more powerfully in terms of studying pedagogical strategies is that I could type a message to the student that would be delivered in real time that this student would see. So it's not just a training environment for tutors and teachers and faculty, right? That gives you and harnesses the power of these processes for you to better understand what their role is in terms of reasoning and problem solving and performance. And then kind of closing up here with what are the advances in AI that are leading to further or future intelligent learning technologies. So one question is, can we have AI be able to solve ill-structured problems that have multiple solutions? So for example, can they collaborate with humans to solve societal problems? Can we ever get them to learn and feel emotions and develop empathy towards humans? And if so, can they articulate that? And more importantly, given the abundance of data, including the video that I just showed you using MetaMentor, can we train intelligent virtual humans to basically be able to reflect on not only the learner's learning processes, but also on their emerging understanding, so that then they could become the intelligence behind providing adaptive and tailored feedback to that particular student? These are some fundamental questions that we're asking, and several, of course, include ethical and moral and economic and societal and workforce issues and questions. And lastly, we figured out, what is the future of education? Is it extended reality? And these are some possible scenarios of extended reality that we are exploring. And we would love to continue this collaboration with anybody that is interested. And like to finish off by acknowledging the funding agencies and the current members and our national and international collaborators. If you have any questions, please feel free to send me an email at roger.azevedo@ucf.edu.
Thank you, Roger. Awesome, awesome presentation. And thank you, panelists, for all the fabulous presentations. How insightful, informative, educational, all the things one would hope for today, right? And now to moderate our Q&A session, let's bring back Andrea, who did such a great job earlier today. Andrea, welcome back.
Dr. Jones. I also want to thank our panelists, and I think what's a great evolution of today is watching Dr. Cruz Neira's global point of view in how we can use different simulation and especially XR technologies in education. And now we bring it to a lot of layman, direct applications. But hopefully you saw another thread here, which is these are enabling technologies so that it's not just for one particular subject matter area or skill acquisition. It's really frameworks that can be used to bring this intersection of simulation and XR to reality in education. So with that, I'd like to go through each panelist. I'll start with Kunal, go down the same schedule here. And I have two quick questions for you to basically summarize for especially our educator audience here. The first is, can you summarize a particular, subject area or a skill acquisition area that would be a really great pilot project and an immediate adoption? Back to like Dr. Cruz Neira's point, could we have pilot projects with each of you? And then I think you were pretty open about how, educators could work with you, but I'll ask that of each panelist. So if you could repeat that, Kunal. So what would be a really good early pilot project win in your eyes, and how can these educators here today work with you?
Sure. Can you hear me okay? Just to be sure.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. I always think it's good to start very simple and easy. So I think, smart device based AR is the easiest way to engage because everybody has a smartphone, or at least there's a tablet within reach. And if it's somewhat modern, at least like within the past 2 years, 3 years, we would be okay. And I think really being supplementary to some of the, courses that they have today or some subject matter, just having supplementary 3D experiences would just be a little bit more engaging, and it might spark more questions. So, if there is a history lesson, Battle of Gettysburg or anything, or even the signing of a declaration, like if you even had something in 3D there in front of you, whether it's a diorama, whether it's, a simulation or digital twin of something that was historical, and students could actually kind of walk around it, I think that by itself adds a lot more engagement. And then that opens up the door for more interactivity. We did this actually at the university level up in Detroit with Wayne State University, where just in their chemistry classes, they were studying protein bonds, chemical interactions, drug interactions, and they just literally had flat 2D molecular diagrams. But instead, we tapped into the protein database, which anybody really could, and you had a 3D model that you could make 6 feet tall, and you could walk all the way around it, you could walk through it, and the students actually understood things a little bit better. So just something that's in 3D using a smart device, easiest way.
Thank you. It is very cool. And again, I was telling Kunal on the chat that his slides are just a testament to how visual and wonderful and lush the capabilities are with BrandXR. So I know we're having a little bit of technical difficulties for Carlos. I'm going to move forward then, and I'll ask, I can't remember now. I think Susan, you were next. So I'm going to ask you, Susan, if you could please answer the question again, looking at, where is a sweet spot or a target pilot project potential for dolls, and then of course how people can work with you and dolls.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Andrea, and thank you to each of you today for being here and for inviting us to do this. We're excited about sharing the technology and capability as it's transforming and evolving. But to answer your question, that is one of the reasons why we are talking to local schools right now, because I think it was Dr. Krusniera said that they're the experts. They know what works and what the solution should be. And so it's really important for us to engage with them right now to find out what they feel would be a great pilot project for us to engage with them on, and to what ways will benefit both the student and the educator. So it's really important in these stages of developing technologies like this for us to continually gauge, and no pun intended, but adapt to what is needed. And so from the state of Florida here, working with each of the communities to find out how we can collaborate together, where can things benefit, and actually having the educator try out the technology to see how does this fit into what is needed or not. And one of the things that we really like about it is that you can take coursework that's been developed in other learning management systems and integrate that into. And just the fact that you could take a technology and the teacher who has multiple students that they have to manage over every course and every classroom, how can they see that their students are making those benchmarks that they need to meet? And I think it's been mentioned earlier about the technologies and capabilities, but how does a student learn? Are they kinesthetic? Are they auditory? Or do they learn visually? These are all important aspects to this technology and capability. And so we're really excited. We're working with some of the local schools, and we welcome their work with us and us working with them. And we'd like for them to contact us as well and see how we can work together.
Love it. So for everybody who's an educator on this session, as you know now, that's 2 invitations to collaborate and work with you. So please take them up on it. Next, I'm going to ask Sarah. Same question, but I think what's kind of neat for you to know is we have several audience members here who work more in vocational technology and really in the technical skill acquisition area. So I think Augmenter's a great fit for that. You want to talk a little bit about how, again, you see potential pilot project areas, for some of these schools to work with you, and then again, how can folks reach out to you and work with you?
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. So like Andrea mentioned, Augmenter is an enabling technology that allows anyone, especially less tech savvy folks, to create their own lessons and essentially take them for a test drive. We've done a number of different pilot projects, and we love to work with Orange County to create exemplar lessons. Examples could be anything from fire truck maintenance to utilities training and the classroom, traditional classroom as well. And we'd love to show the potential of augmented reality and remote collaboration capabilities and the value it can provide for learning. How to work with us? We are a local small business. We're very open to collaboration and discussions. My email is just simply sarah@designinteractive.net. Also, another opportunity for collaboration is the VR/AR Association. If you're not familiar with it, VR/AR is an international organization designed to foster collaboration amongst VR and AR innovators. We have a coast-to-coast Central Florida chapter that supports growth and connects member organizations and promotes the services of member companies. So we have a handful of companies, industry, academia, and government participants.
Sarah, and thanks for being here today. Okay, next I'll bring the question to Carlos. I think, you even heard Dr. Krusniera just love this idea of interactive buses and interactive experiences that are extremely immersive. I personally was in love with the fact that you're teaching kids hands-on sensors and other instrumentation, because growing up and wanting to be an engineer, I did not have that at my disposal. So by all means, please share, what are your goals for either getting these other, experiential learning environments to other public schools, and certainly, again, how our educators can work with you.
Yeah, and much like you saw in our video, that it was so great to have students actually film that video. We wanted them to, really be hands-on. I think that what we're demonstrating is not just the fact that they could learn through AR, but that they know that that is a possibility as far as a career track. We try to demystify these technologies so they know that they can become mobile app development programmers. They could develop the design assets. They could, develop games. They could, create in this new augmented reality world. The reason why it's important to leverage these tools, I don't want to use the word, simple, but, however mundane they are in the grand scheme of things, because these aren't necessarily going to be, big cinematic productions. But it's important because this is how they're already absorbing information. Students and kids of those ages are playing with games that are leveraging these technologies. They're going to be, we're at the precipice of an XR revolution as it relates to media and entertainment. So they're going to be exposed to, I love it. They're going to be exposed to these technologies. And I think that, it dovetails their personal lives and the real world experiences with education. So it just makes all that information become way more engaging. And that's what we want. We want to make sure that education is not, the drudgery of the daily, school experience, that it's fun, it's engaging, but it's part of their regular lives. We have a platform where you can rapidly deploy these experiences. It's very robust. I also like to say that regardless of which company you use or which direction you go, that it is important for an educational institution to also go through that learning curve of leveraging these technologies, because what's going to happen in the next few years is you're going to have a lot of wearables as well. And anything that you're developing now is going to be able to be ported over. And that's what we're doing with the technologies that we're leveraging. We're right here in Central Florida. We're not a recent startup. We've been around for 10 years, and we have experience from Fortune 500 companies all the way up to the federal government. So we know how to work with educational institutions, and we welcome the opportunity to work with any other county's school districts.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And so just to segue to our last panelist, who also handles, to your point, a lot of federal or other, large private sector investments. And I certainly know most of our other panelists here have had DoD analogous funding into what you're building, is Dr. Azevedo, who works with UCF, as you heard his intro earlier. I think, Dr. Azevedo, you've, covered so much ground and so many different potential pilot projects. But maybe for everybody's benefit today, you'd like to really highlight one project research area you're working on where you could, certainly gain some collaborators from today's session.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Andrew, again, for giving me the opportunity to present and to be here today. Absolutely. So we're already collaborating with Seminole County Public Schools, several schools where we're doing teacher dashboards in terms of instrumenting a classroom. What data can we provide teachers in real time to enhance their instructional decision-making? That's an ongoing process we love to do. Also, Markham Woods Middle School, the biomechatronics in terms of instrumenting and sensors, and also Crooms Academy in terms of the game design, in terms of how do we bring those kids in and bring the AI. But something that we've been talking about since I met you a couple of weeks ago is what's really excited, and I think also moving forward, is thinking about not just STEM, so we're doing a lot of STEM, but thinking about the counter to STEM, which is making those learning processes, learning to learn. How do we teach? How do we use AR, XR, MR to teach and make those learning processes visible for the student, also visible for the teachers and visible for the administrators, right? Because I think we can accelerate and enhance learning by doing that. And then similar to that is how do we use these technologies that have been so wonderful based on the presentations today, but to focus on soft skills that we've also been talking about in terms of this AI Institute. How do we teach soft skills? How do we teach emotions? How do we teach emotion regulation? How do we teach empathy? How do we teach communication? Whether you're a teacher, a healthcare worker, right, a law enforcement, first responder, I think so much can be done using basically, let's just sum it up with XR, and really open to any of those, discussing those issues, collaborating with folks. I think there's just so much potential to do that.
Well, we just got a question in, and I'm sorry to say I think we're running out of time because we have one more special presentation for the end of the day. So what I would say is, for the viewer question, we're going to get this question answered. I'll make sure that all of our panelists, even our keynote, answer this, and then we'll get that in, I'm sure, the wrap-up follow-up emails that will come out of this event. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that. But I want to also say thank you to all our panelists. As they all mentioned, these are local companies. These are parts, this is a very large contingency, but there are other players too. And some of them you've seen in other parts of today. That really represents the education and professional training, technology prowess and industry cluster of our region. So hopefully you saw that in highlight. And now it's time to really start bridging the gap between these wonderful assets and talent pools to what our education system could utilize. So with that, again, I'm very appreciative of our panelists. Thank you so much for your presentations. And we look forward to a lot of collaboration, even amongst you all. So I'm glad that a lot of you got to meet here as well. And thank you so much. And also thank you to Dr. Jones for really setting up and moderating and emceeing this entire session. So with that, let me line up our special presentation. The next presentation will be by Lindsay Spalding of NCS. And this is really to showcase what we were alluding to earlier, which is some of the best public schools, as well as the secondary, higher education institutions who have been implementing STEM. They could be using some of these virtual reality, augmented reality technologies. They may be actually implementing and teaching simulation and modeling in their curriculum. It's really a broad spectrum of schools that are now using, especially in this region, what's coming out of our commercial and our academic entities here. So with that, I'd like to introduce Lindsay Spalding. She'll tell you a little bit more about her background and kick off the NCS Simulation School Awards presentation. Thank you.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Spalding, and I'm the Director of STEM Programs for the National Center for Simulation here in Orlando, Florida. Hopefully you have enjoyed your time at the 2020 Florida Simulation Summit. One of my biggest takeaways from this year's Simulation Summit is the incredible amount of power in collaborative problem solving across expertise. As a former middle and high school STEM educator here in Central Florida, I understand the importance of harnessing the Orlando region's expertise to tackle today's challenges. We thought educators had it tough pre-COVID-19, but here they are harnessing the power of collaborative expertise to solve the dynamic challenge of educating the nation's future workforce. If modality madness is not a real thing yet, ask a teacher by the end of the year. All kidding aside, we here at the Florida Simulation Summit want to thank educators worldwide. We especially want to spotlight our Central Florida educators who show their students the infinite possibility of simulation while strengthening our Central Florida education system. The National Center for Simulation takes education and workforce development very seriously and work to help support our innovative leaders in modeling and simulation education. We offer teachers and students an industry-accredited certification aligned with modeling and simulation frameworks and standards. These are available to all high school students, homeschool students, and technical school students throughout the nation. By earning the modeling and simulation certification, students are preparing themselves with the support of their educators for internships and a high-paying career in the modeling, simulation, and training industry. There are 30-plus educators and close to 500 students who currently hold a National Center for Simulation, Modeling and Simulation certification. At this time, we would like to spotlight a few innovative leaders in modeling and simulation education that help to strengthen Central Florida's education system. The spotlight is on Robert Frasca and Jonah Hardy. Robert is the principal of Haggerty High School in Oviedo, Florida, which offers students a 4-year modeling and simulation program of emphasis. Jonah is the lead modeling and simulation instructor and inspiring guidance for students. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. When asked why modeling and simulation is important in education, Robert responded, he has had the opportunity to watch students at Hagerty High School engage in real-world projects that can make a difference in the world through our modeling and simulation program. Last year, a group of students developed a gaming simulation for students to use as they prepare for the biology end-of-course exam. Simulations like this will give students who might struggle with content the opportunity to make connections and retain information in ways that they have never been able to before. For modeling and simulation students, these projects provide them with opportunities to identify real-world issues and to use critical thinking skills to try to find solutions that will make a difference. It is always great to walk into these classrooms and watch our students' enthusiasm and engagement with challenging content. The spotlight is on Brandon Hanshaw and Clayton Donnan. Brandon is the principal of Crooms Academy of Information Technology in Sanford, Florida, which is a school for all students who want a computer industry career. Clayton keeps his students steaming ahead, tackling all aspects of modeling and simulation application. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. When asked why modeling and simulation is important in education, Brandon responded that at Crooms Academy of IT, we make it a point to see the opportunities within obstacles. The pandemic vividly reveals the critical importance of modeling and simulation in today's rapidly changing environment. Where just a year ago it was safe to gather in crowds, today that is no longer the case. This obstacle significantly impacts educational experiences for students and teachers alike. However, modeling and simulation provides the opportunity to bridge the obstacle to perhaps create connections not previously thought possible. In addition, the skills our students acquire within our game and simulation visual design program, such as project management and interdependent collaboration, translate every career. Clayton responded that ever since Edwin Link developed the Blue Box, simulation has been an integral component of education in high-risk fields. Thanks to the ubiquitous access to today's powerful technology, simulators are becoming more prevalent in other educational environments as well. Our students' ability to effectively learn from simulators will be a key component of their future educational experience. By educating our students about the simulation development process, we create the high-tech educators of tomorrow whose skills will always be in demand. The spotlight is on Kelly Paduano and John Francos. Kelly is the principal of Timber Creek High School in Orlando, Florida, which offers students modeling, gaming, and simulation programs. John is a true inspiration to his students and leads by example when spending his summers as an extern for a major modeling and simulation company. He actually comes back and brings that expertise to his students in the fall. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. When asked why modeling and simulation is important in education, John responded, simulation is in every industry. Whether constructive, real, or virtual, modeling and simulation is involved in every aspect of any job and career now and in the future. It is used to increase safety and reduce cost. Modern simulation has been around for well over a century with the use of basic blue box flight simulators during World War II, on to helping to save astronaut lives in Apollo 13. All the way into being the gaming living room with problem solving, hand-eye coordination, and reflexes for today's youth, which is tomorrow's future. We as educators have the duty to take what we have learned in our past, use what we have now in the present, and open the doors to our future. Education in modeling and simulation in the classroom is going to help society grow, continue to be better, and push the youngsters to become the greatest they can be. I'm truly excited and honored to be a small bridge in education and simulation, and thrilled that it has grown to what it has become today. The spotlight is on Nikki Campbell and Annette Love. Nikki is the principal of East River High School in Orlando, Florida, which offers students game and simulation, graphic art, and 3D animation programs. Annette is able to dance into her students' lives. Really, she's also the dance coach. And she inspires and facilitates project-based learning that has her students using creative thought to solve real-world problems with simulation. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. When asked why modeling and simulation is important in education, Annette responded that modeling and simulation is important because of the growing need to train students and personnel in the technology needed to develop decision-making skills, solve real-world problems, and improve workplace performances. As this generation prepares for the workforce, the STEM knowledge, participating in interactive lessons, simulating realistic and immersive training scenarios, hands-on learning, and developing research skills sets acquired in secondary and post-secondary education will have an increasingly significant role in their academic and professional portfolios. Technology is progressing every day and allowing students to train with educational simulation tools and resources. They are preparing themselves for their future in an industry and a career. Simulation and animation programs. Lynn is a true pioneer for her students. She makes the drive to Central Florida to join all modeling and simulation workforce development meetings and makes sure that her students benefit from the collaborative expertise in the modeling and simulation STEM social learning system. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. When asked why modeling and simulation is important in education, Lynn responded that it is important in education because it needs our students. As the field continues to grow, it will be necessary to have the people who can do the work and develop the new products that are designed. It is also important because my students need modeling and simulation as a career choice. They need a career that is interesting, they can grow with, has good pay, and a possibly way to find jobs in the area. The spotlight is on Alex Heidelberg, Trey Atwood, and Jonathan Carras. Alex is the director of Orange Technical College in Orlando, Florida, which offers students a modeling and simulation design program and a modeling and simulation production program. Trey and Jonathan are a collaborative team combining expertise to meet all students' needs. Trey leads the Modeling Simulation Design program that prepares students for employment as modeling and simulation technicians, modeling and simulation artists, and modeling and simulation developers. Jonathan leads the Modeling and Simulation Production program to prepare students for employment as modeling and simulation technicians, modeling and simulation programmers, and modeling and simulation developers. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. The spotlight is on Lenny Pertelli and William Gott. Lenny is a dean at Seminole State College in Sanford, Florida, which offers students a specialization in simulation in both their Associates in Science in Computer Programming and Analysis and their Bachelor's of Science in Information Systems Technology. Bill is the leading force behind bringing a simulation focus to Seminole State College for students to continue their pathway after high school into a modeling and simulation career. He has spent many hours of his life in the classroom with middle, high school, and college students sharing his modeling and simulation expertise for future inspiration. We thank you for your leadership and innovation in education with simulation. When asked why modeling and simulation is important in education, Bill responded that simulation is very important to facilitating education because it enables students to immerse themselves into the learning activity. It is through simulation that students learn by doing and seeing firsthand reaction to their inputs. At Seminole State College, we are fostering the growth of simulation professionals by offering associate and bachelor degrees with specialization in modeling and simulation. As these students graduate and go into the workforce, they will bring with them an understanding of how simulation can improve learning for future generations. From all of us here at the 2020 Florida Simulation Summit, we thank Central Florida's leaders of innovation in education with simulation. I hope all of you attending can harness the Orlando region's simulation expertise and tackle tomorrow's challenges. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lindsay, for spotlighting those amazing modeling and simulation educators. It's been a great day, hasn't it, George?
It really has. Before we go, we really need to thank a few folks here that really helped us out. First, our sponsors, especially our host, Duke Energy, the Orange County Mayor's Office, the Orlando Economic Partnership, our planning committee and our volunteers, Gary Jones and his crew over at Full Sail. You've been a great addition this year. And especially our crew here at Orange TV. You guys have been really great, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. And